Chapter 191. Mu Ji didn't want entertainment gossip to overshadow her identity as an actress and affect her public image as a respected actress. She and Hee Ji-woo had reached a consensus on this. After officially announcing their relationship, they wouldn't post about their romance or show affection online. She was actress Mu Ji, and he was a businessman focused on the business world. Therefore, Mu Ji wouldn't respond to interviews at events, magazine interviews, post-brand events, or other program interview requests regarding her personal relationship with Hee Ji-woo. Ji Bing-ha agreed with Mu Ji's approach. Okay, you two can develop your relationship privately. Setting a precedent for an event like this makes it harder to refuse interviews from other media outlets, so it's better not to accept any. Mu Ji didn't need a relationship to generate buzz or attention. Once a relationship is overexposed to the public eye, the initial blessings can easily turn sour, leading to accusations of using the relationship for publicity. Why are they always trending on social media? It's so annoying. Isn't she a top actress? Isn't she a business tycoon? Does she need more attention? Keeping a low profile is the right approach. The more mysterious she is, the more interest and sustained attention she can attract. From late December to mid-January. After attending several major events, the awards presented to her by the platform were all relatively prestigious film awards, such as Actress of the Year, Best Actress in a Film, and Most Breakthrough Film Actress of the Year. There were also popularity awards, Most Popular Actress of the Year, Most Popular Female Artist, and Most Popular Actress in a Film. This year, Mu Ji released 3 films, all of which performed well at the box office. One film was the box office champion during the Spring Festival, and another was the box office champion during the National Day holiday, ranking second in the domestic film box office charts. Winning these film awards/popularity awards at major ceremonies is no exaggeration. What netizens are more concerned about is, next year. Oh no, it's already January, the new year is here. I wonder how many prestigious film awards Mu Ji can win this year. The Golden Horn Awards nominations will be released in May, and the biennial Golden Dragon Awards will be in November. If Mu Ji can win both of these awards, she will become the youngest actress to win all 3 major film awards. This year, on February 16th, Lunar New Year's Eve, Mu Ji finished her schedule of ceremonies, and there's only about a month left before the Lunar New Year. Mirror Flower Water Moon is expected to start filming in mid-March. With only 2 months left, Mu Ji will then be in seclusion, studying her new role and preparing for her next film. Before the Lunar New Year, Mu Ji met with director Sia Wendy and Pan Yin to discuss the script in detail and learn about the latest progress of the film's preparation. After dinner, director Sia Wendy and her team left first. Mu Ji thought it was normal for her and director Pan Yin to have a meal together with their teams, since they had worked together before. They waved goodbye at the door as they left the restaurant. But then, paparazzi who had been diligently staking out the place photographed them. What's going on? Mu Ji has time to have dinner with director Pan Yin, but no time to date Hee Ji-woo? It's been almost a month since they officially announced their relationship. He and another paparazzi have been following them every single day for a month. They've been trying to capture photos of Mu Ji and Hee Ji-woo together in private, showing their daily life as a couple. But for the past month, Mu Ji has been busy with public events and brand activities. Personal schedule: dinner with Zhou Jingju and Lu Kai. Treated the team to dinner. Went to the company, launching media. One day, even went to a nearby supermarket alone. But I didn't see Hee Ji-woo anywhere. Not even a single photo of them together is so discouraging. The next day, Mu Ji and Pan Yin were photographed having dinner, and the photos were posted online by paparazzi. Netizens naturally didn't speculate about a romantic relationship. They wondered if Mu Ji and Pan Yin were going to collaborate on a TV series, or if it was just a simple meal. Many netizens, especially CP fans, left sarcastic comments about the paparazzi. Is this what I want to see? Can't you take some photos of the couple being affectionate or kissing? Pointing and whispering. Staff members collect the latest news about Mu Ji online and send it to Hee Ji-woo. Looking at the netizens' comments, Hee Ji-woo clearly remembered that he and Mu Ji hadn't seen each other for a month since the confession ceremony. Mu Ji has been busy attending grand events and brand activities recently. Hee Ji-woo had gone on 2 business trips, one abroad for half a month, and the other to a branch office in another city. He just returned to Beicheng yesterday. He wanted to see Mu Ji, but with a mountain of documents piled up in front of him, he simply couldn't leave. Last night, he contacted Mu Ji, who said she had no public appearances coming up and was at home studying scripts for her new film. Hee Ji-woo's heart skipped a beat, and he picked up his phone to text Muji. Hee-ji-ua, I want to see you. Can you come to the company to see me? Hee-ji-ua, I'm tied up with a mountain of documents. An assistant is watching me from outside. Teacher Mu, could you come see me? You can study the script while I'm at the company? Hee-ji-ua and Muji had known each other for 5 years. He understood Muji's personality somewhat. She wasn't proactive in relationships or in her social interactions. However, she was likely to comply with requests from those around her that weren't unreasonable. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Hee-ji-ua received a reply from Muji, okay, and his smile almost reached his ears. 2 hours later. This was Muji's first time at the He group. Her car had just entered the underground parking lot when Hee-ji-ua called right on cue. He asked where she was. He had come down from the underground parking lot to pick her up. Muji opened the car door, grabbed her bag, and got out. Hee-ji-ua appeared before her. Muji's hair was styled in a high bun, with a pearl-embellished sharp clip, 2 loose strands falling naturally across her face. She wore a loose beige sweater, above her knees, paired with light gray tights and gray snow boots, and carried a white puffer jacket. It wasn't practical to wear a jacket while driving. Hee-ji-ua naturally took the bag from Muji and stood aside watching her put on the jacket. Compared to the radiant Muji at the grand event, Hee-ji-ua preferred this gentle, comfortable, and casual Muji, revealing her homely side. She felt real and vibrant standing before him, not like an unattainable moon in the sky. After putting on her jacket, Muji put on sunglasses and a mask, then held out her hand to Hee-ji-ua, gesturing for him to return the bag. He was dressed in a suit and tie with an overcoat, carrying a large women's handbag, a mismatched look. Hee-ji-ua didn't care if others saw him. The bag is a bit heavy, I carry it. Half an hour ago, he saw it was snowing outside and regretted asking Muji to come find him. Are you cold? Hee-ji-ua carried Muji's bag in one hand and took her hand with the other, gently leading her towards the elevator. He maintained a calm demeanor. He had initially reached for Muji's hand to check if it was cold, only realizing he was holding her hand after taking it. Although this wasn't the first time they had held hands, it could be considered their first formal hand-holding. Hee-ji-ua felt the hand in his palm was incredibly soft, like a feather gently brushing against his heart, sending a shiver down his spine. He unconsciously slowed his pace, wanting to hold her hand and walk on. I'm not cold. Muji had driven all the way from the underground parking lot of Donghua Mansion without getting out of the car. The underground parking lot was relatively enclosed, so it wasn't cold. Thankfully. She glanced at Hee-ji-ua's upturned lips, then at his large hand holding hers. His hand was warm, she let him have it. At the elevator, Hee-ji-ua led Muji to the high-rise private elevator by swiping his card. He had already instructed assistant when to prepare an elevator card for Muji, so she could come find him anytime. Upon reaching the top floor, there weren't many office workers. Hee-ji-ua, holding Muji's hand, walked towards the chairman's office, still encountering a few employees. Each of them looked at Hee-ji-ua, then quickly glanced at Muji, stammering as they greeted him, Mr. He, Mr. He? Hee-ji-ua nodded, leading Muji into the office without stopping. Before Muji arrived, he had already arranged for a new desk and chair to be placed to the side, along with a vase of fresh flowers. As Muji entered, she glanced around the office. Hee-ji-ua had clearly renovated it. The style was modern and minimalist, much larger than the general manager's office at Launching Media. She noticed the desk and chair were for her, and took her bag back from Hee-ji-ua. You can continue working, I need to get busy too, she said, walking towards her desk. The office was heated. Hee-ji-ua watched Muji walk to the white desk, carefully drape her coat over the back of the chair, and then take out her laptop, script, headphones, sticky notes, pens, and other items from her bag, setting up to begin working. His eyes were gentle, and a persistent smile played on his lips. He pressed the intercom, instructed his secretary to bring in a cup of coffee, and asked if the snacks he had ordered had arrived, instructing them to bring them in as well. Hee-ji-ua sat down in his office chair. He had carefully arranged the desk and chair for Muji. They weren't parallel, but rather positioned a short distance to his left, near the floor-to-ceiling window. He could see her with a simple glance. Muji was already reading a script. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Muji looked up at Hee-ji-ua. He quickly picked up a document from beside him, focused, and began working diligently. Outside the door stood Assistant One. He had a project with a small target that needed an update from his boss. The thought of having a girlfriend, Muji, in the boss's office made Assistant One hesitate. Ultimately, work was more important, so he gritted his teeth and knocked. Soon, he heard his boss inside say, "Come in." Assistant Wen didn't push the door open as usual. He waited a moment before carefully walking in, watching his toes, trying not to see anything awkward. His first reaction upon entering was, "So quiet. Assistant Wen, is something wrong?" Hearing his boss's voice while lost in thought, Assistant Wen quickly looked up and reported. He saw his boss sitting alone at his desk, and breathed a sigh of relief. But he needed to report on his work. There were other people in the office. The next second, he heard Hijiyue speak. "What is it? Just say it." "Yes." After reporting, Assistant Wen glanced to the side as he turned to go in. He saw Muji sitting at her desk, flipping through a script. She must have been disturbed by his conversation with the boss, because she looked over at them. When their eyes met, Muji calmly nodded slightly in greeting. Assistant Wen nodded hurriedly, grabbed the documents, and walked out quickly. He had overthought things. Muji, sitting there, looked like a serious female CEO working diligently. But the moment he saw Muji's pure face and clear eyes, all his romantic fantasies vanished. After leaving the boss's office, Assistant Wen felt ashamed of his earlier thoughts. He shouldn't have presumptuously assumed that the boss would be frivolous towards Ms. Muji in the office. The boss's adoration and admiration for Ms. Muji were probably unfounded. He wouldn't dare to do that, and it was out of respect. Muji read the script for the movie Mirror Flower Water Moon countless times, opened her laptop, and selected a 1.5-hour documentary from the list of Republican-era documentaries and films that director Pan Yin had shared with her, which would help her develop her character. She sat quietly watching the documentary, headphones on, occasionally nibbling on a snack Hijiyue had given her, all low sugar, sugar-free, or low oil, unlikely to cause weight gain or breakouts. She was currently on vacation at home and had no public appearances to attend. Eating a snack or two wouldn't hurt. She wouldn't feel pressured to be on camera. By the time Muji finished watching the documentary, Hijiyue had almost finished his work, and it was already dinner time. Hijiyue took Muji to dinner, asking, "Aren't you bored?" "Not really." She was the same way when she was home alone. She shared an office with Hijiyue. He was very quiet when working, except for the occasional glance she caught him stealing at him. After Assistant Wen came in to report, he would go out to handle any other subordinates who came to him. The feeling of having someone by your side while working wasn't actually unpleasant. Hijiyue eagerly sought his opinion. "Then come again next time, okay?" Muji, The next second, Hijiyue laughed. "Just kidding." It was cold in winter, and he didn't want her to drive all the way to see him again. He really wanted to see her today, but it was too late after finishing work, and he didn't want to go to Donghua Mansion and disturb her rest. "From now on, I come see you." Starting the next day, Hijiyue kept his promise, seemingly to make up for the previous month, squeezing out all his spare time to see Muji, regardless of the time. Sometimes he'd come to see Muji in the morning for breakfast, sometimes for lunch, sometimes for dinner, and sometimes for late-night snacks like barbecue. If Muji didn't need her personal space, he would want to find time to see her every day. In the blink of an eye, Chinese New Year was just a week away. That evening, Hijiyue and Muji finished dinner out, and Hijiyue drove Muji back to the underground parking lot of Donghua Mansion. After parking the car, Hijiyue had something to discuss with Muji. "This Chinese New Year, could you come back to my maternal grandfather's hometown with me? Only my aunt's family will be there. They're very easy to get along with. Other relatives won't come to visit until the 4th or 5th day of the new year. If we go back to Beicheng early, we won't run into them. The scenery there is quite nice, and there's a temple fair during the new year. It's very lively." He enthusiastically promoted it, but Muji didn't seem very interested. Hijiyue knew they had only been dating for 2 months. Going back to his hometown for Chinese New Year so soon seemed a bit too fast. He explained, "I'm just here as a friend to celebrate the new year at your home, to have some fun together. We live in the same house as my grandfather, and my aunt's house is next door." Muji knew Hijiyue didn't want her to spend the new year alone in Beicheng. She didn't refuse immediately. Muji thought for a moment and replied to Hijiyue, "I think about it tonight and give you an answer tomorrow." Hijiyue understood that Muji's answer meant there was a 50% or even more chance of rejection. But he didn't press Muji for an answer she wanted. He nodded, "Okay." The next morning, Muji was a rather slow to warm up person, not one to quickly integrate into another person's life, and didn't plan to go back to Hijiyue's hometown for the new year. Last night, saying she would consider it was just to save face for him, not to seem too cold. She was about to call Hijiyue to politely decline the invitation to go back to his hometown for the spring festival together. Her phone rang first. Looking down, she saw it was a call from Grandpa Feng Chongxian. Mu Ji instantly guessed the purpose of Feng Chongxian's call, and couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. She understood that this was a scheme orchestrated by He Jiyue behind the scenes. Chapter 192. February 15th, Lunar New Year's Eve afternoon. Mu Ji and He Jiyue's flight arrived at Lianqing Airport after a 2.5-hour journey. Lianqing, a small coastal city in the south, is somewhat similar to Lucheng, where Mu Ji had previously vacationed, with a pleasant climate year-round. It was snowing in Beicheng yesterday, and the temperature this morning was only a few degrees Celsius. Upon arriving here, Mu Ji immediately felt how thick her down jacket was. It was too hot wrapped around her. Looking at the temperature, it was 20 degrees Celsius. The temperature difference between the north and south is quite significant. Aren't you tired? The car is already waiting outside. Mu Ji shook her head. Flying is part of an artist's daily routine. They're used to high-intensity promotional tours in different cities every day for half a month or a month. What's so tiring about flying here? Besides, she hadn't even touched her own suitcase the whole way. He Jiyue had been carrying or pushing it. He Jiyue, pushing 2 suitcases, walked side by side with Mu Ji from the arrival gate towards the parking lot. As they walked, he lowered his head slightly and softly explained to Mu Ji, "Grandpa wanted to pick you up from the airport, but I thought he was too old, and it would take an hour to drive from the airport to home. It's better if he waits at home." Mu Ji nodded. "I don't need him." Hearing He Jiyue mention Grandpa Feng, Mu Ji couldn't help but think of a few days ago. She received a call from Grandpa Feng, who couldn't hide his joy on the phone, excitedly asking if Mu Ji was free during the new year, and if she could come to his hometown with He Jiyue to celebrate the new year with him, an old man, and have some fun. He Jiyue said he finally found a girlfriend this year, and he'd be wherever she was. Grandpa Feng wanted to see his grandson and his girlfriend. He'd been urging him to get a girlfriend for years, and she was Mu Ji, a very outstanding woman he knew and admired. Grandpa Feng kept thanking Mu Ji on the phone. "I was so worried that Xiao Yu was only thinking about revenge against He Hongshuo and that mother and son. Now that I see him pursuing his own happiness and finding the girl he likes, I'm so happy for him." He mentioned that he recently fallen and injured his hand, but it wasn't serious, just a minor hand injury, which he hadn't mentioned to avoid worrying his grandson. He changed his tune, saying, "It's good that you young people stay in Beicheng for the new year, so Xiao Yu won't nag me when he gets back." Hearing that Grandpa Feng had injured himself, Mu Ji felt it was unreasonable to let He Jiyue stay in Beicheng with her for the new year. Since she knew, she should go visit him. Mu Ji told Grandpa Feng on the phone that she had decided to go back with He Jiyue. And that was it. She'd treat this trip as a vacation. Upon arriving at the parking lot, the person who drove to pick her up was He Jiyue's aunt's daughter, probably in her 30s, with short hair, looking very simple and a little reserved and shy. He Jiyue addressed her as cousin, and the woman politely smiled and nodded, then glanced at Mu Ji somewhat shyly before politely calling her Miss Mu. Mu Ji removed her mask and smiled at the woman. He Jiyue's cousin's eyes widened instantly, and she explained in her hometown dialect. Mu Ji could roughly guess from the woman's expression that she was being complimented on her beauty. The airport's open-air parking lot was nearly empty. Most people had returned yesterday for the Lunar New Year. Very few stayed until the afternoon of New Year's Eve. In Lianqing, it's customary for families to gather for their New Year's Eve dinner around 2 or 3 p.m. So, after picking them up, everyone greeted each other and got into the car. Along the way, Mu Ji looked at the scenery outside the car window. Unlike Beicheng, there were many more trees lining the roads here. The winter climate was warm, and the trees were all lush and green. He Jiyue sat beside Mu Ji, gently introducing her to the sights of Lianqing. An hour passed quickly. The car didn't head into the city center, but instead drove towards the suburbs, entering a villa area where every house was a 3- or 4-story villa. Then it stopped in front of a detached villa with a large yard and many fruit trees. "We're here," her cousin said enthusiastically, insisting on helping her with the suitcase. He Jiyue had no choice but to let them have their way. He pushed Mu Ji's suitcase with one hand and held her hand with the other, walking into the courtyard. Feng Chongxian and his aunt's family, hearing the car, all rushed out to greet them. Upon seeing Feng Chongxian, He Jiyue learned that his grandfather had recently fallen and injured his hand. Feng Chongxian chuckled, saying he was in good health and fine, his hand was already healed. However, He Jiyue's aunt's husband stood beside him, helping to support his arm. As the saying goes, 100 days to recover from a broken bone, let alone for a man over 70. Fortunately, Feng Chongxian looked thinner, but his spirits were good. He Jiyue was somewhat relieved. Shiji, you come all the way from Beicheng, it must have been tiring. Come on in, sit down, we start eating right away. Entering the living room, Hijiyue took out a pair of unworn pink cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet. These were ordered in advance for Mu Ji from his hometown. After changing her shoes, he carried a suitcase in each hand and led Mu Ji upstairs. Feng Chongxian lived on the first floor, while Hijiyue lived on the second. The room prepared for Mu Ji had been renovated in advance, and all the furnishings were brand new and high-end. Upon entering, the window was open, letting in sunlight and a gentle breeze. The room was bright, clean, and comfortable. After putting down their suitcases, Hijiyue helped Mu Ji wash her hands, and the two immediately went downstairs. At the dining table, Mu Ji sat down next to Hijiyue. Feng Chongxian briefly introduced each relative at the table to Mu Ji, then invited everyone to start eating. During the meal, Hijiyue served Mu Ji soup, peeled shrimp, scooped out crab meat, and picked out vegetables for her, practically feeding her. Mu Ji, he had treated her like a child all the way here. Hijiyue retorted softly, she's a precious pearl held in the palm of my hand. I enjoy taking care of you. The others at the table kept their eyes down, focused on their food, no one daring to tease Hijiyue, unlike some elders in other families, who would pry into Mu Ji's life or ask about entertainment gossip. They only recommended and introduced Mu Ji to the local customs, specialties, temple fairs, etc. of Lianqing, and enthusiastically recommended which dishes on the New Year's Eve dinner table were good, urging Mu Ji to eat more. The atmosphere at the meal was very relaxed and harmonious. After the meal, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. It gets dark quickly in winter, and the sun was setting at this time. Hijiyue didn't let Mu Ji stay to chat with the relatives. Using the excuse that Mu Ji was tired from her long journey, he took her hand and led her upstairs to rest. The two went to the rooftop on the 4th floor to enjoy the view. Upon arriving, Mu Ji was surprised to find the beach not far away. The setting sun was sinking into the sea, painting the sky and sea with a vast expanse of red, a truly beautiful sight. The two strolled slowly around the balcony, admiring the sunset. They had digested their food. Seeing that Mu Ji looked a little sleepy, and thinking that it might be noisy later, Hijiyue decided to take advantage of the quiet time and escorted Mu Ji to her room. My room is right across the street. Call me or knock if you need anything, okay? Mu Ji nodded and closed the door. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, Mu Ji thought she wouldn't be sleepy, but she fell asleep quickly as soon as her head hit the pillow. She didn't know how long she slept, but when she woke up, she heard the crackling of firecrackers. Mu Ji was momentarily disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. Why were there firecrackers? It had been so long since she heard them. Her deepest memories of firecrackers were from her childhood. As she sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. It was Hijiyue's voice. Ji Bao, are you awake? While checking in their luggage at Beicheng International Airport, Hijiyue had finished a phone call and temporarily entrusted his phone to Mu Ji for safekeeping, either without exiting WeChat or accidentally opening it. When Mu Ji took Hijiyue's phone, she saw that he had saved her in his contact list as Ji Bao. Most of his fans called her that. Having discovered this, Hijiyue had asked with a smile, "Is it okay to call you that in private?" "Whatever." Mu Ji replied. He come to wake her up, and he was already calling. Mu Ji went to open the door. Standing outside, Hijiyue looked at the still-dazed Mu Ji, finding her adorable, and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Grandpa asked me to ask you if you're hungry? Want to come down for dinner?" Mu Ji shook her head, indicating she wasn't hungry, and asked what time it was. Hijiyue pulled his sleeve back, revealing his watch. It's past 7 p.m. This is a village in the countryside, unlike the city center where fireworks are banned, so the mornings and evenings during the Lunar New Year can be quite noisy. Were you woken up by the firecrackers? Let's just set off some fireworks then. Mu Ji, She went downstairs to the yard and found it was already dark outside. Hijiyue had just moved the fireworks into the yard when the sounds of children playing grew louder. Brother He. Big brother. Brother Gigi. Soon, a group of children ran into the yard. They all stopped when they saw Mu Ji, but they weren't shy. They curiously looked at Mu Ji, calling her pretty sister, beautiful sister, fairy sister. One precocious child asked her, "Are you Brother He's girlfriend?" Others recognized her. "You look like a female celebrity named Mu Ji." Mu Ji looked at the group of children, age 7 or 8, the oldest no more than 14, and looked at Hijiyue with a puzzled expression. Were these all relatives' children? They're all children from the village. Hijiyue explained that a few years ago, When he returned home for the spring festival, he encountered this group of children passing by the courtyard gate. Seeing that he was a stranger and possessed a unique air about him, the children approached him and struck up a conversation, each receiving a handful of delicious snacks. After that, they came to play with him every spring festival. Hijiyue had previously shown Muji a video of this group of children using their pocket money to buy a large bunch of sparklers to set off with him, having a great time in the courtyard. Hijiyue hadn't returned home for the spring festival last year, but unexpectedly, even after a year, these children still remembered him and came looking for him again on New Year's Eve this year. Hijiyue went back to the living room and brought out a lot of snacks, hoping to bribe the children to go play elsewhere and not disturb his time with Muji. However, the children all squatted down, staring longingly at the sparkler boxes on the ground. Muji smiled and said, "Let them stay. You set them off, I stand and watch with them." Hijiyue naturally nodded when Muji spoke. The original plan was for him and Muji to stand side by side and admire the fireworks as they bloomed in the night sky, creating another beautiful shared memory. But when the fireworks started, "Quick! Everyone cover your ears. Wow, those fireworks are so bright. They've blown the night up. Brother he, can I light one? Wow, this is a hard shape. I know he's confessing his love." Hijiyue, Even the fireworks weren't as noisy as you guys. He turned his head and saw Muji smiling happily, and he smiled too. "Jibao, Happy New Year." Muji turned and smiled at Hijiyue, "Happy New Year." She looked at Hijiyue, whose hair was neatly combed, wearing a black hoodie and black sweatpants, with cotton slippers on his feet, playing and running with the children in the yard, looking like a big kid himself. On her first day in Lianqing, Muji felt time slowed down. Far from the hustle and bustle of Beicheng, no cameras, no film sets, no red carpets. Actress Muji felt isolated. Here, the atmosphere was full of everyday life. She was just an ordinary person, living a simple life. It also reminded her of her childhood days in the countryside, those distant memories she didn't want to recall. But the countryside where she grew up was completely different from here. Here it was by the sea. There were many mountains. Muji clearly remembered that after her biological parents found her, as she drove away, she watched mountains flash by outside the window, counting until she lost count of how many peaks there were. "What's wrong?" Hijiyue noticed Muji's absent-mindedness and her sudden drop in mood. Seeing Hijiyue's concerned expression, Muji forced a smile and shook her head. "Nothing. Shall we go to the temple fair tomorrow morning?" "Okay." The next morning, Muji woke up at the time she had agreed with Hijiyue, but looked listless. She hadn't slept well all night. Around midnight, firecrackers started going off and continued until about 1 a.m., then another round of firecrackers around 5 or 6 a.m. Seeing that Muji hadn't rested well, Hijiyue asked if they should cancel the trip and go tomorrow. "Muji, I just catch up on some sleep in the car." At 9 a.m., the two said goodbye to Feng Chongxian and headed out for the city. They arrived at the temple fair location. Hijiyue and Muji wore matching black-rimmed glasses and masks. Muji wore a scarf to cover her long hair, making it appear shorter, hoping to avoid being recognized. It was several minutes' walk from the surface parking lot to the temple fair location. When they left in the morning, a dark cloud was visible, but Hijiyue didn't think much of it. The weather forecast only said cloudy. However, just as he and Muji reached the entrance of the temple fair, a torrential downpour suddenly began. Hijiyue remembered that there didn't seem to be any shelter from the rain at the temple fair, and he was worried about being recognized while seeking shelter, not knowing when the rain would stop. He led Muji back to the parking lot. "Muji?" The next second, Hijiyue took off his coat and held it over Muji's head. Seeing the rain was getting heavier, Muji said, "Let's run back to the car, it'd be faster." Don't bother shielding her from the rain. Hijiyue, already soaked to the bone in just a few seconds, watched the disheveled passers-by. He firmly shook his head. "I'm fine, but you can't be photographed looking like this." Muji, Fine. An hour later, the heavy rain still hadn't stopped. Hijiyue drove Muji back. Under Hijiyue's protection, Muji wasn't wet at all. Even her boots were dry. Hijiyue, on the other hand, was a mess, his clothes soaked. Once in the car, Muji took off her coat and put it on him to sit on so the driver's seat wouldn't get completely wet. Achoo! Hijiyue sneezed. His appearance was terrible. He told Muji to sit downstairs, while he rushed upstairs to shower and change. His aunt, seeing they come back soaked from the rain after going to the temple fair, quickly went to the kitchen to make a pot of ginger tea and served Muji a bowl. Let it cool down a bit before drinking. It's still hot. Thank you. Muji, no longer wet, waited for the ginger tea to cool slightly before carrying it upstairs. She arrived at Hijiyua's room. The door was ajar. She called out, "Hijiyua, are you there?" There was no response. Just as Muji was about to take the ginger tea back to her own room, she heard, "Come in." She pushed open the ajar door and stepped inside. Her eyes widened. The ginger tea in the bowl swayed slightly, almost overflowing. Inside the room, Hijiyua was drying his hair as he came out of the bathroom. His hair was wet, droplets of water clinging to the ends. A couple of droplets trickled down his long neck to his collarbone, while one merged with a droplet on his chest, forming a larger one that rushed down and disappeared into the loosely tied trousers he wore. He hadn't thought it was a big deal for a man to be shirtless, so he let Muji in and then simply left. But now, noticing Muji's gaze casually appraising his physique, Hiji paused, a little embarrassed. "8-pack abs, V-line, pretty good body," Muji calmly commented, placing the ginger tea on the table. "Remember to drink it." Then she turned and left. Hiji was flattered by the compliment, but also uncertain. Was Muji's reaction to his body a little too calm? Did she really think he had a good physique? He wasn't sure. He'd find another opportunity to look. Then, it rained for 2 days straight. The weather was uncooperative, disrupting Hijiyua's carefully planned itinerary. Going out was inconvenient, and Muji lost all interest in going out in the rain. They had no choice but to stay home. Hijiyua and Muji rewatched the Spring Festival Gala. Muji and Feng Chongxian, both actors, had a lot to talk about. Muji listened with great interest to Feng Chongxian's stories about his past filming experiences, and they discussed their views on acting and shared their filming experiences. Their aunt and cousin from next door also came to visit Muji, helping her with cooking, making dumplings, cakes, and sweet soups, etc. Muji was mainly responsible for eating. "Hijiyua, what about me?" He and Muji only had time alone together, watching 2 movies in the media room. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, the rain finally stopped, and the sky cleared. They were leaving Lianqing early the next morning. Around 8 p.m. Hijiyua suggested going for a walk on the beach with Muji, as it hadn't happened the past 2 days due to the rain. "Okay." The weather forecast was inaccurate, it said cloudy, but it's rained for 3 days straight. "It's alright. I had a great time these past few days." After walking for a while, they noticed it was dark ahead. The streetlights seemed to be broken. Hijiyua remembered her aunt telling her yesterday that the streetlights had broken on New Year's Eve and hadn't been fixed during the holiday. Hijiyua turned on her phone's flashlight and took Muji's hand, continuing forward. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Muji, It was just 2 broken streetlights, but the 50-meter stretch was a bit dark. She was an adult. There was nothing to be afraid of. "If only we had known each other when we were little, I could have walked home with you every night." Muji was surprised. It turned out Hijiyua had remembered what she had said. Hijiyua had asked her before if she liked stars. Muji had told her about how, as a child, she would walk home alone at night with a flashlight, and because she was afraid, she would look up at the stars. She felt that the stars were there to keep her company, and that made her less afraid. Now that she was older, she wasn't afraid to walk alone at night anymore. But listening to Hijiyua's words, she still softly murmured In fact, their meeting in this world was already a miracle. When they arrived at the beach, it was still quite crowded at this time of day. Unlike tourist beaches where you can walk directly into the sea, this beach had a seawall. Many people sat on the seawall chatting, admiring the moon, and watching fireworks. During the Lunar New Year holidays, fireworks had been playing almost every night. Hijiyua held Muji's hand and walked forward until they reached a deserted section of the seawall, where they stopped and sat down. A full moon hung in the night sky, casting a soft moonlight, and a slightly salty breeze blew from the sea. The sea below the dike was dark and difficult to see clearly, the waves rising and receding intermittently. The occasional explosion of fireworks drifted overhead, brilliant bursts of light flashing and fading. Muji looked up at the fireworks, occasionally responding to Hijiyua's questions, when suddenly the person beside her stopped speaking. Muji turned to look at Hijiyua, puzzled, and saw him staring intently at her. An ambiguous atmosphere hung between them. Hijiyua leaned in, his face slowly approaching Muji's. Just as they were about to kiss, bang! Fireworks were set off nearby, this time seemingly exploding directly above them, making quite a noise. He Jiyue heard voices passing by and paused awkwardly. Mu Ji gazed at He Jiyue's handsome face illuminated by the fireworks, recalling the sensual scene she witnessed in his room that day. Now, because they were so close, their breaths almost mingled. She lowered her gaze, fixing it on his thin lips. He Jiyue, feeling Mu Ji's gaze, swallowed nervously. The next moment, Mu Ji's hands climbed onto his shoulders, and her soft lips pressed against his. Chapter 193. The Spring Festival holiday ended quickly. Launching Media, Director of Talent Agency Office. Ji Binghe knew that Mu Ji had been taken back to He Jiyue's hometown of Lianqing for the new year. During the holiday, she had been somewhat worried that the two would be spotted and trend on social media multiple times. However, everything went very smoothly. Upon meeting after the new year, Ji Binghe jokingly asked where the two had gone, and how they had kept such a good secret. Mu Ji, basically, we didn't go out. Due to rain, they couldn't go out for sightseeing during their trip to Lianqing and stayed at their villa in the countryside, so naturally, they weren't spotted. During the new year, Ji Binghe was worried about disturbing the young couple's date, so besides sending a Happy New Year, she didn't contact Mu Ji. Upon hearing didn't go out, Ji Binghe was about to speculate about something strange, but when Mu Ji explained that it had rained for several days in Lianqing, she was both amused and exasperated. Ji Binghe coughed lightly, and then discussed the itinerary for the next month with Mu Ji. In a month, you'd be joining the cast of the new film co-directed by Xia Wendy and Pan Yin. A month before filming began, Mu Ji's schedule was already packed. She had several brand events to attend, a script reading for Mirror Flower Water Moon, makeup tests, costume fittings. By the way, a new director came to me these past few days, wanting to schedule a meeting with you. Mu Ji, a new director? Has he submitted a script? Ji Binghe shook her head. He wants to meet with you first, then hand over the script in person. Many directors were approaching Mu Ji wanting to act in films. The number of scripts submitted was countless. The scripts that reached Mu Ji had undergone rigorous selection. For some reason, this new director didn't want to submit his script through the usual channels. Mu Ji knew her agent's mention of this meant it wasn't just a typical new director. What's his name? Who recommended him? You can't hide anything from me, Ji Binghe said, cutting to the chase. His name is Deng Yuan. He was one of the directors working with the Green Apple platform before becoming a new director at Guanyin Media. He was recommended by director Su Quan. Seeing Mu Ji's slight surprise at the name Deng Yuan, Ji Binghe asked curiously, Shiji, do you know him? Mu Ji nodded. I have a vague impression. I remember that highly acclaimed web series that teacher Tai Feng worked on with the Green Apple platform. One of the assistant directors and screenwriters was named Deng Yuan. Since you just mentioned he worked with Green Apple, it should be the same person. The reason she remembered him was because when she watched that web series, she curiously looked up the making of featurette, and when Tai Feng praised the director, he referred to him as Director Deng, but the subtitles only listed him as director. She found it a bit strange at the time, wondering why Tai Feng had mentioned the assistant director instead of the director-in-chief, and also why the subtitles weren't more precise. But it was none of her business, so she didn't investigate further. Now, hearing Ji Binghe mention the name Deng Yuan, she suddenly remembered this incident. Mu Ji, Director Ji, I'd like to meet this Director Deng. Ji Binghe nodded. I arrange it. That evening, Mu Ji, Ji Binghe, and the team met with the new director, Deng Yuan. He came alone. Hello, Ms. Mu Ji, I'm Deng Yuan. If Deng Yuan hadn't introduced himself as soon as he entered the private room, Mu Ji and her team wouldn't have recognized him. Their first reaction upon seeing him would have been confusion. Had they entered the wrong room? Deng Yuan had a square face, was over 1.8 meters tall, and was quite imposing, giving off an intimidating presence. Minmin whispered, doesn't look like a director, more like a bodyguard? But his voice was different from his rugged appearance. It was soft and steady. Director Deng, please have a seat. Hearing Mu Ji's address, Deng Yuan smiled self-deprecatingly and sat down. Mu Ji noticed that Deng Yuan was wearing an old-fashioned black down jacket, and the collar of his gray turtleneck sweater was badly frayed, leading her to subconsciously wonder if the owner of the jacket was unkempt or struggling financially. But after Deng Yuan sat down, he straightened his back and greeted Mu Ji's team members in the private room, Agent Ji Binghe, Minmin, Assistant Xiaoling, and a bodyguard, with a nod and a polite demeanor. When ordering, Mu Ji mentioned that it was the first day of work and she wanted to treat the team to a meal, so she had invited everyone. She was treating, and told Deng Yuan to order whatever he wanted. Deng Yuan only ordered a plate of peanuts, not really intending to eat. Mu Ji and Ji Binghe didn't insist and quickly ordered their food. The waiter served tea, and had barely left when Deng Yuan immediately got straight to the point, introducing Mu Ji to the film project in preparation. It was a realistic suspenseful crime film, expected to begin filming in the second half of the year. Falling into the River is adapted from a real crime case that shocked the nation 10 years ago. This film project has been spearheaded by relevant departments and has already passed review. The film will serve as publicity for the fight against organized crime, and the family's consent has been obtained for the film adaptation. Mu Ji listened quietly as Deng Yuan spoke at a measured pace. After finishing, Deng Yuan's eyes shone with hope. This script has been polished for 4 years, completed in the first half of last year, but we didn't immediately begin filming. Because I've been holding this script, waiting for someone. Turning to Mu Ji excitedly, Deng Yuan said, Ms. Mu Ji, you're the person I've been waiting for. Last year I saw your performances in The Claws, all people safely evacuated, and falling into the river. Your portrayal of Officer Sun Hui is so perfect, only you could interpret it. I believe you'd be interested after reading the script. This is a film with real-world significance. Deng Yuan took the script from a laptop bag, stood up excitedly, and handed it to Mu Ji with both hands. Mu Ji? ? Director Xia Wendy said it was a dream from her grandmother that led to the decision to film Mirror Flower Water Moon. Right now, Deng Yuan keeps telling her, you are the actress I've been waiting for. Is it now fashionable for directors to play with superstition? They're even approaching the same person again. Mu Ji took the script from Deng Yuan with both hands and gestured for him to sit down. She didn't rush to open the script, but directly said to Deng Yuan, Director Deng, you were recommended by Director Su. I agreed to meet with you because I trust Director Su. Ji Binghe, understanding Mu Ji's implication, continued, Director Deng, you should know very well that Mu Ji has received countless scripts, including those from well-known directors in the top 10 of the domestic director rankings. Besides your confident script, there's the public's interest in adapting a sensational case, the fact that the subject matter has passed censorship, and the support and endorsement from relevant departments. Currently, the lead actor hasn't been decided, the investment hasn't been secured, and the film crew isn't fully assembled. All of this is understandable. But the director's ability has to convince us, right? So many famous directors are waiting to work with Mu Ji. Why is it you who's the only one? Even if the script is brilliant, if the director isn't good enough, it won't be filmed. Deng Yuan was silent for a moment. What the director of launching media, who was also Mu Ji's agent, said made sense. This was an important issue that Mu Ji's team needed to consider. He hesitated for a moment, then mentioned the web series they had previously collaborated on with the Green Apple platform. That was a series I directed on set, filmed over 113 days, and I participated in the entire editing process. He slowly pulled a USB drive from his down jacket pocket. This contains the initial footage used to make the special feature. When the web series aired, that person's name was credited, but the later making of special didn't use this footage. They deleted everything about me. During the airing of web dramas and satellite TV series, the production team constantly releases behind-the-scenes footage of actors interacting on set. This footage is recorded by dedicated cameras during filming. They also film the director directing on set, the costume and prop work, and the filming in various locations, compiling it into a production special to showcase the arduous production process. Deng Yuan's USB drive contains this footage, which inevitably includes images of him sitting in front of the monitor on set, directing the actors, etc., proving his presence on set and that he was in charge. Mu Ji thought for a moment, if I may ask, since you have evidence, why don't you stand up and seek justice for yourself? Deng Yuan smiled self-deprecatingly. My contract only stated I was the director, not whether I was the assistant director, or general director. What's the point of winning a lawsuit? This was at the platform's behest. The platform felt that the other person was more famous than me, and using his name would help them land a big-name role in another major production they were negotiating. I'm a newcomer, so I have to work my way up. He used this evidence to terminate his contract with the platform. He was done. Later, he joined Guangying Media, seeking new opportunities in the film industry. Mu Ji listened without speaking. In the entertainment industry, many injustices are commonplace. Deng Yuan's situation is not unique. Some famous directors, who have never even been to a film set, are invited to be credited as producers on a film, receiving money without doing any work. Some directors are simply incompetent, so producers find a capable person to work alongside them, only crediting the famous director. And then, there are the oddball directors who are invited to a film set to offer guidance, think the film is good, and then demand credit. Some unspoken rules have always existed. Muji looked at the untouched USB drive and told Ding Yuan that they would discuss it further after reading the script. Ding Yuan nodded happily. Ms. Muji, I await your good news. After dinner, Muji and her group left the restaurant. Once in the car, Minmin asked anxiously, Sister Gigi, shouldn't we take the USB drive back and check it? What if this Ding Yuan isn't so capable? Having seen the special footage and learned that Ding Yuan was the one directing on set, it doesn't necessarily prove his talent. Perhaps it was the director's skillful guidance behind the scenes? Muji replied, I called Teacher Typhoon. Ding Yuan is indeed talented. Minmin exclaimed, Wow! Then we can rest assured. Ji Binghe, sitting in the driver's seat and fastening her seatbelt, asked, Shiji, but he only directed one representative work, a web series. How was his directorial debut? We don't know. Also, I remember you never been very interested in suspense films, Gigi? Muji, I'm interested in good scripts. Ji Binghe chuckled, swallowing the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Never mind, she waited until Muji finished reading the script. Back home, Muji devoured the script for falling into the river in one go. Because she knew nothing about the case that happened 10 years ago, she even searched for related news online. The next morning, before Muji could call Ji Binghe called first, asking about Muji's impressions after reading the script. Muji said frankly, the script is excellent. If it's filmed according to the script, I think it has the potential to become the pinnacle of suspense films in recent years. I'm interested in taking the role. However, I'm a little worried about the film censorship standards. Some scenes might be cut, and from what I learned last night, the film won't start shooting until the second half of the year. The project is just beginning preparations, and the crew isn't even in place yet. Therefore, she wasn't in a rush to accept the role. She decided to express her interest in the script, her desire to take the role, and her concerns, and then see how the project progressed. Ji Binghe breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best approach. I understand what you mean. I talked to director Ding Yuan and coordinate with him on the follow-up. Okay. In early March, with half a month until the new film start date, Muji's next project was leaked online. The marketing account's leak went straight to the point. Muji's next project is with Xia Wendy. Filming starts in half a month. Netizens were astonished, shocking. Xia Wendy? Isn't that the Chinese-American director who makes films about women abroad? Is Muji going to develop her career overseas? Then, someone further revealed the title and genre of Muji's next film. Wait a minute. Mirror Flower Water Moon. This title doesn't sound like a foreign film. A check of the filing information revealed it's a story set in the Republican era. Netizens' reaction to Xia Wendy making a Republican-era film in China was similar to Muji's initial reaction upon receiving the role offer: disbelief. Why would Xia Wendy make a film with such a subject? They questioned whether Xia Wendy, a director who grew up abroad, could actually make such a film. Then it was discovered that Pan Yin was also one of the directors. At that time, Muji was flying to another city to attend a brand event. While getting her makeup and hair done at the hotel, Muji overheard Minmin saying that she and director Xia Wendy were trending on social media, discussing her next film on entertainment gossip forums, and even getting into a heated argument in a high-rise building. They even got into a fight. After finishing her makeup and hair, on her way to the event venue, Muji clicked on a gossip link posted by Minmin. Floor 1. No wonder Muji was photographed having dinner with Pan Yin before the new year. It seems she had already accepted this role back then. Floor 5. Judging from the subject matter of this film, the box office performance is definitely not ideal. I'm curious how good the script is that could persuade Muji to take it. Floor 10. It's said that this film was originally a big hit, but Muji ended up starring in it. Is Muji getting all the film industry resources now? That's amazing. Floor 21. If Muji stars in this film, and it still breaks 1 billion yuan at the box office, then I truly admit she's a box office magic bullet. I book every single one of her movies from now on. 22nd floor. Can the person upstairs broaden their horizons a bit? Is making movies all about box office success? A Republican-era film breaking 200 million is already quite an achievement, let alone 1 billion. This is just wishful thinking, a jinx to Muji. 23rd floor. I think Muji is a bit of a mystery. She took on All People Safely Evacuated, turned down Huang Shulan's comedy Exchange Life, which ultimately starred Yu Ge and Qiyu. Released during the Spring Festival, it's only grossed a little over 1 billion, not even breaking 2 billion. 24th floor. Is this an attempt to salvage Muji's new film in advance? Wasn't she touted as a box office draw? Floor 25. High box office numbers mean audiences love it. Some self-indulgent art films can't even break 100 million at the box office. What's the point of marketing a good film? Muji plus Xia Wendy's new movie, if it doesn't break 500 million at the box office, it's a flop. Disagree? Let's debate. Starting from floor 21, the two opposing camps started arguing in the thread. Min air how Shui's sister Ji, topics about you are still so heated. Muji, Many movies are released every year, but only a few have high box office numbers. Good reviews and good box office are what every film team strives for. Actually, there haven't been any movies with a Republican-era theme released for many years. Who can say for sure whether Mirror Flower Water Moon will do well at the box office? Muji has always been confident in her work, provided the movie is finished first. We haven't even started filming yet, and this argument is unnecessary. March 19th, 2 days before the start of filming for the new movie. Muji is going to the airport tomorrow noon to fly to Shanghai. The night before flying to Shanghai, Muji and He Zhiyue had dinner together. After dinner, He Zhiyue drove Muji back. In the months since returning to Beicheng from Lianqing, the two had only met a handful of times. Muji was busy, and so was He Zhiyue. Knowing that Muji was about to start filming, he didn't want to be distracted and didn't dare to bother her. Tomorrow, once Muji flew to Shanghai, they would be in a long-distance relationship. Donghua Mansion underground parking lot. After parking the car, He Zhiyue turned to Muji in the passenger seat and took her left hand. Can I visit the set as her boyfriend? Launching Media had also invested in Mirror Flower Water Moon, but He Zhiyue wasn't the official owner of the company. Even if he were photographed on set, everyone would probably say he was visiting his girlfriend. Muji had no objection. Okay. She would be filming in seclusion on set soon, and since she and He Zhiyue were a couple, they couldn't go months without seeing each other. The only way they could meet was for He Zhiyue to come to her. Should you let me know before you come to visit the set? He Zhiyue, okay. He understood that Muji's filming schedule was unpredictable. If he went to visit her on set without prior notice, it wouldn't be a pleasant surprise for her, but rather a nuisance. It was better for both of them to let each other know in advance and decide on a suitable day and time. I miss you. Muji, She noticed that as their dates became more frequent and their relationship grew closer, He Zhiyue became increasingly fond of sweet talk. In other words, he became more shameless. Also, his eyes were now clingy again. The night they went for a walk on the beach in Lianqing, she gave him a quick kiss, just touching his lips, then stood up and said, "Let's go back." He Zhiyue, stunned for 2 seconds, caught up with her. His memory of Muji's kiss was as light as a feather brushing his lips, almost like his imagination. During their several dates after returning to Beicheng, he would drop Muji off at the parking lot or the entrance. Although he wanted to kiss her, his first time kissing her felt somewhat lacking in ceremony. "I'm getting out of the car if you don't kiss me." Muji waited for a while, but he didn't make a move. He Zhiyue, He was a little taken aback. He took a deep breath, leaned towards Muji defiantly, and gently pinched her chin with 2 long slender fingers, turning her face towards him. Just as his lips were about to touch Muji's, he instead kissed her between the eyebrows. Next time. Chapter 194. On March 21st, filming began in Shanghai for the movie Mirror Flower Water Moon. On the day of the opening ceremony, the official Weibo account announced the cast online. The female lead was played by Muji, with Liao Yining, a newly signed A-list actress from Launching Media, making a special appearance as the second female lead. The male lead and second male lead were played by 2 A-list actors, on equal billing. Several other talented actors also joined the cast. At the opening ceremony, director Xia Wendy took the stage and spoke in Chinese. "Today, we gather here." It seemed to be a pre-recorded speech. The staff had prepared a speech for Xia Wendy that was full of classical allusions, making her appear particularly cultured, although her pronunciation wasn't standard, and her accent was somewhat strange. However, she didn't speak English, but rather Chinese, which subtly bridged the gap between her and the crew members in the audience. When they met for dinner before the Lunar New Year, Muji heard Xia Wendy speak a few simple Chinese phrases. "Muji, it's nice to see you again. What's this dish? It's delicious. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye," etc. Compared to their first meeting, Muji noticed that Xia Wendy's Chinese vocabulary had increased. At the script reading, makeup test, and costume fitting after the new year, Muji discovered that Xia Wendy had a Chinese teacher with her in addition to the translator. No wonder her Chinese had improved so much in just a few months. Ji Bing had commented, "Xia Wendy is very sincere in making Mirror Flower Water Moon, and she has shown her sincerity. Minmin nodded vigorously beside her. The vast majority of the crew on set were Chinese. Although they had a personal translator and director Pan Yin, director Xia Wendy was, after all, the lead director. If she could understand some Chinese, she could have basic, simple communication with other departments on set, which would greatly improve efficiency. More importantly, this film, shot by director Wendy Xia in China, is definitely going to be released domestically and earn money from the Chinese film market. If all she can say is hello and thank you, like some Hong Kong and Bay Area artists who have been in the industry for over a decade but whose Chinese proficiency hasn't improved in 10 years and still need dubbing, she'd be criticized, and might even face boycotts during the film's promotion. Wendy Xia isn't arrogant. She is approaching this film with humility, a willingness to learn and respect, which is commendable. On the first day of filming, after wrapping up, Wendy Xia treated the entire crew to a meal. Wendy Xia smiled and said, "I heard that doing this helps with team cohesion." It seems that beyond just Chinese, Wendy Xia is actively learning about other Chinese cultural customs. The following week, the initial filming didn't go smoothly. Wendy Xia brought a foreign assistant director from her team to China to participate in the filming. Pan Yin is always very focused on filming, completely dedicated to the project. During the filming of The Edge of the Blade, he delegated the management, direction, and control of the set to his co-director and assistants. Xia Wendy represents an international mindset, with a strong personal style and a fast-paced shooting style. Pan Yin, on the other hand, has a domestic filming approach, with experience in this subject matter and a focus on detail. When filming the same scene, their emphases differ, and there are also language barriers. The two directors' styles can complement each other, but they still need time to work together. The translator was incredibly thirsty after a long day of talking. Fortunately, everyone's common goal was to make this film a success. After a week of adjustment, things were still going well. After half a month, they were gradually getting into the swing of things. Director Xia Wendy had a habit she brought from abroad, which she hadn't changed. The filming schedule was almost 8 hours a day. After half a month of filming, they only had 2 extra days due to location rental issues. This reminded Mu Ji of filming in Z country, where she had a lot more personal time after work each day. She would finish work on set around 5 or 6 p.m. Back in her hotel room, her daily routine consisted of eating, reviewing the script to prepare for the next day's filming, talking to her agent about work, occasionally watching recently popular movies or web series, and surfing the internet before bed. This was her daily routine after work when she first joined the production team. Now, there was one more thing. Video chatting with He Jiyue. In the first few days on set, their contact was limited to chatting on their phones or making phone calls. But He Jiyue wasn't satisfied with that. "I want to see you. I want to see you." Then, after finishing work and returning to her hotel room, if Mu Ji wasn't eating with her team, but alone in her room, she would start video chatting from the beginning of dinner. Putting her phone aside, Mu Ji focused on her meal. She listened to He Jiyue on the other end of the video chat, sharing interesting things that happened that day, or him eating simultaneously, or him silently working. Even when busy working, he would domineeringly insist that she keep the video chatting, calling her his spiritual food, saying that watching her while working would make the work less tedious and allow him to enjoy his 996 work schedule. Mu Ji, He Jiyue, this big capitalist, is a bit pitiful. Occasionally, He Jiyue would help Mu Ji with her lines. He asked her to send him a picture of the script, and he helped her rehearse her lines on the other end. He could play any character, young or old, and he worked even harder than the rest of the team, never laughing during a scene. Perhaps because He Jiyue's grandfather was a veteran actor and his mother, He Shuhui, was an actress, He Jiyue possessed some natural talent for acting. Sometimes, he didn't just recite lines but also immersed himself in the performance. With his help, Mu Ji's preview of the next day's scenes became much more efficient. So, regarding video calls, Mu Ji gradually adapted from cooperating to eventually initiating them without He Jiyue having to beg her. She was also willing to listen to He Jiyue's various ramblings, and when he asked her, "How was filming today?" she happily tell him what happened on set that day. Like any ordinary young couple, they shared their daily lives, video chatting almost every day. Minmin joked, they entered the honeymoon phase. 1 month later. Time flies, and it was already early May. That day, Ji Binghe flew from Beicheng to Shanghai, accompanied by a well-known science fiction director. This director, ranked among the top 10 directors in China, had invited Mu Ji to play the lead role in a science fiction film scheduled for release in the first half of next year. Mu Ji had already read the script and was interested in it, which is why they scheduled a meeting. After finishing work at 6 p.m., they went directly from the set to the agreed-upon restaurant. After meeting the director, Muji and her group returned to the hotel at 9 p.m. The discussion that evening regarding their collaboration on the film After Next went very well, and it's almost finalized. Ji Binghe was delighted. Unlike the Republican-era film you're currently filming, and the suspenseful crime film you're about to take on, this time it's a sci-fi movie, a big-budget production. Also, unlike Doomsday Virus, this is an outside project. It's clear that some directors and screenwriters in the industry are starting to seriously focus on female-centric film projects. Someone always has to be the first to try something new. Although Muji's big-budget film Doomsday Virus hasn't been released yet, and box office results are still pending, the combination of director Won Jo, the cast, and the production team is flawless, a top-notch combination. The industry is optimistic about this film, so it's not surprising that big-budget projects have approached them for collaboration so quickly. After all, Muji's schedule isn't that full yet. Once this big-budget film starring Muji is released and becomes a hit, investors will no longer hesitate about this business opportunity, and even more projects will line up to collaborate. Another thing that excited Ji Binghe and made her proud of Muji was, "Shiji, what makes you even better than other male actors who can carry films at the box office is that they either have fixed partners or are limited by the subject matter. But you can work with any director and any actor, without being restricted by the film's genre." Ji Binghe, still excitedly talking, turned to look at Muji and saw her looking down at her phone on the table, which was vibrating. Ji Binghe glanced at the caller ID and her lips twitched. "Is President he urging you to video chat? It's only 9 p.m., not late, is it? Is the boss being too clingy? Muji, Then you two young lovers, can you chat? I keep the video on, so he can listen too." No, I just remembered I have something to take care of." You two chat. This nauseatingly sweet smell of romance. Ji Binghe had tactfully left Muji's room. Muji answered Hee-ji-yue's video call. "Has Director Ji left?" "Just left." Hee-ji-yue asked Muji how her conversation with the sci-fi director went that evening. Muji gave a general account of the meeting. Muji's next film will most likely be Falling into the River, and Hee-ji-yue knew about her collaboration with the new director Deng Yuan. He said, "Last week, I met with Meng Liang, and we mentioned that Launching Media plans to cultivate its own directors and is preparing to release a recruitment plan for new directors." Hearing that Hee-ji-yue also had the idea of promoting directors, Muji wasn't surprised. Launching Media wants to make a big splash in the film and television production sector, and having its own directors would give them more control. Just like how Duo Meili brought out Pan Yin, which greatly benefited her company. "Ji Bao, I have some good news to tell you in advance." Muji instinctively felt it was related to business, and waited for Hee-ji-yue to reveal the answer. "The two special effects teams we collaborated on for Doomsday Virus are excellent. Post-production is progressing smoothly, much faster than expected. We originally planned to release it during the Spring Festival, but considering there are many big films scheduled for this year's Spring Festival, we decided to release it during the National Day holiday." Muji, so rushed? Why is it good news? Doomsday Virus is being released during the National Day holiday, which means it's also within the selection period for this year's Golden Dragon Awards. This year's Golden Dragon Award is definitely going to be awarded to Teacher Mu. Muji, chin in hand, watched Hee-ji-yue in the video. "The Golden Dragon Award isn't that easy to win. Are you really that confident I win?" She realized her tone had carried a hint of reproach as soon as she finished speaking, and her heart skipped a beat. Was Hee-ji-yue going to follow up with a classic line like, "Whether you win or not, you're still my best actress"? Hee-ji-yue, on the other end, smiled indulgently, his reply carrying a similar meaning. "In my heart, you winning the 3 Golden Horse Awards for Best Actress is only a matter of time. If I don't win the Golden Dragon Award this year, I definitely will next year. Because you're Muji, the most amazing people's actress." The first 2 sentences left Muji completely unmoved, but the last one pleased her. Muji was about to smile at Hee-ji-yue when she noticed his gaze shift from serious to affectionate. Hee-ji-yue moved a little closer to the camera, confident in his incredibly handsome face, flawless from every angle, and his flawless skin, unafraid of the camera or any angle. He seemed to be in a very good mood today, asking affectionately, "Ji Bao, did you miss me?" He asked this question every few days. Muji didn't want to answer him, feeling that Hee-ji-yue was like a female lead in a drama constantly asking the male lead, "Do you love me?" Quite childish. Each time, he didn't need her answer. After asking, he would mentally prepare himself with, "I know you miss me / you must have missed me a lot." Tonight, he had made him wait for 3 hours. This time, Muji replied somewhat perfunctorily, "I missed you." Hee-ji-Yue seemed oblivious to her perfunctory tone, saying happily, "Since you missed me, then I'm coming to visit you on set." Muji's heart skipped a beat. Since filming began, although they video chatted almost every day, it had actually been a month and a half since they last met. "I come visit the set on May 19th. There were still 2 weeks left, and he was already giving his approval so early. Considering that the day after the 19th was May 20th, was he coming specifically to celebrate? Muji knew Hee-ji-Yue had been very busy with work in the first half of the year, and considerately said, "If you're busy, you can come when you have free time. I don't care about holidays. Teacher Mu, don't be so understanding. I've been working overtime lately, trying to finish my projects as soon as possible, so I can have more time to see you." Hee-ji-Yue gritted his teeth. "Also, I'm coming to debunk rumors." Muji knew that rumors were circulating online, that they had most likely broken up. She said she needed to give Hee-ji-Yue her approval in a week regarding whether he was free on May 19th, depending on the production crew's schedule. Wait a minute. Muji suddenly remembered that the day Hee-ji-Yue was supposed to visit the set was the same day the Golden Horn Awards nominations were announced. Quite a coincidence. May 19th, 10 a.m. The official Weibo account for the Golden Horn Awards announced the nominees for various awards, including Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. Among the Best Actress nominees, Muji received a nomination for her role as Zhou Jingwen in the film All People Safely Evacuated. As soon as the nomination was announced, Muji's nomination for Golden Horn Award for Best Actress immediately became a trending topic. The trending topic was filled with real-time comments from netizens. Congratulations to Muji on her nomination for Best Actress at the Golden Horn Awards. Her nomination was a foregone conclusion, and I think she's practically guaranteed to win. She released 3 films last year, and each one was a box office and critical success. It was truly Muji's year. She'd either be nominated for Safe Evacuation or The Claws, no doubt about it. Most moviegoers saw at least one of Muji's films last year. None of the other 4 nominated actresses could compare to her in terms of performance or achievements. This Best Actress award is a sure thing for Muji. Congratulations in advance to Muji on winning this year's Golden Horn Awards for Best Actress. The calls for Muji to win the award were overwhelming. In the eyes of netizens, Muji winning the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress is a foregone conclusion. Unless there's a major upset. The topic of Muji's Golden Horn Award nomination for Best Actress trended all morning. In the afternoon, a new topic appeared on the trending searches, even reaching the top spot. On the set of Mirror Flower Water Moon, Hee-ji-Yue came to visit the set, and his appearance immediately made him the focus of everyone's attention. Previous visits to Muji's filming sets, such as the one for Apocalypse Virus, while he felt the crew members paying close attention to him, were nothing like this time. He turned around and immediately caught several staff members giving him gossipy looks, as if they were shipping a couple. He was somewhat amused and exasperated. Even more amused and exasperated was that when he finally saw Muji, whom he had been longing to see, due to the large number of people on set, he restrained himself from even holding hands, let alone hugging her. Muji had just finished filming a scene, and had a half-hour break. Because Hee-ji-Yue was with them, the two couldn't sit under the tent on set anymore. Too many eyes were watching. So they went to rest in the RV. Hee-ji-Yue held a large bouquet of flowers in one hand, and a snack he had prepared separately for Muji in the other. After putting the things down in the RV, he confessed to Muji, "I think I was photographed as soon as I got off the bus at the set." Hee-ji-Yue uncertainly took out his phone, checked online, and clicked his tongue. It's trending so quickly. Only 15 minutes had passed between his arrival at the set and getting into the RV. Muji checked online and found that Hee-ji-Yue had initially been photographed by CP fans. The photos were just blurry solo shots of Hee-ji-Yue. However, it's already spread throughout the CP couple fan community. It seems the paparazzi felt they already been spoiled by fans, so they released their photos. The photos released by the paparazzi are clearer, and importantly, they show Hee-ji-Yue and Muji together. The photos of them together excited the CP fans. Since Muji and Hee-ji-Yue officially announced their relationship, they haven't shown affection online or been photographed by paparazzi. However, there have been persistent reports of chance encounters. Netizen A claimed to have seen Hee-ji-Yue and Muji on a date at a high-end restaurant. Netizen B claimed a relative, who works at the He Group, saw Muji at the company. Netizen C revealed seeing Muji and Hee-ji-Yue at Beicheng International Airport on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, and that they were traveling somewhere. But without concrete evidence, it's impossible to know if it's true or not. This leaves CP fans uncertain about the couple's private life and desperately need more concrete proof. Today, Hee Ji-woo visited Moo Ji on the set of the drama Mirror Flower Water Moon, and they were photographed together. According to a post from an extra on set, Hee Ji-woo's arrival was accompanied by a support truck, and he treated the entire crew to afternoon tea. The couple is definitely still together, and their relationship must be quite sweet. CP fans immediately went wild, enthusiastically sharing, liking, and commenting on even the blurry photos, shipping them like crazy. The paparazzi's release of the photos of them together only fueled the frenzy. This CP has always been incredibly popular, generating a lot of buzz and discussion. This is the first time Moo Ji and Hee Ji-woo have been photographed together since their relationship was officially announced. The platform immediately pushed the trending topic Hee Ji-woo visits Moo Ji on set to the top of the trending list. It immediately topped the trending list. Moo Ji clicked in and glanced at the top comments. Ah, the couple was finally photographed together. Congratulations. Hee Ji-woo hasn't updated his alternate account since announcing their relationship, and Moo Ji hasn't posted anything about Hee Ji-woo since. They didn't even post anything showing affection on Valentine's Day, February 14th. I thought they'd broken up. They can't be so low-key anymore. Give more high profile. The kid's blood sugar's low. Please give us some sugar. At Muji at Seeking Malcactus. Moo Ji is filming in seclusion on set and can't get leave. I bet Hee Ji-woo would come to visit. My dear Gigi, you were nominated for Best Actress at the Golden Horn Awards today, and tomorrow is May 20th. Are the couple going to stick together today and tomorrow? Winking, celebrate properly. Remember to send us CP fans postcards. Hee Ji-woo leaned closer and saw the last comment. He smiled and nodded. This netizen was right. I know the Golden Horn Award nominations were released on the 19th, which is today, and tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Shibao, I be here today and tomorrow. Chapter 195. Today, tomorrow, I be there. Moo Ji couldn't help but think of the last time. In the car, when Hee Ji-woo whispered next time in her ear. Right now, it was just the two of them in the RV. Shibao. Moo Ji put her phone away. Eat something. Hee Ji-woo unpacked the snacks he had brought for Moo Ji and placed them on the table in front of him. He hadn't seen Moo Ji in a long time, and naturally missed her. But this was on set, in the RV, and Moo Ji had to film later. Whatever thoughts he had, he wouldn't do anything to Moo Ji. He could only act as a gentleman, not entirely without propriety. Moo Ji looked at the delicate snacks in front of her. There are too many. Try a small bite of each. I finished the rest. There won't be any waste. Moo Ji, wasn't that just eating her saliva? A word involuntarily popped into her mind. The next second, he blurted out, looking at plums to quench thirst, and smilingly offered her a delicate pastry. Moo Ji took the pastry from him, saying somewhat irritably, I eat it myself. This wasn't the first time he made such suggestive remarks. She felt that Hee Ji-woo was gradually shedding his gentlemanly facade in front of her. Well, so far, he was still quite the gentleman. But it probably wouldn't last more than 2 days. Hee Ji-woo was adept at reading Moo Ji's words and expressions. His ambiguous remark just now was a prelude to tomorrow. Afterwards, he simply sat quietly to the side watching Moo Ji eat. She was truly a feast for the eyes. Unable to resist, Hee Ji-woo tightly intertwined his fingers with Moo Ji's free hand, and kissed the back of her hand with a soft smack. He then suppressed the lust in his eyes and smiled, saying, Congratulations, Teacher Moo, on your nomination for Best Actress at the Golden Horn Awards. I already booked a restaurant. After you finish work, we can invite your team to celebrate your Best Actress nomination today, okay? Moo Ji knew that Hee Ji-woo had flown all the way to Shanghai to visit her on set because he wanted to spend time alone with her. Today was just a nomination. It wouldn't be too late to celebrate with the team after she actually won. I can let Minmin and the others go out for dinner by themselves. Hee Ji-woo felt a warmth in his heart and said gently no need. After officially announcing their relationship, he hadn't updated his alternate account. He would occasionally log in to check, and most of the messages he received were congratulatory. However, some malicious netizens would send him a lot of private messages, trying to sow discord between him and Moo Ji. For example, they would say things like, with his status, what kind of woman can't he have? Don't love so humbly, you're always the one making the effort for Moo Ji. Hee Ji-woo scoffed. After confirming their relationship, Moo Ji had always responded positively to his feelings and made many concessions for him. He hoped that he would always love her more than Moo Ji. Teacher Moo, we have plenty of time. Moo Ji, She just felt that the team members might not be happy to have dinner with his former boss, that they might feel pressured. What was he thinking? It was almost time to go to the film set to prepare. Muji considered that Hee-ji-yue would be under a lot of scrutiny on set, and would definitely feel uncomfortable. She told Hee-ji-yue to rest in the RV and wait for her to finish work. Hee-ji-yue shook her head. No need, I enjoy watching you act. He wanted to watch her every minute. He also wanted to see what it was like for director Sia Wendy and director Pan to co-direct. Muji went with Hee-ji-yue. At 6 p.m., after work, Min, the makeup artist, assistant Xiaoling, and the rest of the team felt immense pressure upon learning they were going to have dinner with the big boss. When the big boss was still the company owner, although he was always approachable, provided excellent benefits, and was incredibly nice, in the eyes of his employees, he was now the big boss. His status was undeniable, and he carried the imposing presence of a superior, creating an invisible sense of pressure. They felt uncomfortable eating at the same table with the big boss. And they felt embarrassed. Wouldn't they be third wheels? Several third wheels at that. But Hee-ji-yue and Muji had both suggested a celebratory dinner, so Min and the others couldn't refuse. Thinking about the upcoming feast, they happily went to the restaurant together. During the meal, they all buried their heads in their food, occasionally stealing glances out of the corner of their eyes. They saw Hee-ji-yue, seemingly oblivious to everyone else, diligently serving Muji various dishes, taking meticulous care of her. They, the few third wheels, were completely invisible, as if the power had gone out. Instead, they were forced to endure the public display of affection, making even the most delicious food taste bland. Wow, I didn't expect the boss's offline persona and his Weibo side account to be so similar. They were there at the confession ceremony last time. That night at dinner, the boss's demeanor wasn't like this at all. Min, the most informed person around Muji, had discovered Hee-ji-yue's humble crush on Muji even before Ji-binghe. She wasn't surprised at all, and whispered to her assistant Xiaoling beside her, if you switched genders, if I had a girlfriend like that, I'd be even more exaggerated than the boss. The others nodded in unanimous agreement. True, if they had such a beautiful girlfriend, they all pamper her like a princess. Muji deserves it, Muji herself. I could eat by myself. Hee-ji-yue put the peeled shrimp into Muji's bowl. Sweetie, you can't. He loved taking care of her like this, thoroughly enjoying it. The team members nearby, unable to bear watching the big boss, is definitely a doting father figure boyfriend. No doubt about it. After dinner, they returned to the hotel. This was the first time Hee-ji-yue had openly come to Muji's room after visiting the set, and staying at the same hotel as her multiple times. Muji asked him, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Hee-ji-yue really wanted to go in, but he didn't. No, you should get some rest. Good night. Muji watched Hee-ji-yue's hurried departure, as if afraid he wouldn't be able to leave soon, and was very puzzled. His eyes were blazing with anger, as if he wanted to devour her. The next day, Muji went to the film set as usual and noticed that the other actors and crew members seemed a little different today. Their gazes towards her were full of gossip. She was asked, Teacher Mu, did you receive any flowers or gifts this morning? She remembered, today was May 20th, one of the Valentine's days. She just smiled and didn't answer. At noon, Hee-ji-yue arrived at the film set. He brought lunch during Muji's lunch break, and the two of them ate lunch together in the RV. After lunch, Muji prepared for the next scene in the RV, and Hee-ji-yue helped her rehearse. As Muji was about to leave for filming, Hee-ji-yue, who hadn't lingered on set that day, also left. I pick you up after work tonight. Okay. Muji felt that Hee-ji-yue seemed to be brewing something since last night, acting all mysterious. At 5 p.m., the Mirror Flower Water Moon crew wrapped up. They wrapped up half an hour earlier than the previous days. After changing out of her costume, Muji didn't dress casually as usual, nor did she wear the t-shirt and jeans she worn that morning. She changed into a long, thin-strapped red dress with a slit on one side, revealing glimpses of her long, white legs as she walked. Muji's long hair was loose, her makeup exquisite, and the red dress made her look incredibly alluring and captivating. Hee-ji-yue arrived in a cool, eye-catching red supercar to pick up Muji. Seeing Muji, meticulously dressed after work, so beautiful she was breathtaking, he was momentarily stunned. He had seen a fan-taken video of Muji leaving the hotel for work that morning, and knew she was wearing her usual white t-shirt and jeans. Hee-ji-yue didn't care what Muji wore for their date that evening. He didn't want her to go back to the hotel specifically to dress up. As long as Muji was comfortable and liked it, that was enough. So, to match Muji's outfit, Hee-ji-Yue changed out of the cool workwear he wore at noon. Because he valued their date and wanted to appear clean and handsome, he took a shower and changed into a new set of casual clothes before picking her up from the set. Right now, Hee-ji-Yue was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans. Unexpectedly, Mu-ji had dressed up meticulously for their date that evening. He should at least have worn a suit jacket. Mu-ji seemed to read his mind and complimented him, very handsome. This was the truth. Hee-ji-Yue's hair was carefully styled, with a heart-shaped fringe, a white shirt tucked into his waistband, and light-colored jeans paired with white sneakers. He looked clean, refreshing, and casual, very pleasing to the eye. Hearing this, Hee-ji-Yue smiled, revealing his white teeth, and stepped forward to take Mu-ji's hand to help her walk, their fingers intertwined. He opened the car door for her, and after she got in, he walked around to the other side and got in himself. He drove the red supercar to the reserved restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Mu-ji glanced at its name. She hadn't been there before, but had heard of it. Reservations were hard to come by, and Hee-ji-Yue had generously booked the entire place. Mu-ji wanted to tell Hee-ji-Yue that booking the whole place wasn't necessary, but she thought that if she didn't, she would most likely be photographed. Being photographed having dinner wasn't a big deal, but she didn't want to trend on social media. So she kept quiet to avoid spoiling the mood. Mu-ji hadn't acted in modern idol dramas, but she was familiar with some classic dating scenes between the male and female leads. Like this moment, her date with Hee-ji-Yue. They were having a candlelight dinner, with someone playing the violin nearby, creating a romantic, bubbly atmosphere. Until a bottle of red wine was opened. Hee-ji-Yue instructed the waiter to pour only Mu-ji's glass, and asked for a glass of water for himself. Mu-ji thought, is he trying to get me drunk? The next second, she realized that Hee-ji-Yue probably had to drive. But she couldn't possibly finish it all by herself. After they finished their candlelight dinner, before Mu-ji could say anything, Hee-ji-Yue took the remaining half bottle of red wine, led her by the hand, and they walked out of the restaurant. Mu-ji thought Hee-ji-Yue was even more handsome now. After getting in the car, Mu-ji asked curiously, where are we going? You find out when we get there. The car drove towards the suburbs, arriving at their destination an hour later. The flower garden? Last time, the confession ceremony was in Beicheng. It was winter, and time was limited. Plus, the location was on a mountaintop, so we didn't prepare many roses. What I gave you was just a flower field. Today, I'm taking you to see a real sea of flowers. As Hee-ji-Yue spoke, he squatted down in front of Mu-ji, startling her. Was he going to propose on his knees? But Hee-ji-Yue simply took her left ankle, helped her remove her red high heels, and put on a pair of thick soled red slippers that matched her red dress. Then he moved on to her right foot. We have to walk a bit after we go inside. Let's take a stroll inside to digest our food. Slippers will be more comfortable. As they came out of the restaurant, Mu-ji saw a deliveryman waiting at the door handing Hee-ji-Yue a paper bag. It seemed Hee-ji-Yue had called a courier in advance from the restaurant to buy her a pair of slippers. Every time they met or went on a date, Hee-ji-Yue truly paid attention to details, giving her meticulous care, cherishing her in his heart and hands, and protecting her with care. He put Mu-ji's slippers into an empty box and put them in the car. Let's go, I take you to the flower market. Hee-ji-Yue took Mu-ji's hand and walked inside. The market was specially decorated, with small fairy lights, colorful ribbons, balloons, and other decorations hanging everywhere, creating a very Valentine's Day atmosphere. As they walked in, the roadside was lined with flowers of all kinds, peonies, crabapples, chrysanthemums, peonies, hyacinths. A dazzling sight. Mu-ji. Why is there no one here? Tonight, it's just you and me. Are you scared? A little? With me here, don't be afraid. Their thought processes weren't aligned. Mu-ji knew that with Hee-ji-Yue around, she wouldn't encounter any other external dangers, and she felt reassured. Her fear came from him. She felt like a white rabbit that had run into a garden trap, with a wolf that seemed docile at first glance beside her, but the rabbit knew that this wolf would reveal its true nature later. She remembered his words. Next time. And had a premonition that something would definitely happen tonight. Come on, let me show you the gift. As soon as they entered the garden, Mu-ji heard music playing. It sounded very similar to what she heard on set recently, the kind of song sung by singers in nightclubs during the Republican era, with a classical feel. It seemed to be music from a vinyl record player. Hee-ji-Yue led her forward, and the music became clearer as they walked further in. When they stopped, Mu-ji looked at them in surprise. Inside a huge gift box was a very antique old-fashioned record player, and the music was coming from it. It was very similar to the props she'd seen on set. This is a gift for you, for May 20th. Do you like it? When you're in your hotel room, trying to figure out your character and build up your emotions, you can listen to this music to help you find the right feeling. Muji nodded. I like it. This was what she needed, a gift that touched her heart. Muji nestled into Hijiyua's arms, snuggling close. Hijiyua wrapped one arm around her waist, gently stroking her hair with the other, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Muji crossed her arms around the back of his neck, lifting her head from his embrace. Their eyes met, an ambiguous tension flowing, a silent hint. Hijiyua lowered his head and nuzzled Muji's nose, chuckling softly. I haven't taken you to see the flower field yet. Muji, He really whetted her appetite. How annoying. She playfully punched his chest a few times with her head, which only made him laugh. He reminded her, baby, your hairstyle will be messed up. She paused, then thought, oh well, his chest was too hard. No wonder Hijiyua had to send someone to buy her a pair of flat sandals. This flower garden was incredibly large. After walking for 10 minutes, they crossed a cobblestone path. Finally, they arrived at the sea of roses. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of roses, roses of every color. We almost finished digesting our food. Let's find a place to sit down. Hijiyua took Muji's hand and led her through the sea of flowers, stopping in the middle of a patch of red roses. A clearing had been set up there, with a white tent hanging from it, several colorful lights around it, and a few small fans. A white blanket was spread on the ground, with a few cushions and a small, unopened, folded blanket. The weather was lovely tonight, with a gentle breeze. But fearing it would be too hot sitting on the blanket, Hijiyua turned on all the small fans. The two sat down on the blanket. Hijiyua then picked up the thin ice silk blanket, unfolded it, and naturally draped it over Muji's legs, greatly easing her embarrassment. She no longer needed to worry about being exposed, and could sit comfortably and casually. After leaning over to cover her with the blanket, Hijiyua didn't sit back down. His hands were on either side of Muji, as if he were encircling her in his arms. Muji slightly raised her eyes to look at Hijiyua. His eyes seemed to be on fire, ready to ignite her. He was like a wolf, about to pounce and devour its prey, yet patiently approaching her little by little. They had been officially dating for several months, and had even kissed on the beach in Liancheng. Muji had always been mentally prepared for a kiss between them. But at this moment, she felt inexplicably nervous. She spoke. I suddenly realized. Realized what? Hijiyua's nose touched hers, and he stopped. Muji felt his warm breath on her face as he spoke, its heat almost burning. She whispered, I noticed my color clashes with the roses next to me. She thought that normally, Hijiyua would laugh at this. But this time, Hijiyua didn't laugh. His eyes were fixed on her lips, and he reached down to her chin, his thumb gently massaging her lower lip. It clashes here too. Before she finished speaking, his hand moved to her chin, and his thin, burning lips finally pressed against hers. He first kissed her lightly, then, as if tracing the shape of her lips or stamping them, showered her with countless pecks. Just these kisses sent waves of tingling sensations through Muji, making her feel unsteady. His arms encircled her waist, providing support so she wouldn't collapse. Hijiyua pulled away from Muji's lips, his forehead pressed against hers, and said breathlessly, I wanted to kiss you for a long time. But I hoped that my first kiss with you would be in a beautiful setting, so that you would remember it fondly in the future. He hadn't kissed her in the parking lot or at Muji's door because he felt that a first real kiss should have a sense of ceremony, a solemnity. Another reason was that he was worried about being monitored or photographed, out of concern for her safety. Muji didn't really care where they kissed, but she cared about his feelings for her, about his cherishing and love. Do you like me kissing you? Muji didn't answer. This was the third time she had wrapped her arms around his neck. Hijiyua's hot lips covered hers again, this time forcefully forcing open her lips, conquering and taking over. How long it lasted. Their lips parted, a thin line of saliva sliding down. Hijiyua looked at Muji's incredibly moist and full lips, his eyes darkening further. He lowered his head and kissed her for another minute before pulling away. Then he pulled Muji into his arms, resting his head on her shoulder and breathing heavily. No more kissing. Muji, her face burning from the kisses, murmured, ? I was just saying that to myself. Hijiyua's voice was troubled, but even more so, it was unsatisfied. If we keep kissing, your lips will swell up, and it'd be quite noticeable during filming tomorrow. I really hope Teacher Mu wraps up filming tonight. Muji, Chapter 196. Muji and Hijiyua returned to the hotel after 11 p.m. since the trunk of their sports car couldn't hold the record player, and it was so late, Hee-ji-Yue had asked the staff to pack it up and deliver it to his room later. He would then deliver it to Moo-ji's room first thing tomorrow morning. Tonight, amidst the sea of flowers, he finally kissed Moo-ji. They had spent a beautiful and unforgettable night. After seeing Moo-ji back to her room, Hee-ji-Yue reluctantly let go of her hand. He gazed at Moo-ji with lingering affection, about to say goodnight. Moo-ji opened the door wide, inviting him in. "Come in, I have a gift for you." Hee-ji-Yue, ? Upon entering Moo-ji's room, he immediately saw a table full of gift boxes laid out on the coffee table. "These?" Moo-ji nodded. "These are all gifts I prepared for you." Hee-ji-Yue made several trips to carry the gifts back to his room. Unlike the watch he received before, these were Moo-ji's return gift. These were Valentine's Day gifts Moo-ji had prepared for him. He felt like he was soaking in honey, or walking on clouds, so sweetly blissful. Hee-ji-Yue hugged Moo-ji, burying his head in her neck, and kissing the tip of her ear. "I'm so happy to receive so many gifts from you. But you don't need to bother preparing so many gifts for me in the future. Having you is enough." Moo-ji, "Well, I guess there won't be any gifts next time. I probably won't be able to think of anything to give." Because he had given her birthday gifts from age 1 to 26. If she were to reciprocate with birthday gifts for him every year, there would be over 30 gifts. Too many. She really hadn't expected so many gifts. She guessed Hee-ji-Yue wouldn't be very happy receiving them, that she feels she was returning the favor, and that it was too formal. So she only gave him this many. After returning to his room, Hee-ji-Yue looked at each gift with delight. He sat upright on the sofa, happily picking up the first gift and placing it on his lap, carefully unwrapping it. It was a pair of diamond cufflinks. The second gift was a fountain pen. The third gift was a bottle of men's cologne. The other gifts were a pair of sunglasses, a tie, a box of throat lozenges endorsed by Moo-ji. 10 gifts in total. Hee-ji-Yue looked down at the last large gift box he had opened. Inside was an AR game console. He remembered the 100-item wish list he had written for Moo-ji, one of which was, "One afternoon, we can sit on the carpet and play games together." He knew Moo-ji wasn't an extroverted person, nor was she good at expressing her emotions. These gifts were more than just gifts. They were telling him, "I have feelings for you too. It's not just you who's coming towards me." Hee-ji-Yue murmured, "What should I do? I'm loving you more and more. I don't want to go back to Beicheng." Early the next morning, Hee-ji-Yue knocked on Moo-ji's door and brought her a record player. After having breakfast together, they left the hotel separately. Hee-ji-Yue and his entourage went to the airport and flew back to Beicheng. Moo-ji and her team went to the film set and continued filming as usual. Soon June arrived, and the Golden Horn Award ceremony came. The Golden Horn Award ceremony was held on June 20th this year. Similar to Moo-ji's nominations for Best Newcomer in previous years, the winning actors received a phone call a week before the ceremony to inform them of their award. On June 13th, at noon, Moo-ji had just finished filming when she received a call from her agent Ji Bing-ha. "Gigi, congratulations. As expected, you won the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress." Netizens all thought Moo-ji would take the crown this year. No competition, no suspense. But the call from the organizers confirmed it was indeed her. Moo-ji's team was truly relieved. Ji Bing had discussed the dress Moo-ji would wear to the award ceremony with her, and reminded her to ask for leave from the film crew in advance. Okay. Last month, on the day the Golden Horn Awards nominations were announced, director Xia Wendy and director Pan congratulated Moo-ji, mentioning that they would grant her leave unconditionally if she won the award. They also wished her good luck in advance. So asking for leave from the production team wasn't a problem. President, he told me beforehand to notify him immediately if he received notification of your award. I received the notification 2 hours ago. You were filming at the time, and I already told President he the good news. Ahem, I heard him instructing his secretary to buy plane tickets immediately. It looks like he's flying over to see you today. She had just finished a call with her agent. Hee-ji-Yue called, "Teacher Moo, I'm on my way to the airport. I pick you up after work tonight." More than half a month had passed since her visit to the set on Valentine's Day, May 20th. The young couple hadn't seen each other for over 2 weeks. That evening, after Moo-ji finished work, she saw a familiar figure as soon as she reached the parking lot. Before Minmin and the others could even greet their boss, they watched as Hee-ji-Yue's car sped away with Moo-ji in it. After taking Moo-ji to a restaurant to celebrate, they drove around to the mountainside, where they could enjoy the city night view below. The car stopped. Hee-ji-Yue leaned over and cupped Moo-ji's face, showering her with kisses. He kissed her for a long time before letting go. He opened the window, and a cool breeze blew in, dispersing the heated breaths in the car. Hee Ji-woo looked at Moo Ji's slightly swollen lips, a hint of annoyance flashing across his face. He had already tried to control himself, and somewhat embarrassedly took a tube of lipstick from his suit pocket. I looked this up online, and it seems to moisturize lips and reduce swelling a bit. He received several sharp glares from Moo Ji. He obediently applied the lip balm to Moo Ji, his Adam's apple bobbing several times, not daring to do anything more. Then he handed Moo Ji a red velvet box. Honey, congratulations on winning the award. This is a gift to celebrate your award. If you like it, you can wear it on the red carpet. Moo Ji took the box and opened it to find a pair of dazzling diamond earrings. She remembered that half a month ago, Hee Ji-woo had mentioned attending a business partner's charity auction and buying a pair of earrings. He would bring them to her next time. Hee Ji-woo had been thinking of giving the earrings to Moo Ji as a gift to celebrate winning the award since he bought them. Moo Ji looked at Hee Ji-woo. I haven't won the award yet. Giving a celebratory gift now? A bit early. When you win, there will be so many celebratory voices, and many people will celebrate with you that night. Today it's just me. I'm celebrating for you in advance, so you remember it more. Moo Ji, you really have a clever mind. So many little schemes in your head. Hee Ji-woo found Moo Ji's okay, I can't argue with you expression adorable. He reached out and took Moo Ji's hand, bringing it to his lips and kissing it. I'm so happy just thinking about you winning the award. Moo Ji, ? Happy for you, proud of you, and this year's Golden Horn Awards are being held in Beicheng. We can see each other again in a week. Moo Ji felt her lips were starting to hurt again. June 19th, the day before the Golden Horn Awards ceremony. Moo Ji and her team flew back to Beicheng from Shanghai and attended the Golden Horn Awards nominees award ceremony that evening. On June 20th, the 32nd Golden Horn Awards ceremony was held at the Beicheng Art Center, with over 200 filmmakers gathering. The red carpet was dazzling with stars. The film All People Safely Evacuated was nominated for 8 awards, including Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. It was poised to sweep multiple awards that night, becoming the biggest winner. On the red carpet, Moo Ji, along with director Tang Yen and Zhou Zilong, appeared as the finale group from the All People Safely Evacuated crew. Moo Ji wore diamond earrings given to her by Hee Ji-woo on the red carpet, perfectly complementing her early autumn white strapless haute couture gown. The moment she appeared on the red carpet, she immediately became the center of attention. Having been away from the public eye for several months, she was greeted with a large number of fans at tonight's award ceremony, and the cheers were constant. Director Tang Yen and Zhou Zilong stood to Moo Ji's left and right respectively. The two rarely walked the red carpet, and tonight, walking alongside Moo Ji brought even more attention, making them appear somewhat reserved and restrained. Netizens jokingly commented that their presence was overshadowed by Moo Ji, making them look like 2 security guards holding up her dress. During the photo session, the media politely asked director Tang Yen and Zhou Zilong to stand aside, so they could take some solo photos of Moo Ji. The host cleverly invited them to come over to her side and wait together. On the red carpet, everyone safely evacuated was being interviewed by the host. Online, Moo Ji's solo photos were released by the media. Soon, sharp-eyed netizens noticed the 7-figure diamond earrings that Hee Ji-woo had purchased at a charity auction last month. Tonight, the earrings were worn by Moo Ji. Following the trending topics of everyone safely evacuated the crew and walked the red carpet and Moo Ji's white dress, 2 new trending topics immediately appeared: Moo Ji's earrings and Moo Ji and Hee Ji-woo. A feast for the eyes. CP fans, new sweetness. So sweet. I'm dying of affection. Forgive those couples who didn't show their love on Valentine's Day. Compared to openly displaying their sweetness online, they prefer this kind of exposed affection. The couple's subtle show of affection is incredibly sweet. After walking the red carpet, Moo Ji changed into a more comfortable dress, making it easier to walk on stage later to accept the award. She also didn't wear the earrings Hee Ji-woo gave her anymore, keeping a low profile. When she accepts the award, everyone hopes the focus will be on the award itself. On the forum, in the live stream thread for the award ceremony started by netizens. Tonight's award ceremony saw all 4 other actresses nominated for Best Actress, alongside Moo Ji walk the red carpet. However, netizens unanimously bet on Moo Ji to win, favoring her. On various social media platforms, predictions for tonight's Golden Horn Award for Best Actress unanimously favor Moo Ji. At the parking lot of the Beicheng Art Center, Hee Ji-woo arrived at the parking lot early, sat in his car, and started watching the live stream of the Golden Horn Award ceremony. Although he already knew Mu Ji would win Best Actress tonight, he was still a little nervous. Actually, Hee Ji-yue could have gotten an inner circle seat ticket and witnessed Mu Ji accepting the award live. But if he showed up, he would definitely be captured by cameras or other media reporters, and in that case, the topic of Mu Ji winning the award tonight would most likely be overshadowed by gossip about his relationship with Mu Ji. So he chose not to appear inside the venue. He didn't want anyone to steal the glory and attention Mu Ji would receive for winning the award tonight, even if that person was himself. Hee Ji-yue was there, waiting for Mu Ji to come out holding the trophy. Inside the Golden Horn Award ceremony, Mu Ji sat in the audience, watching the awards preceding Best Actress being presented one by one. It was almost her turn. She was surprisingly calm. Perhaps because she knew in advance that she would win, and also because Mu Ji was very confident in her performance in the film All People Safely Evacuated. She felt very certain of winning this year's Golden Horn Award for Best Actress. So she wasn't as nervous as she was when she won the Golden Crane Award last time. 10 minutes later. Finally, it was time for the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress to be presented. When the presenter on stage called out her name, Mu Ji. Congratulations, Mu Ji. She has won the 32nd Golden Horn Award for Best Actress. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Mu Ji stood up from her seat, gave a token hug to the other nominated actresses, who also rose to congratulate her, and then gracefully walked towards the stage, lifting her skirt. Receiving the trophy and certificate from the presenter, Mu Ji first bowed to the audience below the stage and those watching on screen, then walked to the microphone. A polite smile graced her face as she confidently and calmly delivered her acceptance speech. First of all, thank you to the 32nd Golden Horn Awards, thank you to the judges, and thank you to every audience member. Mu Ji finished speaking and bowed again. She appropriately showed a touch of excitement, glanced at the trophy in her hand, looked at the camera, and said emotionally, "For years ago, I won the 28th Golden Horn Award for Best Newcomer for my role as Jo Kin in the film Back to 17. Tonight, I won Best Actress for my role as Jo Jin-won in the film Safe Evacuation. The Golden Horn Award has witnessed my growth all the way." Mu Ji was still giving her acceptance speech at the award ceremony. Online, Mu Ji's Golden Horn Award for Best Actress has already topped the trending searches, sparking heated discussions among netizens. Clicking in, the real-time trending search square was flooded with posts from Mu Ji's fans. "Ah, Mu Ji won the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. Congratulations Ji Bao. Congratulations Xu Ji, another Best Actress award. Mu Ji is awesome. I'm tired of saying that. Being a fan of Mu Ji is truly a great blessing in life. So satisfying. Congratulations Mu Ji. Thank you Mu Ji. I never felt so good as a fan before. Who could understand this feeling? Watching my idol constantly prove the haters wrong and reach the top, leaving everyone else far behind. So amazing. Just one more award needed for a Grand Slam. Sisters, let's look forward to it together. As long as Ji Bao is here, I believe nothing is impossible." Whispering, hopefully this year, we can see Ji Bao collect all 3 major film awards for Best Actress, otherwise we have to wait another 2 years for the next Golden Dragon Award. In the comments section of the popular Weibo post, netizens' evaluations of Mu Ji winning the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress were all blessings. Congratulations Mu Ji on winning the award. Well deserved. No doubt about winning Best Actress, as expected. Mu Ji winning the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress is beyond reproach. No one has a doubt about it. However, Mu Ji's fans, hoping their idol would continue her efforts this year and win her final Best Actress award. The Golden Dragon Award shared screenshots on entertainment gossip forums. A thread was started analyzing, is it possible for Mu Ji to achieve a grand slam of the 3 Golden Awards for Best Actress this year? One netizen offered a serious analysis, impossible. Of Mu Ji's 3 films during the award season, Escape from the Game is an infinite flow, game-themed sci-fi film. The subject matter is too novel, and not favored by the Golden Dragon Award at all. In Claws and All People Safely Evacuated, Mu Ji's acting was indeed very good, especially in the latter film. Even under the spotlight of Zhou Zilong's solo male lead role, she still managed to stand out, leaving a deep impression on moviegoers. Very impressive. However, her roles in these 2 films were rather small. Generally, nominees for the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actor and Best Actress are from either the male or female perspective. I agree with the comment above. Mu Ji can't win the Golden Dragon Award with Claws and All People Safely Evacuated. She's the lead actress in that sci-fi disaster film directed by a big director, and I heard it'd be released during the Spring Festival? Then wait until next year. Her fans are too arrogant. The Golden Dragon Award is only awarded every 2 years. It's not easy to win. Muji is still too young. A nomination is possible, but to win the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress, she need to wait another 2 years. Muji definitely won't achieve the Grand Slam of the 3 Golden Awards this year. I'm putting it out there. I don't believe she can prove me wrong. Muji's fans, rolling their eyes. Most fans are busy with prize draws and celebrating their idol's award win. A few fans even bring up their own predictions for her winning an award on the forum to badmouth her. They're really determined to put Muji down. Too lazy to pay attention. They're happily celebrating their idol's award tonight. As for the Golden Dragon Award, we talk about it when the nominations are released in the second half of the year. Offline, after the Golden Horn Award ceremony, Muji changed out of her gown, tied her hair up high, and changed into her own clothes, a peach-pink knitted vest plus high-waisted jeans, and importantly, she could take off the heels she paired with her dress, and wear white sneakers instead. Walking felt so much lighter. Muji took the bag from Minmin for safekeeping and, along with Ji Binghe and Minmin's team, walked towards the parking lot, checking her phone for messages. Before heading to the red carpet that evening, she received a call from Hee, who told her he would pick her up to go to the restaurant for dinner. Muji opened WeChat and saw that Hee had sent her his license plate number 20 minutes earlier, informing her that he was in the parking lot, showing her the license plate number, the district he was waiting in, and how many meters away he was from the van they were in. Muji's smiling face was reflected on the phone screen as she replied to Hee's message. Muji, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm on my way to the parking lot. Muji, I be there soon. Hee replied instantly, okay, take your time. Muji then told Ji Binghe that Hee was coming to pick her up. Reaching the parking lot, she oriented herself and saw Hee's car parked a few cars away, its headlights on. Muji asked Ji Binghe to hand her the large bag she was carrying. This was a large bag Ji Binghe had specially prepared to hold Muji's trophies and certificates. Muji carried the trophies and certificates from the bag towards Hee's car. This time, the joy of winning the award was something she could share not only with her friends and team members, but also with him. Her heart no longer felt empty, it beat secretly and joyfully. Chapter 197. As soon as Hee saw Muji walking towards his car, he immediately got out and opened the passenger door for her. He saw Muji carrying 2 bags, and was about to take them to the back seat. No need, Muji said, getting into the car with the bags. Hee seemed thoughtful, vaguely guessing what was in the large bag. He went back to the driver's seat and got in, not immediately driving away. Hee turned to Muji, smiling gently, and asked, Ji Bao, where's your Golden Horn Award Best Actress trophy? Can I see it? Without a word, Muji opened the large bag, took out the gold trophy, and generously placed it in Hee's arms. Hee picked up Muji's Golden Horn Award trophy and examined it earnestly, praising her repeatedly. This is the first time I've seen a Best Actress trophy. It feels so heavy and substantial in my hand. It's a wonderful honor for an actor. Honey, how are you so amazing? You are incredible. This is your second Best Actress award. I'm so proud of you. And what about the certificate? Let me see the certificate too. Muji felt that showing the trophy and certificate to Hee was a bit like a primary school student receiving an award at school. Back home, she couldn't wait to show the trophy to her parents. She wanted to hear their praise. And Hee's praise of her now, well, it was just like that of parents. His tone was incredibly doting. In his eyes, she was like a baby. Muji's lips twitched slightly. Don't be so exaggerated, be normal. The next second, however, her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile, and her hand instinctively slipped the certificate from her bag into his arms. Hee picked up the certificate and immediately flipped through it, carefully reading each word, even reading them aloud, his fingers gently tracing Muji's name. Muji blushed slightly, softly urging him, Everyone only ate a little something this evening, it's already 10 p.m., we need to hurry to the restaurant to meet them. Okay. Hee reluctantly closed the certificate. He reached out and took Muji's bag, carefully packing the trophy and certificate inside, then handed it back to her. I look at it again when I take you home. Let's go now. We can't let our millions of fans go hungry. Muji got goosebumps from Hee's teasing and changed the subject. When asked if he had been waiting in the parking lot for a long time, Hee, driving, casually replied, No, only half an hour. 10 minutes later, They arrived at the restaurant for the celebration. Besides Ji Binghe, Muji's team members, several high-ranking executives from launching media also came, such as Meng Liang, Lu Ku, and Zhou Jingzhu and Lu Kai, who happened to be in Beicheng. They celebrated Muji's Best Actress award together. Everyone raised their glasses. Congratulations, Teacher Mu, on winning the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress. They raised their glasses again. Let's wish Teacher Mu a grand slam soon, becoming a Triple Crown Best Actress. Cheers! Thank you everyone. Muji longed to win the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress. It was her next small goal. But winning this award would be incredibly stressful. If Apocalypse Virus were released during the National Day holiday this year, she and everyone else would first anticipate a nomination. The dinner party ended at midnight. He Jiyue hadn't touched a drop of alcohol tonight. His smiling remark, "I still have to take Teacher Mu home," silenced all toasts. After the party, He Jiyue drove Muji home. Donghua Mansion underground parking lot. He Jiyue parked the car and asked Muji to show him the trophies and certificates in her bag one last time. He took a picture with his phone and, with Muji's permission, took one for her as well. A picture of Muji making AV sign with a blank expression. Then, Muji saw that He Jiyue had posted a WeChat Moments update visible only to him and her. "Congratulations to my girlfriend on winning the award, hard Muji. You could have just posted it." He Jiyue shook his head and smiled. "I can't bear to share." Muji, She liked his post on WeChat Moments. When getting out of the car, He Jiyue noticed that Muji was carrying 2 bags and had trouble unbuckling her seatbelt, so he leaned over to help her unbuckle it and gave her a light kiss on the lips. Then he escorted Muji upstairs. The next morning, Muji and her team flew back to Shanghai from Beicheng. She had a night scene to film that evening. As soon as she landed at Shanghai airport, Minmin scrolled through her phone and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Gigi. You and President, he were photographed last night, cough. In the parking lot." Muji, ? Her first thought was that they were photographed in the parking lot of the Beicheng Art Center. But when she checked the trending topics online, she found out it was in the underground parking lot of Donghua Mansion. The top trending topic was hers. Muji and He Jiyue were photographed kissing in a car. I clicked in, and it was posted by a well-known paparazzi account at 10 a.m. 4 photos were released. The first was a clear view of Muji and He Jiyue sitting in a car. The second was He Jiyue looking at her trophies and certificates. The third was He Jiyue leaning over to unbuckle her seatbelt and kissing her. Only the back of his head was visible. The fourth was He Jiyue holding her hand as they closed the car door. I glanced at the top comments. The couple kissed. But I still have to say, don't disturb their sweet moments in private. We only ship what the celebrities themselves post. Stay away from their private lives. Last night, I saw someone complaining about Muji winning an award, but He Jiyue's alternate account remained silent. This couple is so fake. Diamond earrings aren't enough to prove their relationship is good? Now look at the paparazzi photos, aren't they proven wrong? The couple even celebrated together last night. My CP is so sweet. After seeing these paparazzi photos, I'm a fan of this CP. They look so good together, they're way better than the leads in idol dramas. Some netizens, not satisfied, said, "I want to see a passionate video of them kissing." This received over 1,000 replies. +1, +10086. Want to know how long they kissed? That's it? Not even a GIF. The paparazzi are no good. When Muji saw these pictures posted by the paparazzi, she felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After reading the comments above, she finally noticed the oddity. She only posted the photos, no GIFs. Since He Jiyue had given her a fleeting kiss while unbuckling her seatbelt, it was better to post a photo to spark speculation. The strange thing was the angle. All 4 photos were taken from the front. There wasn't even a single picture of them holding hands and walking towards the elevator from behind. She guessed it might have been taken by paparazzi hiding in the car opposite them. Thinking about it made her feel disgusted. He Jiyue, upon seeing the trending topic, immediately contacted the Donghua Mansion property management to investigate. He drove Muji back to the parking lot. It was quite late, and he made sure no other vehicles entered the parking lot after them, especially in the area where they were parked. He Jiyue's suspicion was correct. The property management quickly discovered the truth. The car parked opposite had taken the photos with a dashcam. That car was an unfamiliar vehicle not registered with the property management. How could the paparazzi's car have entered the heavily guarded parking lot of the residential complex, and so coincidentally parked opposite He Jiyue's space? It was obvious that some community management personnel had leaked Hijiyue and Muji's parking information, colluding with paparazzi. This was certainly not the first time they'd done this. They just had to wait so long to finally get some photos of their intimate encounter. The property management fired the individuals involved, apologized to Hijiyue and Muji, and promised to strengthen community management to ensure it wouldn't happen again. This incident reminded Hijiyue that he needed to find a new place for Muji to live. Muji logged out of Weibo and opened her chat with Hijiyue. She saw that Hijiyue had sent her a message as soon as she got off the plane. Hijiyue briefly explained to Muji what the property management had discovered and the results of their investigation. Then came the solution. Hijiyue, teacher Mu, have you considered moving? Hijiyue. Mirror Flower Water Moon filming wraps up in a little over 2 weeks. I look for a suitable place during this time. When you return to Beicheng, let's go look at some apartments together. After this incident, Muji felt that the management of the Donghua Mansion residential complex was inadequate and worried that similar incidents would happen again. This wasn't just about her and Hijiyue being photographed. It was about her privacy being monitored and at risk of being exposed at any time. She had just considered moving when Hijiyue already thought of it for her. Muji didn't refuse Hijiyue's kindness and replied with an okay. July 13th. Filming for the movie Mirror Flower Water Moon, after nearly 4 months, wrapped up. Over the past few months, director Xia Wendy's Chinese had improved significantly, as had director Pan Yan's spoken English. As filming entered the post-production stage, the workload of the translators decreased considerably. After 2 or 3 months of working together, the two directors found the best way to communicate. They would switch between Chinese and English, and then switch back to Chinese. Or one would speak English while the other spoke Chinese. Communication was never a problem. Director Xia Wendy said that this filming experience was very rewarding. At the wrap party, Xia Wendy took Muji's hand and extended an invitation. Our collaboration was very pleasant, Muji. I think you'd be perfect for playing a heroine. If I have the chance for my next project, I definitely look for you again, and we can work together again. Xia Wendy's speech was a bit hesitant and not very smooth. Muji understood what Xia Wendy meant and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Director Xia. I also look forward to the opportunity to work with you again. Then, she shook hands with Director Pan Yan to say goodbye. Director Pan, let's get together sometime when you get back to Beicheng. Director Pan Yan nodded. As soon as filming wrapped up that day, Muji and her team flew back to Beicheng from Shanghai. Hijiyue wasn't in Beicheng, he was on a business trip in another city. 2 days later, Hijiyue returned from his business trip. He arrived at Beicheng Airport after 10 p.m. The last time Hijiyue and Muji met was when Muji returned to Beicheng after winning the Best Actor award. More than half a month had passed. Muji received a message from Hijiyue before going to sleep. Hijiyue said he missed her and wanted to come to Donghua Mansion. Hijiyue Ji Bao, are you resting? Muji, not yet. Hijiyue, I be there in 15 minutes. Muji got out of bed, took off her pajamas, and changed into comfortable loungewear, a loose white cotton t-shirt paired with loose gray trousers and slippers. She always goes makeup-free at home, and knowing Hijiyue was coming soon, she didn't plan on putting on any makeup, only tying her loose hair into a bun. She texted Hijiyue to ask if he needed anything to eat. Hijiyue replied, okay. At noon today, Muji went out to eat with Zhou Jingzhu and Lu Kai. On her way back, she stopped by the supermarket and bought some groceries to fill the refrigerator. She opened the refrigerator and took out noodles, 2 small pieces of Shanghai bok choy, 2 small scallions, and 2 eggs. When cooking at home, Muji usually only makes simple dishes. Noodles are her best dish, second to none. Hijiyue is a very punctual person. They had many dates, and he always arrives at the time he says he will, or even a little early. He's never late. Muji sat on the sofa scrolling through her phone for a while. With 6 minutes to go before Hijiyue rang the doorbell, she got up and went to the kitchen. Muji quickly rinsed a soup pot, poured in 2 bottles of mineral water, covered it, and turned on the stove to boil the water. On another burner, she placed a frying pan, lit it, poured in some oil, and fried 2 eggs. Once the eggs were fried, the water in the other burner was boiling. Muji started adding noodles to the boiling water, separating the leaves of the Shanghai bok choy, washing them, and throwing them in as well. While waiting for the noodles to cook, Muji took a large bowl she hadn't used before, prepared the sauce, and seeing that the noodles were cooked, scooped them into the bowl, topped them with the fried eggs, added the bok choy, and then used a spoon to add more broth. Done. Oh, and there were chopped scallions. Hee-Ji-Yue eats scallions, so she chopped some more and added them as a garnish. Just as the noodles were cooked, the doorbell rang. Mu-Ji washed her hands and went to the living room, drying them with a tissue before heading to the entryway. She saw Hee-Ji-Yue standing outside the door through the video intercom and opened it with relief. "Come in." Mu-Ji's eyes met Hee-Ji-Yue's for 2 seconds, a series of passionate images of kissing flashing through her mind before she quickly looked away. Seeing a suitcase at Hee-Ji-Yue's feet, she was about to ask if he was staying at Donghua Mansion that night. Before she could speak, the door clicked shut. "Teacher Mu, why don't you dare look at me?" The moment the words left her lips, Mu-Ji was pulled into a warm embrace. Hee-Ji-Yue easily lifted her up, turned her around, and pressed her against the door. Mu-Ji's back pressed against the door, her legs off the ground, her hands gripping his shoulders for support. "I missed you so much," Hee-Ji-Yue said hoarsely, leaning in to kiss Mu-Ji's lips. Then he stopped, his eyes fixed on her. Mu-Ji remembered lunch earlier that day. At the table, Zhou Jingzhu had curiously asked Mu-Ji, "Did you and Hee-Ji-Yue do it?" Mu-Ji, Zhou Jingzhu immediately understood, saying that men are driven by their lower bodies, and most men are aroused anytime, anywhere. "You two have been dating for over half a year now. Even though you've been filming a movie and you're in a long-distance relationship, he's managed to restrain himself. He must really cherish you. Hee-Ji-Yue is a good person." He whispered in Mu-Ji's ear, "He's even more handsome than many male celebrities in the industry, has a great physique, and seems quite capable. If you're interested, you could try sleeping with him." Mu-Ji raised a hand to touch Hee-Ji-Yue's face, looking down to see a fire burning in his eyes, the fire of desire. Before each forceful kiss, he would silently ask for her consent. He would only continue if she agreed. Mu-Ji could see in Hee-Ji-Yue's eyes that he desperately wanted her, but after looking at him for a while, she inexplicably understood that he wouldn't actually do anything to her at this stage. Her wildly beating heart gradually returned to a normal rhythm. A smile played on her lips as she took the initiative to kiss him. "Me too." The moment her lips touched Hee-Ji-Yue's, he seized the initiative, his hot breath enveloping her. The two kissed so passionately that they collapsed onto the sofa. Mu-Ji kissed until she felt like a fish out of water, her mind a complete blank. She felt like she'd forgotten something, and after a while, she finally remembered the bowl of noodles in the kitchen that had been sitting there for who knows how long. She raised her still weak arm and nudged Hee-Ji-Yue, who was gently catching his breath against her neck. "The noodles are getting soggy." "Hee-Ji-Yue?" ? He propped himself up, holding Mu-Ji in his arms. Mu-Ji's bun was now loose, her cheeks flushed, her ears burning, and her lips swollen from the kisses. She glared at Hee-Ji-Yue, but in his eyes, she only looked charmingly naive and endearing. Hee-Ji-Yue coughed slightly, a little embarrassed, and after searching around, finally found the fallen hair tie on the floor. Hee-Ji-Yue, with his incredibly slow reaction time, finally caught up with Mu-Ji's question, "What noodles?" "I cooked a bowl of noodles." Mu-Ji ran her fingers through her hair, reading it as she walked towards the kitchen. Hee-Ji-Yue, like someone who had never seen anything like it before, watched Mu-Ji tidy her hair with curiosity. Once she finished, he gently touched her bun, finding it adorable. Without Mu-Ji's prompting, Hee-Ji-Yue saw a bowl of noodles on the counter, and picked it up himself with a delighted expression. He followed Mu-Ji to the dining table, and sat down opposite her. "Did you make this for me?" Mu-Ji nodded, looking at the noodles that had clumped together. "Do you want me to make you another bowl?" she asked, without any intention of getting up. If he hadn't hugged and kissed her for so long, the noodles wouldn't have clumped together like this. This was the first time Mu-Ji had personally made noodles for him, so how could Hee-Ji-Yue complain? He touched the outside of the bowl. It was still warm. He lowered his head and smelled it. "It's okay, the noodles smell delicious." He'd been busy entertaining clients and negotiating business today, and hadn't eaten much. He also had no appetite for airplane food. He thought Mu-Ji's text message was asking if he wanted a late-night snack to eat together. He was overjoyed to find that Mu-Ji had personally cooked him a bowl of noodles. He leaned forward slightly, saying, "Thank you, baby." He gave Mu-Ji a quick kiss on the cheek, then sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Mu-Ji got up and poured Hee-Ji-Yue a glass of warm water. When she put the glass down, she saw that he had already eaten almost half the bowl of noodles. In the end, Hee-Ji-Yue finished the entire bowl of noodles, along with the broth. Mu-Ji didn't know if Hee-Ji-Yue was genuinely hungry, or just enjoying it because she had cooked it. After finishing the noodles, Hee-Ji-Yue rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to wash the bowls and chopsticks, and clean the soup pot and frying pan that Mu-Ji had used to cook noodles. The two sat down on the sofa. He Jiyue sat next to Mu Ji, no longer daring to have any romantic thoughts. He happily told Mu Ji, "My work won't be as busy anymore. I can have more time to spend with you." A second later, he seemed to remember something and added helplessly, "But we can probably only date for about a month." Mu Ji, a month? He Jiyue continued, "Doomsday Virus is almost finished editing, and the dubbing will probably start in early August. If the film is successfully scheduled for release during the National Day holiday, then the promotional tour will begin in September." After the promotional tour, 2 months ago, Mu Ji confirmed her role in the suspense film Falling into the River, and will join the crew in early October. Once she finishes the promotional tour, she will immediately join the crew of her next film. No wonder He Jiyue said a month. However, it would be better if Doomsday Virus were released in October, just in time for Mu Ji's vacation. Otherwise, like with the previous 2 films, she would have to take time off to promote them. It was getting late, so He Jiyue got up to say goodbye after sitting for a while. He had gone on a business trip out of town and came straight to Donghua Mansion from the airport, so he had brought his suitcase with him. "I'm staying at Donghua Mansion tonight. I have tomorrow off, so let's go look at apartments together. Good night, baby." Chapter 198. The next morning, He Jiyue drove Mu Ji to Jing'an District in Beicheng. This was one of the old districts in the city center of Beicheng. Unlike the high-rise buildings in the area across the main road, this area consisted of 4- or 5-story villas, known as the local villa district, and mostly inhabited by locals. The car stopped in front of a newly renovated 4-story villa. He Jiyue parked the car outside and led Mu Ji inside. Upon entering, there was a glass conservatory in the yard, with only a few potted plants inside, leaving plenty of space for other things. "The basement is the garage," He Jiyue said, leading Mu Ji into the house and showing her around, starting from the first floor and working her way up. First floor, living room and kitchen. Second floor, 2 bedrooms, a master bedroom and a guest bedroom. Third floor, study, media room and gym. Fourth floor, unused. After touring the house, Mu Ji particularly liked the study on the 3rd floor. It was spacious, with a large bookshelf covering one wall, and excellent natural light, perfect for curling up by the floor-to-ceiling windows to read scripts. In this downtown location, such apartments are hard to find. The owners usually live there themselves, making it a highly sought-after property. He Jiyue, do you like it? Don't you think it's a bit small? Actually, this property wasn't registered under He Jiyue's name, nor did it belong to He Hongshuo. These row of small villas all belonged to the Zhou family. This particular house was allocated to Zhou Cheng by his grandparents. Zhou Cheng didn't like living here, finding it too small. He had heard recently that He Jiyue was looking for a place for Mu Ji, and inquired about He Jiyue's requirements. He said that if He Jiyue was interested, he could sell this house to her, or exchange it for another. Zhou Cheng expressed his liking for the large, single-level apartment in Donghua Mansion. The 2 apartments were roughly the same value. Mu Ji nodded, "I like it." This small villa was big enough for her alone. She didn't like anything too big. What particularly pleased her was that the house was already furnished, but no one had lived there yet, saving her the trouble of decorating. If she moved in, she would only need to furnish it. Hearing that Mu Ji liked it, He Jiyue briefly explained the situation to her. "Then you can start furnishing tomorrow, and move in a few days to settle down." He asked Zhou Cheng to expedite the paperwork for the house. Mu Ji wanted to buy the house from He Jiyue, but since it didn't currently belong to him, she would move in first. She would discuss the matter with He Jiyue after he completed the paperwork. She didn't offer to pay him rent each month. She planned to give him a car for his birthday. Mu Ji tiptoed and kissed He Jiyue on the cheek. "Thank you." It was kind of him to have been so busy with work recently, yet still go to the trouble of looking for a house for her. He Jiyue hugged Mu Ji and kissed the top of her head. He had accompanied Mu Ji to look at houses today. He couldn't help but imagine the future, the life he would have with Mu Ji. He Jiyue wasn't currently living in the villa at the He family mansion, and naturally wouldn't take Mu Ji there in the future. He would prepare a separate house for the 2 of them. He felt it necessary to start looking for suitable land to build a wedding house or a suitable house, hire someone to design it, do the renovations, and then let it sit for a while, at least a year or 2. He really should consider it. The following week, while purchasing various soft furnishings and furniture for her new home, Mu Ji also packed and unpacked her belongings at Donghua Mansion. It took her a full 7 days to finally get everything settled. She moved into a detached villa in Jing'an District. With the house settled, Mu Ji's short vacation came to an end. The following month, was filled with various engagements and schedules. This marked the start of Muji's official career as an artist, with yet another series of events including brand activities, advertising shoots, and magazine cover shoots. However, most of these engagements were in Beicheng. Even when traveling to other cities for brand events or advertising shoots, she usually made a day trip, flying there in the morning and returning to Beicheng in the evening. That day, Muji returned from a brand event in Beicheng. At 8 p.m., as she drove back, she saw He Jiyue's car parked outside the house, its headlights on. The taillights of that car seemed to indicate that someone had left a light on for her in the dark house. Muji remotely opened the gate and drove in. Without her prompting, He Jiyue's car followed closely behind. After parking, they took the elevator to the first floor. Since Muji moved, it had become much easier for He Jiyue to visit her. His place was only a 10-minute drive from Jing'an district. The management of this villa area was stricter than in Donghua Mansion. Paparazzi couldn't get in. The houses next to Muji's were the dowries of Zhou Qing's sisters, and were still vacant. Therefore, He Jiyue could visit Muji without any restraint. For some time now, he had driven to see Muji every day, becoming more familiar with her new home than she was, entering as if it were his own. He Jiyue, familiar with the routine, placed the food he was carrying on the coffee table in the living room. He then went to the refrigerator in the kitchen, took out some strawberries and cherries, washed them, and cut an orange, putting them all in a fruit bowl. He placed the fruit on the coffee table next to the food. Then he sat on the sofa, waiting for Muji to come down. As soon as Muji returned, she ignored He Jiyue, went upstairs to remove her makeup, wash her face, and change into a set of loungewear before slowly coming downstairs. Upon reaching the sofa, He Jiyue awkwardly patted the spot next to him. Muji went over and sat down next to him. As soon as she sat down, He Jiyue pulled her into his arms and kissed her cheek. "Are you tired?" Muji shook her head. She was already used to the work rhythm of an artist. He Jiyue took the remote and turned on the TV, asking Muji which movie she wanted to watch today. Muji named a suspense film, wanting to see a well-received film of the same genre. After selecting a movie and pressing play, He Jiyue immediately picked up some fruit and began feeding her. Muji repeatedly said she could eat by herself, but He Jiyue insisted on feeding her each time, seemingly enjoying it immensely. Muji simply let him do as he pleased. During the movie, He Jiyue mentioned the latest progress of the film Doomsday Virus to Muji. "Baby, next week, August 2nd, Doomsday Virus will be dubbing." Muji, okay. The film's producers needed to report the latest developments to the production company, Launching Media, in real time. Therefore, as the true head of Launching Media, He Jiyue was always aware of the latest information about the film. Muji always got first-hand information from He Jiyue. With the dubbing schedule finalized, it seems almost certain that Doomsday Virus will be released during the National Day holiday. He Jiyue suggested, "How about we go to an internal screening of the film together? This way, Muji wouldn't have to wait for the official release, and could see it early." Muji was indeed very interested in the finished film, and agreed, okay. She took a cherry from the fruit plate, and fed it to He Jiyue. Knowing that he would want to lean down and kiss her after finishing the cherry, she put her index finger to her lips in a should gesture, and pointed to the television. She gestured for him to focus on the movie. Muji nestled in He Jiyue's arms, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. The next afternoon, Muji also received notification from her agent, Ji Binghe, that she would be dubbing for the film Doomsday Virus. Before the dubbing session, He Jiyue took Muji to an internal screening of Doomsday Virus. This is the third screening. 2 have been organized in the past 2 weeks. The initial cut was 2.5 hours long. After the first 2 screenings, based on everyone's feedback, it was decided to cut some content and improve the overall pacing of the film, which is now compressed to about 2 hours. The purpose of organizing the third screening is to further refine the current cut before the actors dub. "Gigi Sioya, you're here." Wan Zhou smiled with relief when he saw Muji and He Jiyue together. "Director Wan, thank you for your hard work." He Jiyue, Uncle Wan. After more than half a year, Muji saw director Wan Zhou again. He looked better than she had expected, though some anxiety was still evident on his face. From the initial planning stages of the film project to its near completion, 2 to 3 years have passed, and the film is soon to be released and judged by audiences. As the lead actress, Muji could empathize with director Wan Zhou's feelings, and was understandably nervous. In a small conference room, 12 people sat, including director Wan Zhou, He Jiyue, and Muji. After everyone arrived, Director Won-jo gave a brief introduction. Then, without any pleasantries or small talk, he began showing the film. Moo-ji had previously been invited to internal screenings of films she had acted in, but she hadn't attended due to her busy schedule. This was her first time. The film had no opening theme. It went straight to the main feature, leaving director Won-jo's studio. After Moo-ji and Lee Ji-yue got into the car, Moo-ji-yue asked, "Mr. Moo, do you really think this movie is good?" Moo-ji found it somewhat amusing. He thought her review in the screening room was just a save face for him. She realized that compared to her and director Won-jo, Lee Ji-yue was probably the most nervous and had the highest expectations for this film. He was the initiator of this movie, and more importantly, the one who would bear the consequences of its success or failure. Doomsday Virus was very important to launching media. Although Lee Ji-yue no longer directly managed launching media, it was the company he had founded and the culmination of his hard work. She reached out and shook Lee Ji-yue's hand, her expression earnest as she said, "Yes, the special effects completely exceeded my expectations. They were stunning. The storytelling and overall pacing of the film were also excellent. I really love this movie. I think it's really great. This is a very mature commercial blockbuster. You should have confidence in the box office performance of this film." Lee Ji-yue's eyes lit up with laughter, and he took Moo-ji's hand and kissed it. "Thank you. I have confidence in my darling." On August 2nd, Moo-ji and her team arrived at director Won-jo's dubbing studio. Later, Lee Ji-yue, Bien-woo, and other lead actors also arrived. The special effects were probably finished, the editing was done, and the final cut was complete. They had weathered the most demanding period for the director. Director Won-jo's face showed a relaxed expression. The anxiety that had been faintly visible at the last screening was gone. It seemed he was confident in the final product. Moo-ji remembered asking Lee Ji-yue last week, from wrapping up filming to release in less than a year, if the film is scheduled for release during the National Day holiday, what about the promotion? Once the film passes censorship and a release date is set, it's expected to be released in about a month. She worried that it might be a bit too rushed, and the promotion might not be up to par. Lee Ji-yue stated that since having the idea of changing the film's release date to the National Day holiday, she had already contacted a professional film promotion team to discuss cooperation and began planning a publicity strategy. The cooperation is with the publicity team of all personnel safely evacuated. Moo-ji understood immediately and stopped worrying about anything outside of her acting duties. Professional matters would be handled by professional teams and personnel. Lee Ji-yue's ability to become the successor of the He Group and maintain her position suggests she truly has some skills. Although she didn't have a good impression of Lee Hong-shul, she had to admit that he was an extremely successful business tycoon. Perhaps it was due to strong genes, but Lee Ji-yue's formidable business acumen might have been inherited to some extent from Lee Hong-shul. After the dubbing was completed, director Won-jo and the lead actors, including Moo-ji, Lee Ji-yue, and Bien-woo, roughly finalized the September promotional schedule. Everything was ready, except for the film's approval by the censors. The entire month of August saw Moo-ji and Lee Ji-yue practically inseparable, truly entering their honeymoon phase. Sweet days always seem too short. At the end of August, the good news came that the film Doomsday Virus had passed censorship. With only a month left, the National Day holiday was approaching. Currently, 7 films had announced their release dates for the National Day holiday, and everyone assumed that was about it, with no more major films set to release. However, news spread online that the film Doomsday Virus had passed censorship. The very next day, the disaster film Doomsday Virus, directed by Won-jo and starring Moo-ji, Lee Ji-yue, Bien-woo, and other big names, released its trailer and officially announced its release date as September 30th, suddenly appearing in the National Day holiday lineup. The disaster film Apocalypse Virus is scheduled for release during the National Day holiday, and the topic has become a trending topic. When Moo-ji clicked on the trending topic and saw netizens' surprise at the sudden release date of the movie Apocalypse Virus, her first reaction was, "Didn't we hear it was going to be released during the Spring Festival? How come it suddenly appeared during the National Day holiday?" A sci-fi disaster film that finished filming at the end of November last year is scheduled for release this October. Less than a year later, the special effects are so fast. Has the trailer been released? Where is it? Let me see. In the comments section of the trailer posted on the official Weibo account of the film, netizens commented after watching the trailer, "Ah, congratulations on the release date. September 30th release, see you there. Congratulations to Moo-ji for starring in the sci-fi disaster film Apocalypse Virus, scheduled for release on September 30th. I watched the trailer. The special effects are amazing. It feels like a super blockbuster. Let's go! All the movies starring Muji. With a good reputation, the trailer looks great. I check it out when it's released. The release date was a bit sudden, but the production team is strong. I just finished watching the trailer, and the special effects are quite stunning. There's no doubt this is a blockbuster. I check it out when it's released. As soon as I opened the trailer, I was amazed by the special effects of the first startled bird flying. The special effects of various large-scale scenes are also quite impressive. I wonder how the actual movie is. I hope it maintains the level of the trailer, and will be added to the National Day movie lineup. It's only a month until its release, and the official release date was only announced today. They rushed to release it as soon as it passed the censorship. I originally suspected that the quality wasn't good enough to be released during the Spring Festival. After watching the trailer, I realized that Doomsday Virus is trying to replicate the success of Safe Evacuation and dominate the National Day movie lineup. Subsequently, the special effects of the trailer for the movie Doomsday Virus even became a trending topic. The trailer received overwhelmingly positive reviews from netizens, who expressed anticipation for the film. However, some netizens remain cautiously optimistic about the film's overall quality. This is a good start. The next key step is to launch a comprehensive promotional campaign for the film. On September 1st, the film Doomsday Virus held its release date announcement press conference in Beicheng. Director Won Zhou, along with lead actors Muji, Liu Jiaxu, Bian Wu, and a host of other big-name cast members, attended the event. Muji mentally compared this release date announcement press conference to the previous one. All people refused to evacuate for safety, noting that it attracted a large number of media reporters. Of course, a large part of the enthusiastic atmosphere at the event stemmed from the support of Muji's fans. Perhaps, as Minmin mentioned, the fans placed great importance on this big-budget film starring Muji. Besides the media reporters present, the majority of those in the audience were Muji's fans and moviegoers. During the interactive session with the media reporters primarily focused their questions on director Won Zhou and Muji, the two most bankable figures in the film, playing significant roles and generating considerable buzz. One reporter, while asking a question, noted an interesting phenomenon. This is the second time director Won and Muji have collaborated, as is the second time Muji and actor Liu Jiaxu, and also the second time Muji and Bian Wu have worked together. The films Muji and director Won, actor Liu Jiaxu, and actor Bian Wu previously collaborated on grossed over 10 billion yuan combined. So, this time, you're co-starring in a big-budget film. What are your expectations for the box office? How many billions do you think it will surpass? The four people on stage were taken aback, not expecting such a coincidence. It just so happened that this was their second collaboration with Muji. The reporter asked Muji and the other three to predict how many billions the film Doomsday Virus would gross, asking them to give an answer simultaneously. In the segment before the actors introduced their roles, there had been an interactive discussion. The question was, if they encountered the apocalyptic world depicted in the film, what would be the one thing they would most want to bring to survive? They were given white boards to write their answers. The question posed by the reporter during the current interaction with the media wasn't pre-planned. Judging from the audience, everyone seemed quite interested in this question. The host, quick-witted, had the staff bring the white boards back up and asked director Won Zhou, Muji, Liu Jiaxu, and Bian Wu to write their answers on them and reveal them simultaneously. Muji, without consulting the others beside her, thought for a moment and wrote down her answer. 3, 2, 1, please show your answer boards. Director Won Zhou, Liu Jiaxu, Muji, and Bian Wu wrote down their answers in turn. 5 billion, 100 divided by 2, billion, 16 plus 51.2 plus 41, divided by 2, unit, billion, 5 billion. A gasp of wow erupted from the audience, followed by applause. Muji looked down at the other people's answers, her face showing the same shock. The host asked, what is Gigi's answer? The total box office of the movie's Countdown plus Safe Evacuation plus Escape from the Game, divided by 2, is 5.41 billion. Her answer also broke 5 billion, making it the same as the answers from director Won Zhou, Liu Jiaxu, and Bian Wu. The four of them gave the same answer. This part of the press conference was posted online, and netizens thought it was a pre-arranged joke. Only Muji and the others knew it was a coincidence, improvised on the spot. The host, acting as a plant on stage, naturally knew this wasn't pre-planned and was also shocked. At the end of the press conference, the host said, let's wish the movie Doomsday Virus a huge box office success, breaking 5 billion. The audience enthusiastically echoed, a huge box office success, breaking 5 billion. Muji thought, "This is a very good omen. I hope the movie really does break 5 billion. The day after the press conference, the Doomsday Virus production team began a nationwide roadshow. After 3 days of roadshows, Muji couldn't help but compare Doomsday Virus with their previous film, All People Safely Evacuated. She found that while the former had a lot of attention and buzz, it still lagged behind the latter. The success of All People Evacuated likely stems from the synergy and appeal of director Tang Yin and Zhou Zilong, as well as its status as a sequel to Golden Globe building, creating a ripple effect. However, the promotional response for Doomsday Virus was much better than that for Escape from the Game, making it a highly anticipated blockbuster within the industry. Muji, who has seen the entire film, found the special effects of Doomsday Virus to be incredibly exciting, a true blockbuster, and its appeal is not limited by its genre. With effective marketing and distribution, she believes its box office performance will undoubtedly soar after its release. She is very optimistic about this film. Of the 7 films already scheduled for release, 2 with moderate to strong competitiveness withdrew from the National Day holiday box office due to unfavorable circumstances. Of the remaining 5 films, the most competitive is the all-star cast patriotic film The Great Battle. The other 4 films have smaller budgets, and industry predictions suggest their box office will not exceed 100 million yuan. They are somewhat similar to the 4 films released on the same day as Safe Evacuation. Their competitiveness is negligible. Therefore, their main competitor is the patriotic war film The Great Battle. A week before its release, the film Apocalypse Virus held extensive preview screenings in more than 10 cities across the country. This preview screening was not originally in the production company's plan. It was mentioned by Muji during a phone call with He Jiyue after a week of promotional activities. Safe Evacuation has the box office power of its predecessor. It was officially announced 6 months ago for the National Day holiday release, and its promotion and positioning have consistently positioned it as a blockbuster, creating a huge buzz early on and deterring other big films from competing. After its release, it can dominate the National Day holiday box office. Compared to Evacuation, Doomsday Virus lost its initial advantage in this regard, and after a week of promotional activities, its buzz wasn't as strong. Muji, I personally predict that by the time the promotional tour continues until the release, people will have the concept that Doomsday Virus is a blockbuster, and they have seen the trailer and acknowledged the great special effects, but they still be watching the film's quality. This gives another film an opportunity to grab screen time and box office revenue. According to industry predictions for The Great Battle, it will gross at least 1 billion yuan. With such a competitor vying for a share of the market, Doomsday Virus's performance will diverge significantly from Evacuation. The 7-day National Day holiday is particularly important, determining the upper limit of a film's box office potential. He Jiyue had also considered this. Okay, I immediately hold a meeting with the production team to discuss it. Ultimately, the production team adopted Muji's suggestion. After its preview screenings, the film Doomsday Virus received rave reviews. A preview screening audience member commented, "A blockbuster you can just rush in with your eyes closed. Even if it's terrible, it's worth the ticket price just for the special effects. The various large-scale scenes are so stunning, it's so enjoyable to watch." This review, praising it as a blockbuster to rush in with your eyes closed, even went viral. Many moviegoers who saw the preview screenings even claimed that Doomsday Virus box office was very likely to surpass All People Safely Evacuate. This scared away 2 of the 5 films scheduled for release on the same day. After all, there was a precedent last year where one film completely drained the box office, leaving other films released on the same day with nothing. This year, besides Doomsday Virus, there's also The Great Battle. Facts have already proven that going head-to-head with a blockbuster offers no advantage. If you can't beat them, avoid them, retreat is the best option. Netizens commented, "The pre-release trajectory of Doomsday Virus is strikingly similar to that of last year's blockbuster Evacuation. A typical blockbuster trajectory. The only difference is the addition of a headstrong competitor, The Great Battle." The day before the film's release, Doomsday Virus had a 40% screen share, 10% less than Evacuation. The Great Battle had 15% of the screen shares. Therefore, the final box office is uncertain. It may depend on the word of mouth for The Great Battle after its official release. On September 30th, the film Doomsday Virus was released. Chapter 199. On the day of the film's release, director Wan Zhou, along with Muji, Bian Wu, and the rest of the creative team, arrived in Shancheng for a promotional roadshow. After a full month of promotional activities, The entire team showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, they were all in a state of high excitement. From midnight to noon, including pre-sales, the opening weekend box office has already exceeded 400 million. The ratings on the two movie ticketing platforms are currently 9.6 and 9.7 respectively, both 0.1 higher than the initial screening ratings. The new reviews online and offline are all positive. That's fantastic. With one piece of good news after another, everyone was in high spirits, excited and overjoyed. On the way to the next cinema, Muji heard from the staff that many friends online had helped promote the film, so she logged onto social media to check. All the artists under launching media posted on Weibo to recommend their company's first film, along with many of Muji's friends who had worked with her. Tai Feng, Zhou Zilong, who made a cameo appearance, Chai Yin, Zhou Jingju, Lu Kai, and others. Director Su Quan, Tang Yin, Han Yin, and many others also posted recommendations. This only includes Muji's circle of friends. Furthermore, many artists who have worked with director Wan Zhou also recommended the film. Truly, almost half of the entertainment industry has stepped in to help promote it. Besides celebrities and director friends, many sci-fi movie enthusiasts, film influencers, and video bloggers have also mentioned the film. Whether they are genuinely interested in the film or just want to ride its coattails, it's all good for the movie, indicating a wide audience reach, which is beneficial for its wider promotion. The film's online promotion is booming and in full swing. Offline, wherever the Doomsday Virus creative team went, they felt the enthusiasm of the fans in every theater they entered. Most viewers, after watching Doomsday Virus, became fans of the film itself, not just fans of Muji and director Wan Zhou. During the post-screening Q&A, they expressed their love for the film. After a day of promotional activities, most of the film reviews Muji heard at the promotional events were a new milestone for domestic science fiction films. In my opinion, this is the top science fiction film and disaster film in recent years. I'm optimistic that this film will break the domestic box office records. The special effects for tsunamis, earthquakes, global heat waves, and extreme cold are all done so well. The special effects for various large-scale scenes, such as the underground city, are very realistic and shocking. It gave me goosebumps and my scalp tingled. A super shocking blockbuster, sparing no expense on every special effects shot, money is everywhere, a very lavish production. It was so enjoyable to watch. As expected of a great director, his first foray into sci-fi has brought us movie fans a huge surprise. A blockbuster you can watch with your eyes closed, this review is not an exaggeration at all. It's totally worth the ticket price. Disaster films of this genre have actually been made abroad before, but I think the success of Doomsday Virus lies not only in its special effects, which are in no way inferior to foreign blockbusters, but also in its excellent and solid script, which successfully portrays the protagonist. Online and offline, movie fans' evaluation of Muji's performance in the film, anything starring Muji, is bound to be a masterpiece. You can watch any movie starring Muji without worrying about being disappointed. I watched every single one of Teacher Mu's movies. My first thought after watching Doomsday Virus was that director Wan Zhou really loves Muji. He filmed her beautifully in his previous work, Countdown. This time, Muji has 80% of the screen time in this movie, a lot of scenes, and many highlight moments. The female lead in Doomsday Virus isn't easy to play. This character is the only one among the main characters who wasn't infected by the virus, unlike Bien Wu and others whose characters mutated and gained superpowers. She's an ordinary person carrying the last hope of saving humanity. The character's image is elevated very high. A poor performance could feel pretentious. Muji's ability to make the character likable and relatable is impressive. I found Muji's temperament very suitable for this role. She plays outstanding female characters, and her popularity with audiences is truly remarkable. Muji went from idol to top actress in the industry. Her abilities are incredibly strong. She's perfect for playing high IQ roles, like female translators, or female PhDs, bold, intelligent, and seemingly fragile who needs protection, but in reality, her seemingly delicate shoulders can bear everything. Judging from the current box office and word-of-mouth trends of Doomsday Virus on its opening day, this movie is going to be a huge hit. Congratulations to Muji for becoming the #1 actress in the film industry, who can carry the box office. After the movie's release today, Muji once again felt the same fervor as on the opening day of her previous work, Safe Evacuation. After finishing work and returning to the hotel at 11 p.m., Minmin and the rest of her team were excitedly discussing the film. Assistant Xiaoling, the opening day box office figures for Doomsday Virus are out. 700 million. I remember last year's safe evacuation was how many billions on its opening day? It was around 800 million, 100 million less. Minmin, head down, scrolling through her phone, said, this year's National Day box office trend is so similar to last year's. Today's total is 900 million, Doomsday Virus is 700 million, The Great Battle is over 90 million, and the other two new releases and films currently in theaters combined are 100 million. However, tomorrow's pre-sales has surpassed safe evacuation, so the final box office is very likely to exceed it. The male assistant said, Doomsday Virus had an early screening, and the word of mouth was explosive, which greatly impacted The Great Battle. Plus, the reviews after its release were mediocre, so today's box office wasn't as expected. Tomorrow is the first day of the holiday, and they're even reducing screenings. This is good news for Doomsday Virus. The next 7 days of the holiday are crucial. They arrived at their floor and stepped out of the elevator, but the discussion continued. Muji said to them, everyone, you worked hard. Get some rest? Or if you're not in a hurry to sleep, you can order some late-night snacks, and Minmin can ask me to reimburse you. Thank you, Sister Gigi/Sister Muji. Muji swiped her card to enter the room. As soon as she closed the door, she texted Hijiyue to let him know, I'm back in my hotel room. She'd been busy with promotional events all day and hadn't had time to text Hijiyue. Their last message to each other was at noon. Hijiyue had told Muji to eat a good lunch so she had the energy for the promotional events and not to go hungry. After changing into disposable hotel slippers, Muji had just sat down on the sofa when Hijiyue called. As soon as she answered, they both said in unison, Congratulations. Congratulations. They both laughed. Muji heard Hijiyue's laughter on the phone, a hearty laugh emanating from his chest, tinged with a touch of triumph. Thinking back to last night, when she spoke with Hijiyue on the phone, the movie was scheduled to premiere in about half an hour. Despite good pre-sale figures, Hijiyue admitted he wasn't very confident about the box office performance of Apocalypse Virus and was a little nervous. Today the movie premiered, and the first day's box office results were in. Now he could finally relax. Muji asked him, Did you go to the movies today? Yes. Hijiyue claimed he went to see Apocalypse Virus alone at dawn. The theater I went to, the midnight showing was still about a third full. Muji was slightly surprised. It turned out that Hijiyue, shortly after their phone call last night, was too excited about the upcoming movie to sleep and went to see it. She remembered her first movie. On the day of its release, she excitedly went to the theater at dawn as well. There were only 3 people in the entire theater, including her. Hijiyue noticed that the midnight screening she attended had a 1/3 occupancy rate, likely due to the holiday and the audience's excitement. This also demonstrated the film's appeal. Next, Muji chatted with Hijiyue about her and the main creative team's offline promotional tour that day and the audience's feedback on the film. Overall, the box office performance and word of mouth on the first day of release were very good. The movie ticketing app currently predicts that Apocalypse Virus will gross around 4.5 billion yuan. If it reaches the predicted box office performance, it will be a successful first step for Launching Media in entering the film production sector. Next, Launching Media has the funds and confidence to make a second and third installment. Muji asked curiously, Did you break even today? It take 3 days. Muji, Judging from the film's cast, filming, special effects, and marketing, she knew the investment was huge. But hearing Hijiyue's answer still shocked her. It was too insane. Hijiyue didn't continue the conversation. Aside from matters related to Muji's career, he rarely discussed business with her. Because Muji wasn't interested. Mr. Mu, will you be back in Beicheng on the 2nd, the day after tomorrow? The promotional work ends on the 2nd, it'd be past 10 p.m. My team and I booked a flight for the next morning. During the month of promotional work, Muji and Hijiyue hadn't seen each other. Hijiyue had offered to fly over, but Muji could only spare half an hour to spend with him before showering and sleeping to ensure she got enough rest. She had to fly to another city early the next morning. Muji wouldn't let Hijiyue come, also to focus on the promotional tour. Muji sensed that Hijiyue's mood was a little down on the other end of the phone. She said, I'd be back in Beicheng by noon on the 3rd. Shall we have dinner together on the 3rd? Okay. I wait for you to come back. October 2nd, around 10 p.m. Muji finished her promotional tour for the day, and also finished the promotional tour for Doomsday Virus. Lu Jiaxu, one of the lead actors, only participated in the first half of the promotional tour. Mu Ji and Pian, who are both artists under launching media, and from the day after the release date announcement to today, they have been working tirelessly for a month. Because Mu Ji has to attend the script reading for Falling into the River on the 4th, followed by makeup tests and costume fittings, she needs to prepare for joining the cast of her new film. Therefore, she can't free up her schedule to continue the promotional tour. Director Won Zhou and the main creative team, including Bien Wu, still have 4 more days of promotional tours to complete after the 7-day National Day holiday, which will truly mark the end of the promotional tour for Doomsday Virus. Tonight, Mu Ji and Min Min are not on the same floor. When taking the elevator upstairs, Min Min asked if she needed anyone to accompany her. Mu Ji remembered that the front desk said there was only one room on this floor, so she said no. Ding! The elevator arrived. For safety reasons, Mu Ji called He Jiyue, firstly to ask about the room upgrade, and secondly so that He Jiyue would know immediately if anything happened while they were on the phone. As a result, Mu Ji, holding her room key in one hand and her phone in the other, had just dialed He Jiyue's number. Hearing a deep, pleasant voice say, "Baby," she glanced at the signs on the wall, turned a corner, and saw a tall, slender figure standing in the corridor, a figure she hadn't seen in quite some time and missed. It was He Jiyue. No wonder the receptionist at the lobby had told her that someone had upgraded her reservation to a presidential suite for free. Mu Ji asked who it was. The receptionist said it was Mr. He who had instructed her. This hotel belonged to the He group. That morning at the airport, He Jiyue had asked her which hotel she was staying at that night. Mu Ji had told him then, without thinking much of it. And then he actually flew here. He Jiyue walked towards Mu Ji, took her suitcase with one hand, and took her hand with the other, saying with a slightly aggrieved expression, "I missed you so much. I wanted to see you tonight. Shall we go inside and talk?" Mu Ji nodded. She was now somewhat wary of public places, including the hotel corridor. After swiping her card to enter the hotel room and closing the door, He Jiyue hugged Mu Ji, nuzzling his chin against her head in a coquettish tone. "Ji Bao, I came all this way without telling you. You're not angry, are you?" If she had told him not to come because she was busy with her promotional tour, and he still came, she couldn't help but feel he was being a bit presumptuous. Tonight, after finishing his promotional tour, he had gone to the trouble of flying all the way to see her. She wasn't an unreasonable person, so why would she blame him? Mu Ji wrapped her arms around his waist. "I'm not angry." The next second, noticing He Jiyue pushing his own suitcase in as well, her lips twitched slightly. "Did you put your suitcase in the wrong room?" He Jiyue said guiltily. "The presidential suite has several rooms. Can I stay next to you tonight?" He lowered his head and kissed the tip of Mu Ji's ear. Mu Ji flinched slightly from his kiss, but he held her even tighter. However, she didn't say anything to send him away. The next morning, He Jiyue was supposed to take a flight back to Beicheng with Mu Ji, so Mu Ji changed her earliest flight to the next one, not going back with the team. This was also to avoid awkwardness. But an awkward thing still happened. The two took a car arranged by the hotel from the underground parking garage to the airport, avoiding paparazzi. But at the airport, unbeknownst to them, they were recognized by passers-by, who took photos and posted them online. Mu Ji and He Jiyue's airport appearance together even became a trending topic. While trending, Mu Ji and He Jiyue's flight took off, completely unaware of what was happening online. After getting off the plane, the trending topic online had already been removed by Ji Binghe. However, entertainment gossip forums were still buzzing with discussions about the couple's airport photos. Normally, being photographed together at the airport wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would be a treat for CP fans who thought it was a sweet treat. Netizens saw the photos and exclaimed, "Oh, they're still together. I heard Mu Ji just finished her promotional tour, and He Jiyue flew over to meet her?" Their relationship seems pretty good. What sparked the heated discussion this time was, He Jiyue in the photos had a band-aid on his neck, right on his Adam's apple. A single band-aid led netizens to imagine a whole host of scenarios. He Jiyue was extremely annoyed after learning about the trending topic from the gossip link sent by Ji Binghe. It was all his fault. Last night, he only intended to say goodnight to Mu Ji and go back to his room to sleep, but after hugging and kissing her, he couldn't stop himself, pressing her down on the bed and kissing her too passionately, which annoyed Mu Ji. Mu Ji bit his Adam's apple, leaving a tooth mark. He Jiyue, not wanting anyone to see, quickly covered it with a band-aid. Actually, Mu Ji's lips were swollen from his kisses, but it wasn't visible in the photos. He hadn't dared leave any marks on her neck. When He Jiyue saw some netizens' inappropriate teasing and jokes, a sharp look appeared on his face. His relationship with Mu Ji was currently limited to kisses and hugs, nothing more. He drove Mu Ji back to the front gate. He Ji hugged Mu Ji, saying somewhat sullenly, "I'm the one who brought you down from your pedestal." Mu Ji didn't blame He Ji. Intimate contact between couples was normal. They were officially a couple, not someone to be secretive about. Before dating He Ji, whenever she was photographed with a young male actor, rumors and fabricated stories would circulate. As a public figure, she couldn't avoid these things. It had nothing to do with He Ji. Mu Ji said calmly, "It's not a hickey, as netizens are guessing, but it is indeed a bite mark from me. I won't care about what's online. But you, think about how to cover it up for work tomorrow. It's October, isn't it too early to wear turtlenecks?" He Ji smiled at this. Because he cared too much about Mu Ji, he was easily sensitive and nervous about things related to her, unlike Mu Ji, who was more perceptive. He hugged the person in his arms tightly and whispered, "I love you so much." October 7th, the 7-day National Day holiday was about to end. On the 8th day of its release, Doomsday Virus had already grossed over 3 billion yuan. The difference between that and the box office performance of Safe Evacuation after its first week of release last year was less than 5 million yuan. Despite the pressure from the big-budget patriotic film The Great Battle, released on the same day, Apocalypse Virus's box office performance is quite impressive. The box office results from the 7th haven't been included yet. Movie ticketing apps have already raised their box office predictions for Apocalypse Virus to 5.2 billion yuan. On October 14th, filming for the new movie will begin in 2 days. Mu Ji is packing her luggage at home. He Ji comes to find her, offering to help. Mu Ji usually packs her own clothes and personal belongings unless she's moving. She has no choice but to let He Ji push her packed luggage downstairs. The flight tomorrow at noon will take her to Shanghai, the filming location. The packing process. Mu Ji noticed He Ji was acting a bit strange. One moment, he was piling clothes into her suitcase. He come over with a small ruler, saying he wanted to measure the space. The next he asked if she was tired, offering to massage her hands, and then he spread his palm next to hers to compare sizes. He even flirtatiously stroked her middle finger. "Why are you acting so strange today?" He Ji casually asked, "Really?" Then he snuggled up to her like a puppy, hugging and kissing her. "Because I can't bear to part with you. Teacher Mu, can you pack me in your suitcase too, and take me to the film set?" Mu Ji, no suitcase can fit someone 1.86 meters tall like you. After I finish filming this movie, my next sci-fi film won't start shooting until May next year. I have a 3-month vacation then. Implying that they have plenty of time together then. Actually, neither of them were people who could stay idle. They both had a strong desire to conquer and expand their careers. Although they had less time to see each other when they were busy, there's a saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder, isn't there? If two hearts are truly in love, what does it matter if they are together every day? Besides, they video chatted almost every day. They couldn't see each other. He Ji, I come visit the set when the Golden Dragon Awards nominations are released in November. There were still more than 2 weeks left. Mu Ji nodded, okay. On October 16th, the suspenseful crime film Falling into the River began filming in Shanghai. As soon as Mu Ji joined the crew, she began her secluded filming days again. Late October. The Golden Crane Awards nominations were released first, and Mu Ji was nominated for Best Actress for her role as the female doctor in Doomsday Virus, her second nomination. That day, He Ji flew to Shanghai to see Mu Ji. November 23rd. The Golden Dragon Awards, one of the 3 major film awards in China, and the most prestigious of the 3, is held every 2 years. This year, amidst immense public attention, the nomination list has been released. Chapter 200. The 19th Golden Dragon Awards announced over 10 awards, including Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Feature Film, and Best Screenplay. 3 actresses were nominated for Best Actress. Kang Chi was nominated for Best Actress for her role in the war film Sparkling Fire. Wu Meiying was nominated for Best Actress for her role in the poverty alleviation drama Spring Breeze Sweeps Across the Land. The last nominee, Mu Ji, was nominated for Best Actress for her role as Zhou Jingwen in the war film Safe Evacuation. 4 actors were nominated for Best Actor. Zhou Zilong was nominated for Best Actor for his role in the film Safe Evacuation. The Golden Dragon Awards have 5 nominations for Best Actor and Best Actress, but historically, there aren't always 5 nominees. This year, only 3 actresses were nominated for Best Actress, while 4 were nominated for Best Actor. On trending topics, Golden Dragon Award nominees, Golden Dragon Award Best Actress nominees, and Muji nominated for Golden Dragon Award Best Actress were among the most discussed. Netizens were most enthusiastic about the newly announced Best Actress nominees. This was due to Muji's nomination. Actresses with high national recognition and popularity always attract a lot of attention and generate a lot of discussion. Casual netizens offered their congratulations to Muji on her Golden Dragon Award nomination. Congratulations Muji! Congratulations to Muji on her Golden Dragon Award Best Actress nomination. Wishing Muji the award. I watched Safe Evacuation last year, and Muji's performance as the female translator was excellent. I also watched her movie Doomsday Virus last month, which was also a great film. Good luck. On an entertainment gossip forum, the netizens who frequented this forum started numerous threads, discussing Muji's chances of winning the award from various angles. A post titled Litao, "Can Muji win the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress for Safe Evacuation?" has garnered over 1,000 replies and 4 pages of views in less than an hour. Fifth floor. So surprising. I thought Muji would be nominated for Best Actress for her role as the female doctor in Doomsday Virus, but it's the female translator in Safe Evacuation. I feel she has a better chance of winning if she's nominated for the former. Sixth floor. The Best Actor and Best Actress winners of the last 3 Golden Dragon Awards all played memorable roles in their nominated films, with significant screen time. Muji winning for Safe Evacuation still doesn't have the weight. She'd probably only get a nomination. Seventh floor. I agree with the above. Zhou Zilong will definitely win Best Actor for Safe Evacuation. Zhou Zilong is the most memorable character in this film. Although Muji acted well, her screen time in the film is a bit limited. I don't think she win the award. 11th floor. Are the comments from the first few people serious? Isn't the depth of a character's impact linked to acting skills? And how much screen time is involved? Also, have you seen the other 2 films nominated? 12th floor. I laughed. Muji has released 4 films in the past 2 years, totaling over 10 billion yuan in box office revenue, and all of them have been critically acclaimed. Leaving aside actresses, which actors' achievements in recent years can compare to hers? It would be unreasonable for Muji not to win the Golden Dragon Award. 15th floor. Let me post some data. The war film Safe Evacuation grossed 5.12 billion yuan, the war film The Spark grossed 3.8 billion yuan, and the drama film Spring Breeze Blows Across the Land grossed 6 million yuan. The ranking of the 3 actresses by screen time in their nominated works. Wu Ming, Muji, Kang Qi. Personally, I think the ranking of the 3 actresses' acting skills is Muji equals Wu Ming, Kang Qi. 16th floor. I agree with the comment above. All 3 actresses were nominated for the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress, for films promoting patriotism and positive energy. To be fair, regardless of the film's box office impact, the character's impact, or acting skills, Muji wins. She clearly has the highest chance of winning among the 3. 22nd floor. The Golden Dragon Award doesn't really value box office performance. Last year's winner was a surprise, starring in films many viewers had never even heard of. This year, everyone is paying so much attention and discussing it so much because Muji is nominated, not only among her contemporaries, but also as the first young actress to be nominated. If she wins the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress, she have a grand slam of the 3 major awards, and it's inevitable that some people will be envious. 39th floor. As a seasoned observer, actually, seeing this nomination list, the signal for who will win is already quite clear. Muji wasn't nominated for Best Actress for a sci-fi disaster film, but for a patriotic war film, which is very meaningful. 66th floor. Muji's leading role in a big-budget film has already grossed 5.6 billion yuan in almost 2 months, and is expected to break domestic box office records. Now she's nominated for Best Actress at the Golden Dragon Awards. If she wins, it means she's favored and recognized by the mainstream and the industry, which is good for female artists. The film industry will give female artists more resources and opportunities. Female artists' fans should be smart and not join in the criticism. Not everyone can be the first to try something new. Isn't it good that someone is leading your idol to have the opportunity to try something new? Afterwards, the thread was flooded with people. The number of replies skyrocketed, and Muji's fans joined in. The discussion veered from Muji's chances of winning the Golden Dragon Award to the development of actresses in the film industry. Minmin scrolled through the thread, silently ranking the 66th comment. Muji's numerous films released in the past 2 years have achieved phenomenal box office and critical acclaim, a truly outstanding record. As an actress, she enjoys an extremely high personal reputation. She is also one of the most influential young actresses in the film industry in recent years. Last year's starring role in All People Safely Evacuate and this year's starring role in Doomsday Virus were both top-grossing films of the year, both entering the top 4 of the domestic film box office charts. First, she won the Golden Crane Award for Best Actress, then the Golden Horn Award for Best Actress, and now she is nominated for the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress. Minmin is very optimistic that Mu Ji will definitely win this year's Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress. On the set of Falling into the River, Mu Ji was filming when the Golden Dragon Award nominations were released online. As soon as she finished filming, the crew members rushed over to congratulate her. "Congratulations, Ms. Mu. Congratulations, Ms. Mu Ji." Her team members also gathered around. Minmin, with tears in her eyes, cried with joy, "Sister Gigi, you will definitely win an award." Mu Ji, who had just finished filming, paused for a second, remembering that today was the day the Golden Dragon Awards nominations were announced. Judging from everyone's reactions, she had successfully been nominated. A smile played on her lips. "Thank you, everyone." To be honest, she was quite happy. But she didn't feel particularly surprised or excited. Deep down, she had a premonition about being nominated for the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress. "I should be nominated." Immediately, both Ji Binghe and Hee Ji-yue called. Agent Ji Binghe first congratulated Mu Ji on her Golden Dragon Award nomination for Best Actress, then discussed the arrangements for attending the Golden Dragon Award ceremony with Mu Ji. "The award ceremony is in a month. You need to take time off to attend, right?" Mu Ji, "Yes. This is her first nomination for the Golden Dragon Award, the most prestigious and highest honor in the film industry. The award has no spoilers. The results will be announced live at the ceremony, so attendance is a must." Next, Ji Binghe had discussed the dress for the award ceremony with Mu Ji. Hee Ji-yue's call was much simpler. "Ms. Mu, congratulations on your Golden Dragon Award nomination for Best Actress. See you after work tonight." Mu Ji faintly heard airport announcements coming from Hee Ji-yue's end. "You arrived at the airport?" "Yes, I arrived at the airport. Not Beicheng International Airport, but Qianghai Airport. The Golden Dragon Awards nominations were announced today, and Hee Ji-yue had booked his flight a few days ago. Regardless of whether Mu Ji received a nomination, he would come. After they got together, he was by Mu Ji's side through every crucial moment in her life. That evening, as soon as Mu Ji finished work, she discovered that Hee Ji-yue had arrived on set sometime earlier. He was sitting next to director Deng Yuan. The moment Mu Ji saw Hee Ji-yue, he immediately stood up and walked towards her. Afterwards, Hee Ji-yue drove Mu Ji, Minmin, and the rest of the team in another car, and the group went to the restaurant Hee Ji-yue had booked for a celebratory dinner. After dinner, Hee Ji-yue didn't immediately take Mu Ji back to her hotel. Instead, he drove her to a beach. It's almost December. In Qianghai, this seaside city, the temperature has been quite warm these past few days, reaching over 20 degrees Celsius at night. The two strolled hand in hand along the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and digesting their meal. It was quite pleasant. They quietly savored their time alone together. Hee Ji-yue glanced at his watch. It would be time to head back soon. The stretch of beach they were walking on was deserted. He slowed his pace, starting a conversation. "I saw you in your police uniform on set today. You look just like Madame from those old movies. So dashing, upright, and righteous." He hesitated for a moment before daring to approach. Every time Mu Ji joined a new production and played a new role, Hee Ji-yue felt he was getting to know another side of her. It was fascinating. That's the charm of an actor, isn't it? And it was Mu Ji's charm that had captivated him so deeply. Hearing Hee Ji-yue's praise, Mu Ji touched her short hair. "I thought you'd be surprised to see me with short hair when you first saw me." She had filmed scenes with long hair first, and only cut it a few days ago. When she cut her hair, in front of the director and the team, she maintained a professional demeanor for the role, not revealing a hint of regret about cutting her hair short. Now, bringing it up in front of Hee Ji-yue, Mu Ji sighed softly. "I finally grew my hair long enough, and now it's short again." Before joining the cast, Mu Ji had mentioned to Hee Ji-yue that her new role required a haircut. Hee Ji-yue had remembered, so he wasn't surprised. He sensed a hint of regret in Mu Ji's tone, gently stroking her hair like petting a beloved kitten, and kissed the top of her head. "Baby, whether you have long hair or short hair, you're the most beautiful. You were nominated for Best Actress at the Golden Dragon Awards today. Are you happy?" "Pretty happy." "Ahem, are you confident you win?" "I'm very confident Teacher Mu will win." Before Mu Ji could answer, Hee Ji-woo stopped and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and whispering in her ear. "Baby, if you win the Golden Dragon Awards for Best Actress, let's get engaged." Muji? ? Is there any necessary connection between the two? December 22nd. The 19th Golden Dragon Award ceremony was held grandly at the Beicheng Huakai Gymnasium. Besides the nominees for Outstanding Directors, Outstanding Actors and Actresses, and Outstanding Screenwriters, 20 films were nominated for Outstanding Film, including several patriotic films. Patriotic films always have a super luxurious cast, with many popular artists making cameo appearances in each film. Many of the popular artists who starred in the nominated Outstanding Films were also invited to attend. Over 300 filmmakers attended the event, and the red carpet was dazzling with stars. 7 p.m. Inside the presidential suite of a hotel. The styling team members surrounding the makeup mirror dispersed, and Mu Ji, her makeup complete, stood up. Ji Bing had carefully inspected Mu Ji from head to toe, confirming that every detail was perfect, and nodded in satisfaction. She turned to the sofa behind her and called out, "President Hee." Hee Ji-woo, who had been quietly waiting on the sofa, immediately stood up upon hearing this, and walked towards Mu Ji, stopping a meter away. He dared not touch Mu Ji, as if he were facing a priceless work of art, afraid that even the slightest touch would damage it. Ji Bing had reminded him, "It's time to go. Put the necklace on Gigi." Hee Ji-woo, as if waking from a dream, snapped out of his daze of Mu Ji's beauty. He took the heart of the sky from the box Ji Bing had handed him, and walked towards Mu Ji, carefully putting it on her wrist. Mu Ji took Hee Ji-woo's hand, saying, "Thank you." Hee Ji-woo replied, "I'd be watching you from the audience." Okay. Tonight's Golden Dragon Awards ceremony. Hee Ji-woo originally didn't plan to attend, just like with the last Golden Horn Award ceremony, and was waiting for Mu Ji outside the parking lot. It was Mu Ji who said to him, "I hope you can be there." The Hee Group sponsored this year's Golden Dragon Award ceremony, and the organizers had extended an invitation to Hee Ji-woo. As the head of the Hee Group or Mu Ji's boyfriend, he could attend. Besides celebrities, a small number of tickets were available for the general public in the inner area. It would be easy for Hee Ji-woo to get an inner circle ticket. Mu Ji wanted him there, and Hee Ji-woo knew this showed Mu Ji cared about him and considered him very important, so he naturally granted her wish unconditionally. Mu Ji draped a light shawl over her shoulders to conceal her dress and maintain an air of mystery, preventing the media reporters, paparazzi, and fans from taking photos or videos of her outfit as soon as she left the hotel, prematurely revealing her look. She then set off with her team to the award ceremony venue. Mu Ji wanted Hee Ji-woo to sit in the audience. Tonight's award ceremony held a special meaning for her. If she could win the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress, it wouldn't just be one award, she would become a Triple Crown actress, just like her mother. She hoped someone as important as family would be in the audience to witness her receiving the award, to share her joy. The red carpet at the Golden Dragon Award ceremony. When Mu Ji walked the red carpet, lifting her skirt, everyone held their breath for a moment. The sound of camera shutters clicking in front of the row of media cameras fell silent. Tonight, Mu Ji wore a blue fishtail gown, the only adornment being the heart of the sky necklace, a sapphire that echoed the color of the dress. She had recently cut her hair short, and the stylist's work accentuated her stunning features, subtly adding a touch of playfulness and cuteness. This made Mu Ji feel approachable. She was like a mermaid from the deep sea, her breathtaking beauty, like a mermaid singing a beautiful song, possessed a captivating magic. The live stream chat was flooded with comments like "so beautiful, only Mu Ji can beat her on the red carpet, first on the red carpet tonight, breathtakingly beautiful, she's won so badly, her red hair is glowing." As Mu Ji finished walking the red carpet, she removed the heart of the sky gown and changed into another red dress. Ji Bing-ha. Red symbolizes good fortune and celebration. Gigi, I wish you all the best in winning your award tonight. Thank you, Sister Ji. Mu Ji hugged Ji Bing-ha and walked towards the inner area. As soon as she entered, Mu Ji felt countless eyes on her. She glanced at the back row and spotted Hee Ji-woo in the middle. She smiled in that direction, wondering if he could see her. After finding her seat in the first row, Mu Ji sat down, maintaining an elegant posture with her eyes fixed on the stage ahead. Soon, the award ceremony began. As awards were presented one by one, the Outstanding Actress Award was fast approaching. Finally, the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress was announced. When the presenter on stage opened the award card before the microphone, a moment of silence followed as she looked at the name on it. Then she looked down at the audience. The camera switched between shots of the three nominated actresses. Mu Ji sat in the audience, her hands unconsciously tightening on her knees, feeling a little nervous even amidst the deliberately created atmosphere. When she heard from the stage, "Congratulations, Muji. She has won the 19th Golden Dragon Film Award for Outstanding Actress." A huge wave of surprise and applause overwhelmed her, leaving Muji's mind blank for a moment, until the actress next to her shook her hand. Muji instantly regained her composure, shook hands with the other person, and stood up, lifting her skirt. She took a deep breath before slowly walking towards the stage. As she received the trophy and certificate from the award presenter, Muji wondered, "Have I become a Triple Crown actress like my mother?" Joy? Ecstasy? Excitement? Happiness? It seemed like all of those, yet her heart was strangely calm. Muji bowed to the audience and walked to the microphone. Before today, she had anticipated winning an award and had prepared her speech. But standing on the stage, she forgot all of that. Muji spoke from the heart. "This year marks my 6th year in the acting industry. The Golden Dragon Award is an award that all film and television actors strive for. It's every actor's dream. I'm so happy that my dream has come true tonight. Thank you, Golden Dragon Award. Thank you to all the judges. Thank you to every audience member who has supported me." Next, Muji thanked director Tang Yin, the entire crew of the film, all personnel safely evacuated, and the role of Zhou Jingwen that brought her so much. "Finally, this award is a dream come true for me, a new beginning, and a tremendous encouragement and impetus. I will continue to work diligently in every film, bringing more great works and characters to the audience. Lastly, I want to especially thank my fans Tree Branches. Thank you for your unwavering support and companionship along the way. This trophy is also your honor. Also, thank you to my friends, colleagues, everyone who loves me and..." Muji paused, looking at the audience and smiling, "The people I love." The camera skillfully panned to Hijiyue in the audience. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, a chorus of blessings. Online, Weibo's trending topics were dominated by Muji and related topics about the Golden Dragon Award. Muji, Golden Dragon Award Best Actress, #1 trending topic. Muji's Triple Golden Horse Award for Best Actress ranked 2nd on the trending searches. Muji's acceptance speech ranked 12th on the trending searches. Golden Dragon Award for Best Actor and Actress ranked 16th on the trending searches. Countless netizens sent their blessings to Muji. Congratulations to Muji on winning the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress, well deserved. Congratulations, so amazing, and Muji, the only actress in the film industry who can carry the box office, keep shining. Muji winning the award tonight is truly what everyone expected. She has really made many great films that were both critically and commercially successful in recent years. An excellent film actress. Muji is not only a box office draw, but she's also incredibly successful with her awards. Congratulations on achieving a grand slam of the 3 major domestic film awards. Congratulations on winning the Triple Golden Horse Award for Best Actress. Congratulations. I hope the film industry has more actresses like Muji who are both talented and skilled. Fans in Muji's fan page are going crazy with joy. I can't express my feelings with just I'm so happy, so proud, and so honored. Congratulations, my darling. It's truly amazing that the film industry has Muji. I'm a newbie who just watched Doomsday Virus and only lasted a month. I've been carried by my idol since I started watching. It's so awesome. Congratulations to 27-year-old Muji for becoming the youngest actress to win all 3 major film awards. And her leading role in a film is also the top-grossing film in China. Muji, you are my goddess. Muji will always be my goddess. Muji has turned the impossible into possible all along. She is truly an amazing positive role model. I want to learn from her and hope I can become even better. Congratulations to Muji on reaching the top. Winning all 3 major film awards isn't the final peak. I believe Muji will. Her achievements in film don't stop there. The future holds endless possibilities, and we continue to support her, heart. Many fans, especially longtime fans who have followed Muji all the way, have expressed their feelings. If someone had told me 6 years ago that this girl who participated in a talent show but unfortunately withdrew would one day become a Triple Crown film queen and an outstanding actress, I, as a fan, certainly wouldn't have believed it. From idol to top actress in the industry, Muji is truly remarkable. She's a Triple Crown film queen. She's the hottest top star. She's the most commercially valuable female artist. She's a highly popular actress. She has no weaknesses in box office, ratings, awards, endorsements, or fashion. She's the top actress in the industry, Muji. I'm a fan of Muji, hee. There's a trending topic. Muji's starring films surpassed 20 billion. Fans have listed the box office results of Muji's starring films. Youth film back to 17 1.009 billion. Road movie Countdown 1.6 billion. Infinite Flow Escape from the Game 4.1 billion. Wuxia film Claws 2.3 billion. War film Safe Evacuation 5.12 billion. Disaster film Doomsday Virus 5.8 billion. Her 6 starring films have a total box office of 20.01 billion. There's also a patriotic film she starred in, Model of the Times, which grossed over 2 billion, but that's not included. Muji, truly deserving of being the top actress in the industry. Also trending is a romance-related topic. Muji receives an award while Hee sits in the audience. The discussion and buzz surrounding the event were incredibly high. When Muji went on stage to accept her award, the live stream of the Golden Dragon Awards ceremony cut to Hee in the audience. When Muji gave her acceptance speech, "The person I love," the camera also cut to Hee. CP fans and casual viewers exclaimed, "So sweet." His gaze towards her is so affectionate and doting. So sweet. I had so much sweetness tonight. First, Muji wore the Heart of the Sky necklace on the red carpet, and Hee is giving Muji his mother's necklace. Starry eyes. Hee even sat in the audience to witness Muji receiving her award. This is the most high-profile thing the couple has done since they got together. So sweet. Who said Muji and Hee were always apart, and that Muji would disappear as soon as she joined a production, and they'd definitely break up? Ha! Hee visited the set on the day the Golden Crane Awards nominations were announced, and also accompanied her to accept the award tonight. We love them so much. Either they don't give us any sweetness, or when they do, it's killing me. This couple absolutely has to get married. Hee, if you're a man, propose to me tonight. At Seeking Cactus. Offline, after the Golden Dragon Awards ceremony. After finishing her media interviews, Muji changed her clothes and left with Hee and their team. They went to the restaurant Hee had booked 2 weeks ago. Many people came tonight. Besides Hee, Ji Binghe, Muji's entire team, several high-ranking executives from launching media, former colleagues, Zhou Jingzhu and Lu Kai, as well as directors Wan Zhou and Tang Yin, etc. Ji Binghe was the only one who knew that Hee planned to propose to Muji tonight. Hee wouldn't propose to Muji in front of so many people. He knew Muji wouldn't like it. It was quite late when the award ceremony ended. Arriving at the restaurant, the food started being served as soon as everyone arrived. During the meal, Hee attentively served Muji food, urging her to eat quickly, saying he would sneak away with her later. Otherwise, this meal would take at least an hour or 2 to end. If he and Muji were to sneak away early, someone would have to take charge. So he told Ji Binghe about his proposal plan. They only been together for a year, and he's already proposing? He's got guts. Okay, leave this to me. Hurry up and take her away. Good luck, good luck. To be honest, Hee was very unsure. But during his visit to the set in Shanghai and recently, he had hinted at it to Muji a few times, laying the groundwork. He didn't think he'd scare Muji. He felt tonight was the best opportunity, and didn't want to wait any longer. At worst, I just ask again next time. Muji ate something to fill her stomach, and Hee quietly pushed his phone in front of her. The phone displayed, "Teacher Mu, shall we go see the stars?" After she read the message, Hee excused himself to go to the restroom and left again. 1 minute later, Muji followed him out of the restaurant. Then Hee pulled her out of the restaurant, to the parking lot, and they drove off. The drive from the restaurant to Xingyantai took half an hour less than last time. It still took 2 hours. Muji had taken 3 days off from her trip back to Beicheng, and her flight back to the film set wasn't until tomorrow afternoon. There was plenty of time, which was why Hee brought Muji to Xingyantai again. Muji won the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress tonight, making her a triple Golden Horse Award winner. Logically, she should be very happy, but Hee saw happiness on Muji's face, along with some low spirits he couldn't decipher. It was very similar to the night she first won the Golden Crane Award for Best Actress. So he brought Muji to Nebula Terrace as planned. "Baby, take a nap, I wake you when it's time." Okay. Muji surfed the internet for about 10 minutes before putting her phone away. She wondered if she would dream again, like last time, of the same world. 2 hours later, Muji's alarm went off. She realized she was asleep, but hadn't dreamed. Hee wrapped her in a blanket and carried her out of the car. He carried her for a while, arriving at the campsite from last time. Just like before, They pitched a tent and set up a table and chairs on the mountaintop. The temperature was 10 degrees Celsius tonight, and the wind was a bit strong on the mountain. Hee-ji first heated up a cup of milk for Mu-ji, then the two sat side by side, looking up at the stars. Mu-ji had a pretty good idea of what Hee-ji was planning tonight. She gazed at the stars as he reminisced about their years together. Then, Hee-ji awkwardly knelt on one knee before her. Because the ground was covered in pebbles, his knee hit one of them as he began to kneel, causing him to stumble and sway. Mu-ji found it a little funny and reached out to steady him, but he grabbed her hand firmly. With his other hand, Hee-ji pulled a small box from his coat pocket, opened it, and inside lay a dazzling pigeon egg ring. Ahem, tonight is a proposal just for the two of us. Once you agree, we have an engagement ceremony witnessed by our family and friends, and then I formally propose again. It's not that I'm rushing you to marry me, but I feel that we've known each other for 6 years and dated for a year, so we know each other well enough. We can move on to the next stage as fiancé. From the first day we started dating, I had marriage in mind. So, baby, will you consider being my fiancé? Hee-ji had said a lot, but he hadn't finished. Mu-ji raised her hand and touched his face. She looked down at him, and the two gazed at each other quietly for a moment. She seemed to find the answer in his eyes, and softly replied, "Okay, help me put the ring on." Hearing this, Hee-ji's eyes reddened for some reason. He picked up the ring from the box and carefully slipped it onto Mu-ji's left middle finger, inch by inch, until it fit snugly against her finger. Hee-ji took Mu-ji's hand and reverently kissed her ring finger. "I love you." They embraced under the starry sky, atop the mountain. Mu-ji nestled in Hee-ji's warm embrace, looking up at the stars. "There's a senior actress who won all 3 major film awards. I saw her interview." A reporter asked her, "Winning all 3 awards means you reached the top of the industry?" She smiled and said, "There's no ceiling in this industry. As an actor, the most important thing is to perform each role well. This is a long road." Mu-ji saw many netizens saying she had already reached the top, stood at the summit. But there is no true summit in this industry. As long as she continues acting, she will continue to climb, with reverence and love for acting. Hee-ji hugged the person in his arms tightly, and said firmly, "I go with you. Go chase the stars and the sea, the dazzling starry sky. I chase you, along with millions of fans." Chapter 201 Extra. 1 year later. Launching Media, in collaboration with the short video platform Chanla, is launching a large-scale celebrity dating observation reality show, Celebrity Romance. Since the announcement of the show, it has attracted widespread attention from netizens. 6 months ago, the show's official Weibo account, Celebrity Romance, posted a Weibo message, "Celebrity Romance V, welcome everyone to nominate." This Weibo post received over 2 million likes, and over 200,000 comments. The top 10 comments were dominated by the names of a certain couple. Please invite a pleasant to the eyes. Don't force me. I'm begging you on my knees. If Mu-ji and Hee-ji, this national couple, were on the show, the viewership and popularity would be guaranteed. Key point, it's a program produced by Launching Media. They can't not invite the company's top female star, right? I'm here to help the production team at Mu-ji at Kaiwanmaru Cactus. You're welcome. If the production team could get Mu-ji and Hee-ji on Celebrity Romance, I'd be willing to be a vegetarian for a year. Sob. The first top comment received 300,000 likes. It's clear that many netizens, including CP fans, really wanted to see the pleasant to the eyes couple on this show, or rather, on a dating reality show, to understand Mu-ji and Hee-ji's private interactions, and to see their daily romance. Unfortunately, half a year has passed, and everyone's enthusiasm is almost exhausted. We still haven't seen any further developments from this program. Recently, there's finally some new information about Celebrity Romance. It's been revealed that a total of 4 celebrity couples will be invited to record the show. The celebrity guests who have been confirmed so far are Yin Xiuran and his wife, Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng, and Qiyu and her husband. There is also another group of celebrity guests to be determined. Netizens, where are Mu-ji and Hee-ji? They're going to cause a scene if we can't get this national couple on the show. After the show's guest lineup was revealed, Wang Yubo, the director, went online to read netizens' reactions and saw that everyone was still determined to see Mu-ji and Hee-ji on the program. Sigh, what a worry. Of course, he wanted to invite them. In fact, he had approached Mu-ji several times, but to no avail. It's a long story. Fortunately, Mu-ji finished filming her sci-fi movie a couple of days ago, and she has returned to Beicheng. Wang Yubao learned from the agency director, Ji Binghe, that Mu Ji would be coming to launching media the next day. He planned to have another good talk with Mu Ji and make one last effort. The next morning, He Jiyue drove Mu Ji to the ground-level parking lot downstairs at launching media. "Shall I walk you to the company entrance?" Mu Ji, "No need, I walk there myself. It's only 100 meters away." They've been together for 2 years, and He Jiyue is still so clingy. "I pick you up at noon. I already booked a restaurant." Mu Ji nodded, "Okay." She looked down at her right hand, which He Jiyue was holding tightly, indicating that she needed to get out of the car and let go. He Jiyue's right hand remained tightly clasped around her left, gently shaking it, a silent act of affection. Mu Ji couldn't resist him, so she leaned over and kissed He Jiyue on the cheek. Only then did He Jiyue release Mu Ji's hand, carefully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a gentle smile curving his lips. "Baby's hair has grown a bit." Then he leaned over and kissed her forehead. "See you at noon." "Okay." Mu Ji got out of the car, waved to him from the window, and walked towards the company building. He Jiyue watched Mu Ji's figure disappear from the company gate before turning away with a reluctant gaze and driving off. Launching Media, Director of Talent Agency Office. At the beginning of this year, Launching Media signed several more popular artists. This past year, Ji Binghe had been as busy as a spinning top. Mu Ji was the most worry-free artist she had ever managed. Every time she saw Mu Ji, Ji Binghe felt a temporary escape from her heavy workload, gaining a moment of relaxation. After discussing work arrangements with Mu Ji, Ji Binghe hesitated before speaking. "Ji, after you finish filming your new movie, you have a 6-month vacation." At the end of last year, on the day Mu Ji won the Golden Dragon Award for Best Actress, He Jiyue successfully proposed to her. A few days later, Mu Ji won the Golden Crane Award for Best Actress again. Then, half a month later, before the Spring Festival, Mu Ji and He Jiyue held an engagement ceremony witnessed by relatives and friends. After the engagement, He Jiyue planned to start preparing for the wedding. This year, somehow, he got Mu Ji's consent and set the wedding date for next spring. For this reason, Mu Ji cleared her schedule for the first half of next year, partly for wedding preparations, and partly to intentionally slow down her work pace and take a break. Back to the topic of vacation. Ji Binghe thought of someone and said to Mu Ji, "Shiji, for the next 6 months, I suggest you maintain some exposure. So, Shiji, have you considered recording the large-scale dating reality show Celebrity Romance that the company is producing? Well, it would be a beautiful record of your and President He's daily love before the wedding." Mu Ji, a beautiful record before the wedding? Suddenly, she remembered that He Jiyue had taken photos of her to record some important moments, such as taking a picture of her trophy, and a photo of her every time she won an award, and taking a picture of their hands wearing engagement rings on their engagement day. In daily life, he would sometimes secretly take pictures of her, and then show them to her. Mu Ji had only taken one photo of He Jiyue. One day, they were watching the sunset on a mountain, and he turned to look at her. The light of the sunset shone from behind, bathing him in a glow. She captured that moment of He Jiyue. Seeing Mu Ji deep in thought, Ji Binghe said somewhat helplessly, "Director Wang Yubao is driving me crazy. He's probably brainwashed me too many times, making me think you could try recording a dating reality show before you get married. The public is so curious about your relationship with President He, there's a huge demand for you two to be on a dating show. Maybe sharing it wouldn't be a bad thing? Director Wang Yubao came to the company early this morning, wanting to see you again. Should we let him in for a chat?" Wang Yubao was previously the director of a top-rated variety show. Mu Ji wasn't quite sure why Wang Yubao had signed with Launching Media and become one of their cultivated directors. The show Celebrity Romance was created because the short video platform Chanla approached Launching Media for a collaboration, wanting to create a dating reality show. So the show ended up in Wang Yubao's hands. Mu Ji thought about it, and agreed to see Wang Yubao again. During the filming of her science fiction movie, Wang Yubao called twice to invite her to participate, but Mu Ji flatly refused. After visiting the set twice more, Mu Ji showed little interest in the dating reality show. Coupled with the busy filming schedule, she didn't have much time to properly explain the show to Wang Yubao. She only knew that the company was planning such a program, and which guests they intended to invite. 5 minutes later, director Wang Yubao entered. In his 30s, with dyed blonde hair, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and a floral shirt, his first impression was, well, a bit eccentric. Ji Binghe stood up. "You two chat, I have work to do." She walked to her computer, sat down, and continued working. These past few days, Wang Yuba had repeatedly reviewed his 2 phone conversations with Mu Ji and his 2 meetings on set. Had there been anything wrong with his communication style? He actually realized a problem. Each time, he immediately started talking to Mu Ji about the program, explaining what it was planned to be like, where it would be filmed, which guests would participate, and how the program's content would be made. He hadn't properly introduced himself. Upon meeting Mu Ji, Wang Yuba planned to briefly share his story. Ms. Mu, I was originally a director of a variety show. I wanted to switch careers and make movies, so I quit my job at the TV station and signed with Launching Media. I have a script I really want to work on, with a significant investment. President Ming's idea is that the company happens to have a dating show in collaboration with Chanla, and he wants me to do a good job on this show before investing in me. Wang Yuba looked at Mu Ji, his eyes full of anticipation. So, this dating show is a test for me from the company. It's related to my film dreams, and it's extremely important to me. I know Teacher Mu is a very supportive and excellent actress, who mentors new directors. Mu Ji, is she trying to gain sympathy? She said, these are 2 different things. If your film project is ready, the company will invest, and give you a chance if they have confidence in it. As for this dating reality show, since the company entrusted it to you, and you accepted it, you need to consider how to make the show successful. I don't know much about variety shows, but I think whether a show is popular with the audience isn't just about attracting attention with a guest lineup, right? Wang Yuba smiled wryly. Teacher Mu, the content of the show is certainly important, but if the guests are chosen well, especially if you and President he are as popular as everyone online, then celebrity romance is a sure thing, just like the netizens are saying. In recent years, numerous dating reality shows featuring ordinary people and celebrities have been produced by various platforms, almost annually. However, the success of these shows largely depends on the guests they invite. Any variety show featuring Mu Ji and He Ji is, without exaggeration, poised to become a national phenomenon. Wang Yuba smiled wryly again. Teacher Mu, to be honest, this is also the client's requirement. With the continuous growth of short video platforms, besides collaborating with video platforms to import dramas, they also want to produce their own dramas and programs. This is why Celebrity Romance approached Launching Media. The client not only provides funding but also effort. Launching Media only needs to record and edit the program content, then hand it over to the short video platform for uploading and promotion, thus driving traffic. This will be a key variety show promoted by short video platforms next year. All of this was precisely because of the immense popularity and buzz surrounding Mu Ji and He Ji, this national couple. Mu Ji didn't react at this point. Wang Yuba's heart sank. He thought to himself, this is bad. He quickly calmed himself down and tried to consider things from Mu Ji's perspective, continuing, Ms. Mu, since you and President he officially announced your relationship, there's been a lot of online attention and speculation about your relationship. For example, many netizens want to know about your private interactions. There are also some malicious comments online. I think if you're willing to share this on the show, I believe the public will give your relationship even more blessings. Then, Wang Yuba added a moral dimension, elevating Mu Ji's appearance on the variety show. Our starting point for creating the celebrity romance program is not merely to entertain the public, but to focus on the personal lives of celebrities beyond the spotlight. Life. Ms. Mu, you're a top actress in the industry now, with a constant stream of offers, yet you only film 1 or 2 movies a year. During filming, you never take leave and always stay on set, only visiting from President He. Over several months, you only met a handful of times. I think the public is very curious about how an outstanding actress like Ms. Mu balances her acting career with her personal life and relationships. It's also a reference point for many outstanding women in other industries, so this program is very important. He paused here, adjusting his glasses. Ms. Mu, this program only records and observes what celebrity couples are like in private. What we edit together is what it's like. Absolutely not, and we would never dare to edit it haphazardly. You can rest assured about that. After all, He Ji is the boss of Launching Media, and Mu Ji is the boss's wife. If the boss and his wife dared to edit it haphazardly, create bizarre edits, or manipulate the footage, their entire production team could pack their bags and leave. Such behavior would also contradict the original intention of the program. Mu Ji fell into thought. In fact, since she and He Ji got together, there have indeed been various rumors, even some outrageous fabrications. For example, some wildly imaginative people said they were a contractual couple. They claimed that when He Ji faced the battle for succession, it was Mu Ji who stepped in to support him and help him. Therefore, She made a request of Hee-ji-yue, asking him to cooperate with her in creating hype. She orchestrated a romance of a top business tycoon humbly pursuing a female celebrity to elevate Moo-ji's status, her net worth. After their official announcement, Hee-ji-yue's alternate account stopped updating. These absurd rumors only disappeared after she and Hee-ji-yue got engaged at the end of last year. But online, sarcastic and mocking voices continued to emerge. Even after their engagement, some netizens jumped out. They only dated for a year before getting engaged. Are they really that in love? They felt that Hee-ji-yue, with his net worth of hundreds of billions, could have any woman he wanted, and that he was already being ensnared by Moo-ji so quickly, mocking Moo-ji's cunning. In a few months, when news of their marriage spreads next year, it's estimated that even more outrageous rumors will emerge then, such as, Moo-ji is definitely pregnant and using the child to climb the social ladder, etc. There are also some rumors offline. Not from Moo-ji's side, but from Hee-ji-yue's side. Once, Hee-ji-yue took Moo-ji to play golf, where they ran into one of Hee-ji-yue's business partners. Midway through the game, Moo-ji went to the restroom. When she returned, she overheard the businessman jokingly criticizing Hee-ji-yue for losing face as a man and being too subservient to a woman. He said, even if you don't want someone of equal social standing, at least find someone who cares for you and loves you. Because Moo-ji hadn't shown any affection for Hee-ji-yue since their official relationship announcement on Weibo. During golf and breaks, Hee-ji-yue was always attentive to her, leading her to believe that Moo-ji didn't love him. Moo-ji was an artist, she was used to this. It was unavoidable in her work. But not for Hee-ji-yue. Perhaps sharing a glimpse of their relationship through a TV program could reduce the gossip, especially around their wedding next year, preventing outrageous fabrications. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Wang Yibo noticed a slight change in Moo-ji's expression after his words. He quickly placed the planning documents he had brought in front of Moo-ji with both hands. This is the detailed proposal for the program Celebrity Romance. Please take a look, Ms. Moo, and we welcome your feedback on our work. Moo-ji glanced at the document in front of her, didn't refuse, and asked when the program was scheduled to be recorded. Wang Yibo quickly replied, recording in January. Moo-ji said, Director Wang, I need to discuss this with President He. We consider it, and give you an answer later. Wang Yibo smiled broadly and nodded hurriedly. Okay. No problem. I wait for Ms. Moo's good news. Is there hope? Hard work pays off. Chapter 202 Extra. At noon, after having lunch at a restaurant, Hee-ji-yue drove Moo-ji home. He had to fly to the branch office for a business trip that afternoon and would be back in 2 days. Hee-ji-yue parked the car at the door, saw Moo-ji inside, and then hugged her tightly in the living room, reluctant to say goodbye. He buried his head in Moo-ji's neck, gently nuzzling her like a puppy greedily inhaling its owner's scent. You just finished filming 2 days ago. They had only been able to be affectionate for 2 days before he had to go on a business trip, and they had to part again. I really want to pack Teacher Moo up and take her with me. Moo-ji patted his head, then I book a ticket and fly to Pyeongchang with you. Every time she joined a film crew, Hee-ji-yue would fly over to visit her on set. The sci-fi movie she had just finished filming had taken more than 5 months to shoot. She had taken a week off to adjust, and had no plans for the next 2 days. Although Moo-ji was too lazy to make the trip, if Hee-ji-yue really wanted her to come, she would accompany him on a flight to Pyeongchang. Hearing Moo-ji say this, Hee-ji-yue's heart melted. He straightened up slightly, cupped Moo-ji's face in his hands, and gazed deeply at her face, her eyebrows, her eyes, her nose, finally settling on her lips. Like the most delicate pink rose petals in the world, making one want to pluck them. I don't want you to make the trip. It's all meetings all day, you'd be bored alone. Baby, just wait for me at home. Moo-ji nodded without objection. Okay, I drive to the airport to pick you up when you get back to Beicheng. You want to? She wanted to ask him what he wanted to eat, so she could book a restaurant in advance. Before she could finish speaking, Hee-ji-yue's hot breath landed on her lips. His kiss landed on her lips, burning hot, his tongue lightly tracing her lip, sending a shivering electric current through her. The next second, he forcefully pried open her teeth, igniting a passionate flame. It seemed he wanted to settle the 2 days of kissing ahead of time all at once. Moo-ji was so weak from Hee-ji-yue's kiss that she almost couldn't stand, held tightly in his arms. That kiss felt like an eternity. She felt breathless several times. After Hee-ji-yue left, Moo-ji sat on the sofa, her heartbeat, which had been pounding like a drum, slowly calming down. She touched her lips, which had just healed a day ago, and were now swollen from the kiss, her head still a little dizzy. Suddenly, She remembered the invitation to the dating reality show. She'd forgotten to mention it to Hee-Yue. She picked up her phone to text Hee-Yue, but put it down again. She waited until he returned to talk to him in person. The following afternoon, Zhou Jingzhu, Lu Kai, and Mu Ji had arranged to meet for afternoon tea. Upon meeting, Zhou Jingzhu, with a gossipy expression, asked Mu Ji, "Is it true that you and your boyfriend are going to be on the dating reality show Celebrity Romance?" Mu Ji didn't hide anything. The show is still in talks. Nothing's finalized yet. Zhou Jingzhu grabbed Mu Ji's arm excitedly. "Go for it. Go for it. I'm also a big fan of this CP couple pairing. The way you two act together is like a live-action idol drama. I'm boldly saying it's much more anticipated than idol dramas starring other celebrities." Lu Kai nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Mu Ji, In fact, Zhou Jingzhu and Lu Kai were both very curious about Mu Ji and Hee-Yue's private interactions. Since Mu Ji and Hee-Yue confirmed their relationship, although they had met up a few times. Those were all at the dinner table. All that was seen was Hee-Yue's doting affection for Mu Ji, almost to the point of feeding her mouthful by mouthful. Further details of their interactions remained unknown. Mu Ji honestly stated this matter. "I haven't formally discussed it with Ji-Yue yet. As long as you agree, Hee-Yue definitely won't object, right?" Zhou Jingzhu understood this perfectly. Mu Ji was the one who made the decisions between Mu Ji and Hee-Yue. Mu Ji had some worries and concerns. Going on variety shows, every move will be magnified infinitely. As a popular celebrity, she received a lot of attention, even without appearing on variety shows. Just being in front of the camera meant being under a microscope. She was used to it. But Hee-Yue wasn't a celebrity. Facing a 360-degree camera without any blind spots, he inevitably felt pressured. Zhou Jingzhu clicked her tongue and said, "Woman, it seems you love him very much too. However, you don't need to worry about your man at all. Celebrity Romance is a program from Launching Media. It's a pre-recorded, edited variety show. Besides, good looks are everything. His face can outshine Qin Lufeng and Yin Xiuran. It's no surprise he'd be very popular with netizens. You two already have over 1 million CP fans. I bet when the show airs, it'd be a massive fan gathering for your CP fans. Mu Ji, is it really that exaggerated? Is she just overthinking things because she's worried too much?" After afternoon tea with Zhou Jingzhu and Lu Kai, Mu Ji drove home. As she approached the villa complex, she sensed something was wrong. Looking in her rearview mirror, she noticed a black car seemingly following her. At this time of day, on this stretch of road, very few cars or people usually pass by. Mu Ji stepped on the gas, accelerating. The car behind seemed to notice, and sped up to catch up. Just before Mu Ji left that section of road and reached the entrance of the villa complex, it rudely cut her off. To avoid a collision, Mu Ji slammed on the brakes, the inertia causing her to lurch forward, her head nearly hitting the steering wheel. After regaining her composure, she immediately reached for her phone, only to find it had fallen from the recessed area beside her onto the carpet under the passenger seat due to the sudden braking. Mu Ji shifted to neutral, pressed the handbrake, and was about to unbuckle her seatbelt and bend down to retrieve her phone. At the same time, there was a knock on the driver's side door. Mu Ji turned to see an older, middle-aged woman standing outside the window, waving and gesturing for her to get out and talk. Mu Ji hesitated for a moment before recognizing the middle-aged woman standing outside. It was Dong Jingwan. She'd seen her once at the company's annual meeting the year she signed with the company. Back then, Dong Jingwan was dressed in a mink coat, radiant, exuding the air of a wealthy socialite. Now, her face showed obvious signs of aging, and the black down jacket she wore only accentuated her somber appearance. Mu Ji was quite surprised to see Dong Jingwan again. A year ago, she and Hee-Yue had held their engagement ceremony in Qionghai. To make things convenient for Mu Ji, so she wouldn't have to take time off work or travel, Hee-Yue chose Qionghai as the engagement location, chartering a plane to invite relatives and friends from Beicheng and Lianqing to attend. Among the relatives and friends was He Hongshuo. Mu Ji knew that Hee-Yue and He Hongshuo's father-son relationship wasn't good, but to outsiders, they were father and son, so she had no objection to He Hongshuo's attendance. At the time, Hee-Yue had mentioned the aftermath of Dong Jingwan and her son's fate to Mu Ji. It was said that He Hongshuo, out of consideration for their decades-long marriage and father-son relationship, didn't pursue legal action against Dong Jingwan and her son, but forced Dong Jingwan to sign an agreement to leave with nothing, giving He Juanji a large sum of money and some real estate. He effectively severed ties with his ex-wife and son. Then he sent the mother and son abroad to live, forbidding them from returning. Dong Jingwan secretly returned to China? What does she want from me? Ignoring the incessant knocking on the car window, Mu Ji unbuckled her seatbelt, bent down to pick up the phone first, and then turned to look out the window. Dong Jingwan's face showed a hint of anger, but she dared not show it, pressing the phone against the car window. The message displayed was, "I meant no harm. Miss Mu Ji, shall we talk?" Mu Ji noticed that Dong Jingwan was only holding a phone in her hands, nothing else, and her path was blocked. She glanced at the roadside and saw a security camera. She cautiously rolled down her window halfway and warned Dong Jingwan, "There are surveillance cameras here. I advise you not to do anything rash." She suggested that Dong Jingwan's people move the car blocking the way so they could talk later. "Otherwise, I call the police immediately. My personal safety is threatened." Dong Jingwan gritted her teeth and agreed. She went over and spoke to the driver of the other car, who then pulled over to the side of the road, no longer blocking Mu Ji's path. "Miss Mu, I have no ill intentions. We can find a place to sit down and talk. I'm just trying to be helpful. I don't want you to be deceived. Mu Ji, I don't think we're the kind of people who can sit and talk like this. If you have something to say, just say it." Seeing Mu Ji's strong defensiveness and lack of intention to get out of the car, Dong Jingwan seemed to say, "I stay in the car, so say what you have to say quickly." Afraid that Mu Ji would drive away, Dong Jingwan reluctantly showed her a photo on her phone and handed it halfway through the open window. "Miss Mu, take a look." Mu Ji didn't take the phone. "Please hold the phone upright so I can see it." Dong Jingwan hesitated, then turned the screen back on and held the phone upright for Mu Ji to see. Mu Ji could have simply driven away after the car blocking the way. But Dong Jingwan's mention of, "I don't want you to be deceived. I don't suspect anyone else." This referred to Yue. Mu Ji wanted to know what Dong Jingwan was holding. On the phone screen by the car window was a photo. A high-resolution photo taken from a distance. A man and a woman stood beside a luxury car. The man was Yue, his face and entire body visible in the photo. The woman had long hair, and only her back was visible. The two walked past each other. If it were just Yue and a woman's backs in the same frame, it wouldn't be anything special. The key point of the photo is that Yue is holding the woman's arm, while the woman, whose back is only visible, has her other hand on her stomach, her pregnant belly clearly visible. In the entertainment industry, female celebrities being photographed with men can easily be linked to romantic relationships. If this photo were leaked by paparazzi, the relationship between Yue and this pregnant woman would be quite obvious. Seeing Mu Ji frown after looking at the photo, Dong Jingwan happily revealed, "The woman in the photo is Yue's college classmate and campus beauty, and apparently also his ex-girlfriend. Yue told you he was going on a business trip to the branch office, but he was actually going to meet his lover. This happened last night. Men are all the same, they can't control their lower bodies. Hongzhu boasts about how devoted he is to Yishui, how he can't forget her, but he still married me and had a child with me. They're cut from the same cloth." She looked at Mu Ji with pity. "Yue pursued you for years before finally winning you over. His desire to conquer is what drives him. The more unattainable something is, the more he covets it. Once he gets it, he doesn't appreciate it anymore. How could he possibly give up the whole garden for one flower? You're always away filming. You two rarely see each other. You have no idea what he does behind your back, how many people are around him." Mu Ji, She and Yue had been together for 2 years and engaged for a year. They hadn't taken the final step yet. Yue said he would wait until marriage, until she truly became his wife. As for the matter in the photo, Yue hadn't mentioned it to Mu Ji. Judging from the photo, Yue's expression was indifferent, revealing no emotion. It's difficult to reconstruct the true situation from a single photo. Mu Ji looked away from her phone screen and at Dong Jingwan, saying, "According to you, Yue and this woman have a close relationship. They must have done more than just hold hands, right? Did your people take any more intimate photos?" Dong Jingwan was taken aback, momentarily speechless, before finally responding after a few seconds. "Of course, they wouldn't be openly hugging and cuddling in public. You could have someone check if this woman is Yue's college classmate, and whether they met behind your back last night." Mu Ji interrupted her, "I believe Yue." Dong Jingwan felt Mu Ji was too calm. Yue had become the heir to the He group. Given his current wealth, most women wouldn't care if he had mistresses. But after investigating, Dong Jingwan knew Mu Ji's acting career was thriving. She was adored by a large fan base, and she was very proud. She definitely wouldn't tolerate her fiancé betraying her. Why did Mu Ji trust Yue so much? Aside from officially announcing their relationship, they hadn't shown any affection online, not even their engagement. Dong Jingwon laughed. Do you believe him? You're so calm, without a trace of anger or jealousy. You don't love Hee Ji-woo at all, right? Mu Ji wasn't provoked. While silently fastening her seatbelt, she coldly replied to Dong Jingwon, It's none of your business. Who says it's none of my business? Dong Jingwon gritted her teeth. My son and I are in this state today, forced to leave our home and live abroad, all because of him. If he hadn't forced us. He stole everything from my son. He destroyed everything she had. Do you think Hee Hongchuo would hand over the He group to a son who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, who's a womanizer and incapable of handling important responsibilities? Without Hee Ji-woo, you and your son would still go crazy. You ended up like this. Hee Ji-woo told me his surname is He, the He of Yishui. Dong Jingwon's angry face suddenly froze, draining all color from her at the last sentence. Mu Ji glanced disdainfully at Dong Jingwon standing by the car window. He owes you nothing. It's you and your son who owe him. Don't ever appear in front of me again, or in front of Hee Ji-woo. She rolled up the car window. While Dong Jingwon was still stunned, she drove off. It was 6 p.m. when she got home. Mu Ji wondered if Hee Ji-woo was finished with his work at this hour, and was about to send him a message to ask. Ji Bing had called. Shi Ji-woo. Check the trending topics. She hung up. Mu Ji checked the trending topics, and the number one was Hee Ji-woo's nighttime rendezvous with a mysterious pregnant woman. This trending topic was 2. Clicking on it, she saw the photos Dong Jingwon had shown her. There was an additional photo of the mysterious woman's face. The paparazzi had already automatically identified the woman. She attended the same university as Hee Ji-woo, was the school's beauty queen, a classmate, and suspected to be Hee Ji-woo's ex-girlfriend. The Weibo account suspected to belong to the mysterious woman was also exposed. She didn't post much, but the content seemed to all point to Hee Ji-woo. For example, she wrote the character He on the window on a rainy day. She posted a pregnancy test result, claiming the child was hers alone. She reminisced about the time they spent together. This implied that she broke up with the man because he had another woman. Holy crap. After seeing the photos, I didn't really believe it, but after reading the expose and the woman's Weibo posts, I think this is confirmed. At Kyomaru Cactus Dai. Angry. Family, I pieced together the story. Hee Ji-woo and the mysterious woman used to be together, rekindled their old flame, and he got his ex-girlfriend pregnant behind Mu Ji's back. He used a business trip as an excuse to visit his ex-girlfriend, and judging from the photos, they seem to be having a cold war. Hee Ji-woo is grabbing the woman's arm, preventing her from leaving? One comment read, but why do I feel like it was the woman who was about to fall? Hee Ji-woo seemed to have caught her. Another said, unbelievable. With such a beautiful fiancée like Mu Ji, how could he be interested in other women? This mysterious woman is miles behind Mu Ji. Yet another commented, judging from the style of his alternate account, when Hee Ji-woo is with Mu Ji, he's the one fawning over her. With other women, it's definitely the other way around. To be frank, Mu Ji is probably the clueless type, not as outgoing or playful as the other women. All crows are black, and wildflowers are always more fragrant than garden flowers. In the trending topics, netizens were gossiping, enjoying the drama, and some were even gloating. Mu Ji's fans were already tagging Hee Ji-woo's alternate account and hurling insults, demanding he respond. Mu Ji finally understood. Dong Jingwon had prepared 2 plans, sowing discord in front of her while simultaneously releasing the photos online to disgust Hee Ji-woo and tarnish his image. After reading the mysterious woman's Weibo post, she became even more convinced of Hee Ji-woo's abilities. Based on the mysterious woman's post about XX days into pregnancy, it could be deduced that she conceived approximately 6 or 7 months prior. At that time, Mu Ji hadn't joined the production team yet, and Hee Ji-woo hadn't traveled for those 2 months. They saw each other every day, either she was working alongside him at the He group, or he was visiting her. Ji Bing sent a message saying to first reduce the trending topic. Meanwhile, Hee Ji-woo's PR team acted swiftly. Hee Ji-woo's alternate account responded, suddenly becoming the number 1 trending topic. Mu Ji was surprised. It seems a staff member notified Hee Ji-woo immediately, and he learned about what was happening online. Curious, she clicked on it. The trending Weibo post was from Hee Ji-woo, posted 3 minutes earlier. She posted 2 Weibo posts in a row. The first Weibo post from Hee Ji-woo's alternate account was roughly this. I've seen many social cases online where people were extorted after doing good deeds. I thought I had some money, so I wasn't afraid. So a pregnant woman walked past me, and seeing that she was about to fall, I reached out to help her without thinking much. unexpectedly. She was extorted for money, which wasn't even what I was angry about. I solemnly clarify, I have no recollection of this mysterious pregnant woman. She was just a passerby. The second Weibo post. Hee-Ji-Yue's alternate account directly tagged the legal department of the He group, with only 2 words. Get to work. Sue them to death. This tough move left netizens wondering, wow, that's bold. They never expected the plot to take this turn. Was she actually extorted for doing a good deed? The first to back down was the paparazzi who broke the news, quickly deleting their post. Subsequently, some of those who had joined in the hype and spread rumors also deleted their Weibo posts that fueled the rumors. After all, Hee-Ji-Yue is backed by the He group, someone not to be trifled with. The mysterious woman, the female protagonist, finally went online and posted a Weibo message explaining that she had just learned she was trending, that the child's father wasn't who everyone suspected, and thanked the kind people from last night. Online opinion instantly shifted. A small group of netizens believed Hee-Ji-Yue's PR skills were superb, managing to settle everything with money. Many rumors don't simply disappear after being clarified. Some people, with I'm the only one who's sober mentality, don't believe the so-called clarification. And the cost of spreading rumors is really too low, while debunking them is incredibly difficult. For Hee-Ji-Yue to sue these people would require time. It might take at least a year to get a result. Mu-Ji went offline on Weibo. Hee-Ji-Yue called, explaining the online situation to Mu-Ji. Mu-Ji also told Hee-Ji-Yue about Dong Jing-won contacting her, and said, I believe you. Then you. Mu-Ji, waiting for Hee-Ji-Yue to continue. Hee-Ji-Yue's voice was a little muffled. It's nothing. Mu-Ji, a strange question mark. Then, if there's anything to say, let's talk face-to-face when you get back? Okay. The next evening. Hee-Ji-Yue's 5 o'clock flight arrived at Beicheng International Airport. Mu-Ji drove to the airport to pick up Hee-Ji-Yue. She didn't make promises easily, but she generally kept her word and always did what she said. Hee-Ji-Yue opened the car door and got in. He immediately leaned over and hugged Mu-Ji, but quickly let go because of the busy parking lot. Should I drive? You've been on a plane for hours. I continue driving. Mu-Ji started the car and drove away from the airport parking lot. She noticed that Hee-Ji-Yue seemed a little down, probably affected by yesterday's trending topic. The original plan was for the two of them to go to a restaurant, but Mu-Ji and Hee-Ji-Yue had something to discuss, so the restaurant trip was cancelled. They drove directly from the airport back to their small villa. After parking in the designated spot and turning off the engine, Mu-Ji unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to Hee-Ji-Yue in the passenger seat. Give me your left hand. Hee-Ji-Yue, ? Chapter 203 Extra. Hee-Ji-Yue, bewildered, offered his left hand to Mu-Ji's outstretched palm. Was she going to hold his hand? Mu-Ji pinched his fingertips, but turned his hand over so his palm was facing up. Then, she raised her right hand and lightly tapped his palm. Hee-Ji-Yue was even more confused after being tapped. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a guess began to form in his mind. He had helped that stranger with his left hand, was Mu-Ji. Settling a score with him? Sure enough, the next second he heard Mu-Ji ask, was that person your classmate? Hee-Ji-Yue, remembering the trending topic from last night, knew he had been set up. He felt disgusted, like he had swallowed a fly. A flash of malice crossed his eyes, and his expression turned cold, probably. I don't remember that person. He had only considered him a stranger, and hadn't paid any attention to what he looked like. I saw the picture on the trending topics, but I couldn't remember anyone by that name. Ex-girlfriend? Hee-Ji-Yue was about to scoff and say bullshit, but then he realized what Mu-Ji's questions meant. He couldn't help but smile, shaking his head vigorously to show his loyalty, and whispered, You're my first love. Mu-Ji said irritably, What are you laughing at? Hee-Ji-Yue leaned in and hugged Mu-Ji tightly. Baby, are you a little jealous? Jealous for me? Mu-Ji sighed softly and pushed him away. Do you think I don't love you, just like everyone else? Hee-Ji-Yue took Mu-Ji's hand and kissed her fingertips. His dark, inky eyes gazed intently at Mu-Ji, filled with love. I know you like me, care about me, and even indulge me. But when I had a rumored affair, you didn't ask a single question. I couldn't control myself. I felt a little unhappy. Baby, I'm becoming more and more greedy for you. Mu-Ji remained silent. His greed stemmed from his love for her. Therefore, she couldn't stay angry with Hee-Ji-Yue, explaining, I didn't mention it on the phone last night because I wanted to ask you in person today. It's not that I'm not jealous. It's not that I don't care about you. Hee-Ji-Yue already knew, and hearing Mu-Ji-Yue's honest and straightforward words softened his heart completely. He reverently kissed her fingertips again. His voice was low and husky as he said, I know. Muji remembered Hee-ji-yue's clarification post on his alternate account last night. Some netizens commented sarcastically, haha, Hee-ji-yue finally remembered to update his alternate account to clarify things, but he hasn't updated anything related to Muji. Are these two going to break up? Her fiancé is rumored to be having an affair, but Muji's Weibo is calm. Nothing's happened yet, intriguing. Whether this is true or false, I can tell that Muji and Hee-ji-yue's relationship is really not good. She couldn't help but wonder, was she being too passive? Perhaps appearing on a dating reality show to show her and Hee-ji-yue's private relationship was necessary. Muji pulled her hand away and, taking advantage of the moment, seriously brought up the invitation to the dating reality show Celebrity Romance to Hee-ji-yue. Actually, a few months ago, director Wang Yuba came to the film set to invite Muji, and she had mentioned it to Hee-ji-yue. At the time, Hee-ji-yue had no interest in appearing on a dating variety show, even one from his own company. Now, hearing Muji formally bring up the topic, Hee-ji-yue thought about it seriously. His answer was a crisp refusal. No. Muji asked curiously, why? Hee-ji-yue muttered, I don't want others to see your private side. He greedily wanted to hide Muji's private side, so only he could see it. If director Wang Yuba heard this, he'd probably be furious. The next day, Muji told director Wang Yuba about their decision. Director Wang Yuba, upon learning that the big boss disagreed, said, Ms. Mu, could you give me 2 days? If I can persuade President He to change his mind, I hope you can continue to support our program. Muji agreed. 2 days later, Hee-ji-yue awkwardly told Muji that he had agreed to appear on the dating variety show Celebrity Romance. Muji asked, why did you change your mind? Hee-ji-yue didn't answer directly and changed the subject. Muji, ? Very mysterious. But since Hee-ji-yue had agreed, the matter of appearing on the dating reality show was officially settled. Before the show started filming, director Wang Yuba explained the relevant details of the filming to Muji and Hee-ji-yue one by one, and solicited their opinions. For example, initially, the filming would be done separately for the 4 couples, meaning each couple would film in their own residence. This raised the issue of accommodation. Here's the thing, if you don't want your home environment exposed, our production team can rent apartments or hotels for you to film in. Muji felt that finding another place to stay for the filming would be troublesome, involving packing and moving personal belongings, so she agreed. However, she didn't plan to expose her bedroom. She planned to use a spare bedroom on the 4th floor of the small house as a temporary bedroom for filming. Hee-ji-yue also agreed. His and Muji's wedding room was almost finished. Furniture would be moved in after the spring festival. He would move into the wedding room after he and Muji got married. The wedding room would absolutely not be exposed. It was fine for netizens to know where he was currently living, that was acceptable. All other filming details had been discussed. With both parties agreeing, the next step was to wait for the filming to begin. There were still 2 weeks until filming. The official Weibo account for Celebrity Romance posted a message. Only 4 characters. Celebrity Romance V. Stay tuned. Netizens exclaimed, is this about to start filming? Soon after, the final guest lineup for the show was leaked online, with the most attention focused on the popular on-screen couple, Muji and Hee-ji-yue, who were confirmed to be filming the large-scale dating reality show, Celebrity Romance. As soon as the news broke, even before the show was officially announced, it immediately topped the trending searches. The topic of Muji and Hee-ji-yue confirming their participation in Celebrity Romance exploded, garnering immense attention. Muji's fans' attitude towards their idol appearing on a dating reality show included, looking forward to Ji Bao's variety show. So happy to have Ji Bao's variety show to watch. It would be good for her to relax on a variety show, and we support whatever Muji decides. Muji's track record has been phenomenal, and her choices have never been wrong. Fans dare not question her, especially since she and Hee-ji-yue are engaged. Naturally, they stand by Muji, supporting and advocating for her. In the trending topics, netizens commented, "Aw, finally you two. I'm so glad I didn't give up. Looking forward to Muji at Kyomori Cactus. Wah, is my pleasing to the eye really going to be on a dating show? A once-in-a-lifetime event. At variety show Celebrity Love, when will filming start? Hurry up and film, hurry up and air it. I'm really curious about this couple. Their appearance on a dating show together will probably be a huge display of wealth, right? Just a passerby, when will this show air? Muji and Hee-ji-yue are such a low-key couple, I'm quite curious how they get along in private. Haha, I can't help but suspect that He Ji is trying to clear his name by appearing on a variety show with Mu Ji after being exposed in a scandal a while ago. 3 other couples also sparked discussion. Besides the highly popular and well-known pleasing to the eye couple, the second most popular couple is the heart-stealing couple, namely Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng. A year ago, paparazzi revealed their relationship, releasing a gif of Xia Xinyan kissing Qin Lufeng on the cheek. Xia Xinyan faced attacks from Qin Lufeng's fans, and that same day, Qin Lufeng officially announced their relationship on Weibo. Unlike Mu Ji and He Ji's low-key approach, Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng have frequently displayed their affection on social media over the past year, gaining a considerable number of followers. After the peak of Xia Xinyan's idol career, her company planned a new development path for her, transitioning her to a singer-songwriter. During her year studying abroad, Xia Xinyan's fans knew that Qin Lufeng attended the same school as their idol and had been following her. After Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng officially announced their relationship, her fans accepted him as their future brother-in-law. While Qin Lufeng debuted as a singer, not an idol, most of his fans are female fans, so naturally they wouldn't be happy to see their idol dating. Now that they know Qin Lufeng will be appearing on a dating reality show with Xia Xinyan, fans are heartbroken. Tell me this isn't real, vomiting blood. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Isn't dating in private enough? Do they have to go on a dating reality show to show off their love? Some Qin Lufeng fans said they would unfollow him, while others hoped the show would reveal their incompatibility and break up. The other 2 couples don't have any CP couple fans. Qi Yu's husband is not in the entertainment industry, but a businessman with billions in assets. Qi Yu's fans have always boasted that their idol married into a wealthy family, became a rich wife, and had a son, living a very happy and fulfilling life, a true winner in life. But this time, appearing on a show with Mu Ji and He Ji, that boasting is gone. Qi Yu's fans still remember the fight between their idol and Mu Ji's fans over a comedy film, and now they're appearing on a variety show together. Although it's unclear why their idols went on the show, they felt obligated to get back at her. Their current sense of superiority stems from the fact that Qi Yu is married, while Yin Yang and Mu Ji are only engaged, and their engagement might not even be finalized. The last couple is Yin Xiaoran and his wife. During the airing of The Blade's Edge, Yin Xiaoran and Mu Ji were rumored to be dating, which led to reports that he was already married, attracting considerable attention at the time. Today, some drama fans saw this trending topic and commented, "My dead CP is attacking me, and I never expected to see them together again." Speaking of which, Mu Ji has had some connection with the other 3 couples. Mu Ji and Xia Xinyan participated in the same talent show. Mu Ji and Yin Xiaoran have acted together. Mu Ji and Qi Yu were both once among the 4 little actresses, a term referring to 4 popular young actresses in China. Qi Yu was ridiculed after she criticized Mu Ji. The public, with a touch of morbid curiosity, is wondering if this show will feature any dramatic conflicts or awkward moments. Off-screen, at Mu Ji's home. Today, the production crew came to guide the installation of cameras. Ji Binghe and Minmin also came. Before filming begins, to help the celebrity guests get used to the 360-degree camera environment, usually, the show will install cameras in the guests' homes before filming starts, allowing them to experience it beforehand and be more natural and engaged during the actual filming. Since the show hasn't started yet, the cameras installed are prepared by the guests themselves, and they are in control of the footage. The production crew sent people over to check in advance and see where the cameras should be installed. The main filming locations are the study, kitchen, and living room. Ji Binghe and Minmin came to help check the camera angles and inspect the decorations and layout of Mu Ji's room for any issues. Behind the scenes of recording a TV show are many complex matters. Minmin mentioned the trending topics online, only half a month left, and the guest lineup has already been leaked. Ji Binghe replied, "The promotional efforts are getting increasingly aggressive these days. They start hyping it up way too early." Minmin was surprised, implying that the trending topics weren't orchestrated by the production team, but rather tacitly approved by them. Previous shows seemed to prefer keeping things mysterious, mostly only starting promotions close to the premiere. Now the pace is much faster. Promotion begins long before filming even starts. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji thought, "Is this similar to the promotion of TV dramas and web series?" From finalizing the lead actors, releasing promotional photos, starting filming, and each stage of shooting, various behind-the-scenes photos are released one after another, stretching out the promotional period considerably. Celebrity romance adopts a simultaneous recording and broadcast model. The recording period lasts for a month. In reality, the recording time only spans 4 weekends, a total of 8 days. For celebrities, their schedules can be flexibly adjusted, but for actors like Hee Ji-woo, Chi-Yu's husband, and In Seo-ran's wife, they all need to work regular jobs and have many responsibilities. Scheduling for weekends is quite suitable. The day before the recording, the production team returned to Muji's home, with Hee Ji-woo also present. They removed the camera Muji had purchased and installed the production team's equipment. Director Wang Yubo stated that they installed ultra-miniature cameras in Muji's home, a very expensive batch of equipment, to minimize the camera's presence, allowing Muji and Hee Ji-woo to forget about the camera and immerse themselves in the environment. Hee Ji-woo, After the production crew left, Hee Ji-woo thought about how filming would start tomorrow weekend, and he definitely wouldn't let the netizens see any intimate scenes between him and Muji, not even a simple kiss. Lately, even knowing that there were hidden cameras and no one could see the footage, he hadn't dared to kiss Muji in the living room, kitchen, or study where the cameras were installed. So, before leaving tonight, he subconsciously wanted to hug Muji and kiss her. The kiss was abruptly halted in midair. He immediately remembered that there were cameras all around, and they were the production crew's cameras. Hee Ji-woo looked up and saw the camera lens, which was pointing directly at him, turn away, seemingly trying to cover it up. He could only give Muji a polite, albeit awkward, hug, feeling like crying, "I regret it." Muji, already used to cameras, assumed Hee Ji-woo was just shy and comforted him. "It's okay, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed." Hee Ji-woo choked, "Let's go, I see you out." Hee Ji-woo's face lit up with a smile. When they reached the door, Muji pointed to a street lamp. "There's a camera here too." A mischievous glint flashed in Muji's eyes, and she chuckled, "Just kidding." The next second, Hee Ji-woo pulled her into his arms and showered her with kisses. But the show was being filmed tomorrow, so Hee Ji-woo reluctantly looked up after a short while. "I miss you for the next 2 days." Muji kissed Hee Ji-woo on the cheek. "Don't be nervous, just be yourself." Hee Ji-woo, "Okay." The next day, 7 a.m. Muji got up, washed up, and went to the gym for a half-hour run. She made herself breakfast, changed into her outdoor clothes, and ate. The production crew arrived just then. The house was already equipped with enough cameras, so no one from the production crew would come in. The production crew came because Muji was going out soon, and they needed to film her. The production crew would follow Muji to launching media, and then to the studio where the advertisement would be filmed. The first day of filming for the celebrities' romance showcased a day in Muji's work, specially arranged on a day when she had a scheduled appearance. A camera crew was also following Hee Ji-woo. However, Hee Ji-woo didn't allow the production crew to film his work environment, and they wouldn't be filming at the Hee Group headquarters. During breaks between Muji and Hee Ji-woo's work, the production crew would film them texting each other on their phones, but of course, they wouldn't film their chat logs. At lunchtime, when they video chatted, they allowed the camera crew to record their conversation. There was no script, the footage simply documented their ordinary, everyday day. When Muji finished work, it was the weekend, and Hee Ji-woo's work wasn't busy. He wasn't working overtime. He drove to the location where Muji was filming the advertisement to pick her up, arriving right on time. After his car arrived, he waited in the parking lot for a few minutes before Muji and her team came out. Normally, they would eat at restaurants or order takeout from a few familiar restaurants. They didn't cook often. Considering that having 2 cameras with them would be too conspicuous and attract attention at restaurants, the two decided to cook dinner at home. They ordered groceries online in advance, picked them up at the gate of their villa complex, and were ready to take them home. Once home, the camera crew didn't follow them in. With no cameras around, Hee Ji-woo felt much more relaxed. Perhaps the cameras installed before the actual recording were quite effective. Having gotten used to them beforehand, Hee Ji-woo didn't consciously look at the cameras from different angles, feeling it was similar to usual. He didn't constantly remember that he was filming a program. His initial thought was that he must restrain himself in front of the camera. When alone with Muji, he can't help but want to get closer. His body, as if by muscle memory, wants to be close to her. The moment he realizes Muji isn't around, his eyes immediately start searching for her. Muji and Hee Ji-woo eat at home, and Hee Ji-woo usually cooks. Muji only occasionally makes noodles. Tonight, Hee Ji-woo cooked a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable dish. As a female celebrity, Muji needs to control her figure, so she eats little, and Hee Ji-woo finishes most of it. They rarely waste food. After dinner, they take a walk in the yard together and water the plants in the greenhouse. After their walk, they go upstairs to the study to read or to the gym. then to the living room to watch variety shows or play AR games for half an hour. Usually, between 9:30 and 10 p.m., Hee-ji-yue says goodbye to Moo-ji and drives home. That's how a day goes. Hee-ji-yue cherished every moment spent with Moo-ji. Perhaps viewers would find it boring? It wasn't as dramatic or sweet as some imagined. They were just an ordinary couple. On the second day of filming, Moo-ji had no scheduled work, and Hee-ji-yue also took a day off. The two drove camping together, and the camera crew followed them all day. The first weekend of filming passed just like that. For the next 5 days, the production team worked overtime reviewing footage, selecting material, editing, and doing post-production. The final cut was shown to Moo-ji and Hee-ji-yue for review. A week later, a new week of filming began. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated first episode of the popular dating reality show Celebrity Romance was released. Chapter 204 Extra. Every Saturday at 6 p.m., Celebrity Romance premieres on the Chanli short video platform. At 6 p.m. sharp, almost every user who opens the Chanli short video platform receives a push notification for the popular variety show Celebrity Romance. The notification features a 1-minute highlight from the show. After watching, a watch full video pop-up automatically appears, leading to the Celebrity Romance viewing interface. The first episode is divided into 2 parts, Part 1 and Part 2. Each episode is 1 hour long, totaling 2 hours. Both episodes are free. There is no VIP membership requirement, but there is a 60-second ad that cannot be skipped. After all, such a large program needs to generate revenue. Over the weekend, Moo-ji and Hee-ji-yue are busy recording the show and don't have time to watch it. Recording ends on Sunday evening. The production crew removes all the camera positions from the house. Hee-ji-yue, still feeling uneasy, meticulously inspected every corner of the entryway, living room, kitchen, stairs, and study, confirming that everything had been completely dismantled. He repeatedly assured her that Moo-ji's home had regained its privacy. However, Hee-ji-yue was still a little uneasy, feeling as if there were still cameras watching her, so she suggested watching the first episode of Celebrity Romance, which had aired the previous night, with Moo-ji. Okay. Moo-ji was already thinking the same thing. They had been busy recording over the weekend, and apart from posting a promotional Weibo post for the show on Saturday, they hadn't had time to pay attention to the trending topics online or the specific feedback from netizens after the show aired. Having heard from Ji Binghe and Minmin's feedback that the show had been well received, the two could finally see their performance from a third-person perspective. Hee-ji-yue ordered takeout, and Moo-ji washed some fruit. The two sat together on the sofa, eating and watching the show. 60 seconds passed, followed by dozens of commercials. After the commercials ended, the main program began, immediately flooded with a torrent of dense, unread comments. Fortunately, the comments were preset to take up space, occupying only a quarter of the screen, so it didn't significantly affect the viewing experience. Moo-ji glanced at the comments. 80% were about the pleasing couple, CP fans checking in, and mentions of her and Hee-ji-yue's names. Like other dating reality shows, Celebrity Romance is an observation program focusing on the relationships of celebrities. It features an observation room and invited guests, 1 host, 1 relationship expert, and 4 friends or family members of each celebrity couple. Director Wang Yubao believes that the celebrity couple, Moo-ji and Hee-ji-yue, are already eye-catching enough, and there's no need to invite any big-name stars to the observation room. In reality, the observation room segments of such programs are often disliked and criticized by viewers. They feel that the opinions offered by the guests are often irrelevant and take up too much time, hindering their enjoyment of the romantic moments. However, this segment cannot be removed, so the production team can only try to shorten its length. Moo-ji and Hee-ji-yue invited their friend Zhou Jingju. Chi-yu and her husband invited Chi-yu's father. Yin Xiuran and his wife invited Yin Xiuran's sister, and Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng invited Qin Liufeng's sister. The guests in the observation room only had 5 minutes to briefly introduce themselves, followed by some standard program pleasantries from the host. Then, the program officially began. The 4 celebrity couples featured in Celebrity Romance were each at a different stage in their relationship. Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng were dating, Moo-ji and Hee-ji-yue were engaged, Yin Xiuran and his wife had been married for several years, and Chi-yu and his wife were married and had a child. Regarding the order of appearance, the director, Wang Yubao, first consulted the show's biggest stars, Moo-ji and Hee-ji-yue, who indicated they would follow the production team's arrangements. Director Wang Yubao happily scheduled Moo-ji and Hee-ji-yue to appear last. This couple had the highest popularity and the most attention, and to attract viewers and retain them, he wanted to prioritize them. Otherwise, if they were placed first, viewers might not watch the others after seeing them. He planned to arrange the other 3 couples according to their relationship stage. As a result, Chi-yu and her husband requested to be the first to appear, as they were the only couple without any artists under launching media. Although it wasn't Wang Yuba who proactively invited them, but rather Chi-yu's husband who approached the production team, the request to be the first to appear wasn't considered unreasonable, so Wang Yuba agreed. The final order of appearance was Chi-yu and her husband, Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng, In Xiuran and her husband, and Mu Ji and He Jiyue. Mu Ji and He Jiyue only knew about their own recording, they hadn't inquired about the other 3 couples or seen their footage. Tonight was their first time watching. Next weekend, 4 couples will be filming together, so watching the show will give you a chance to learn about the other 3 couples. The main program has begun. The Chi-yu couple appears to be filming in their own home. At the beginning, before we see them, the production team shows a panoramic shot of their luxurious living room, showcasing a very opulent European-style decor. Mu Ji, unaware of the value of the sofas, vases, carpets, and calligraphy and paintings, glanced at the enthusiastic explanation in the comments section. A single carpet in the living room is worth over 2 million yuan. Indeed, quite extravagant. The Chi-yu couple generously displayed their luxurious lifestyle, from their large villa, their belongings, their clothing, their food, to the rows of luxury cars in their underground garage. The two also tried their best to portray their loving relationship. The comments section was initially filled with I envy Chi-yu, so jealous, the enviable life of the wealthy, and Chi-yu is a winner in life. In the latter half of the segment, Chi-yu's husband returned home from get off work and waited for her to take off his coat. He interacted with their son, but the younger son ignored him. Chi-yu left the food he put on her plate untouched. When their son choked on a fish bone, only Chi-yu helped him. After dinner, Chi-yu's husband went upstairs to his study, leaving Chi-yu to clean up alone. The nanny was on leave during the filming. Viewers in the live chat speculated, Chi-yu's husband rarely comes home for dinner, isn't familiar with his son, doesn't even know what his wife likes to eat, and doesn't seem to care much about his son. He's a typical hands-off husband at home, the kind of man who wouldn't even pick up a fallen oil bottle. Netizens commented that the couple's affection was superficial and fake, based on their conversation at the dinner table. They didn't seem to know each other's work situations, and their relationship was only maintained by money. In the observation room, Chi-yu's father tried to smooth things over for his son-in-law. He's too busy with work, and there are many people, nannies, taking care of him at home. Plus, he's a bit carefree, but he's a caring person. We see how he performs. The second couple to appear was Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng. The two were photographed returning to their love nest together 6 months ago. So Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng live together. This is also related to the fact that they are both singers. One floor of their villa has been converted into a music studio. The alarm clock rang at the beginning, and the two got out of bed and went to the bathroom together to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Both Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng are artists, and they acted quite naturally in front of the camera. The handsome man and beautiful woman made for a pleasing sight together. After leaving the bathroom, Qin Lufeng drank a glass of water, kissed Xia Xinyan, and went upstairs to his music studio to work. He's currently busy with the production of songs for his new album. Xia Xinyan first did yoga in the exercise room, then went to the kitchen to make a simple breakfast. Xia Xinyan went upstairs to call Qin Lufeng down for breakfast, calling him several times. Qin Lufeng replied, "Wait a minute, I'm still busy, you eat first." Xia Xinyan immediately became a little unhappy, and went downstairs to eat her breakfast silently. At this moment, Qin Lufeng came downstairs, noticed Xia Xinyan's expression, apologized and begged for forgiveness, saying he was busy and didn't mean to, and would definitely come down earlier next time. It's not the first time. It get cold if you don't eat it while it's hot. Yes, next time I come down right away and eat with you, okay? Qin Lufeng's personality was gentle, and his attitude in apologizing was good. Since the cameras were rolling, Xia Xinyan didn't hold it against him anymore. The two quickly made up, and after breakfast, they went upstairs to the music studio together. Qin Lufeng's new album includes a love song he sang with Xia Xinyan, so the first episode's recording showcased their work together at home, discussing music and creating songs. Their interactions seemed to reflect their usual home life. During this time, a mutual friend, a well-known music producer, visited to discuss the song with him. Comments on the live stream said Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng act quite like work partners. Their private interactions are a bit too work-like, and work and life should be separate. Fans of the Lufeng Xinyan couple commented that since they live together, Their kisses and hugs look natural and sweet. It's only because they're working on a new album that they're like this. Their work doesn't overlap much. Having similar interests is great. Next episode, they won't be at home. Their date will definitely be super sweet. Qin Liufeng's sister was asked by her brother to participate. Their parents had always hoped Qin Lufeng would retire from the entertainment industry and inherit the family business, but he wouldn't listen. She knew that Qin Lufeng had been pursuing Xia Xinyan for several years. Although she wanted her brother to find someone of equal social standing, Xia Xinyan was quite good, pure and innocent looking, with a clean social circle as an artist, ambitious, and not a vain girl. Qin Liufeng's sister remembered her brother's instructions, and didn't say a bad word about Xia Xinyan, only complaining that her brother was a bit too straightforward and not attentive enough to Xia Xinyan's feelings. She tried to smooth things over by suggesting that the young couple separate work and life, as work is never-ending, and they should enjoy life more. That concludes the first episode, part 1. Mu Ji was watching a dating reality show for the first time. No, the second time. A few years ago, she had been a guest on a dating reality show as an observer, recording one episode. She thought the first episode was pretty good. She was so engrossed in watching it that she forgot to eat her fruit, only taking a bite of a piece of cantaloupe with her fork. The first episode, part 2, started playing on the TV, followed by another 60 seconds of commercials. "Teacher Mu, I want some too." The next second, He Jiyue lowered his head and bit into the remaining half of the cantaloupe on Mu Ji's fork. After finishing, He Jiyue glanced at the TV. 30 seconds left. He cupped Mu Ji's face in his hands, turned her towards him, and kissed her glistening pink lips. Countless 30 seconds passed. When they looked back at the TV, the work segment featuring the third couple, Yin Xiaoran and his wife, had finished. It was dinner time to eat. Unlike the previous two couples, Yin Xiaoran and his wife lived with their parents, and the topic of having children came up at the dinner table. The Yin Xiaoran couple were already somewhat awkward in front of the camera, and being pressured to have children in person only made things worse. After dinner, the couple discussed the topic in their room. Yin Xiaoran said that after many years of marriage, it was indeed time to consider having a child. His wife, however, felt that the next 2 years were a crucial period for her career and wanted to wait a couple more years. The atmosphere became somewhat unpleasant. Yin Xiaoran's sister, who agreed to appear on the show only to support the couple because her elders didn't want to be on camera, said, "I believe that in the next episode, my brother and sister-in-law will be able to discuss this issue." She couldn't wait. The next couple should appear soon. Yin Xiaoran's sister has been a die-hard fan of Mu Ji since she participated in the talent show, and she's also one of the fans who ship Mu Ji's characters as pleasing to the eye. The barrage of comments from countless CP fans, viewers, and netizens was also incredibly eager. The comments were much more intense than the previous episode. "Ah, finally here. Here it comes. A feast for the eyes. Here I come. Ji Bao, so sweet. Top-tier couple. Baby, it's starting." Okay. Mu Ji and He Jiyue continued watching. Their part began with the director asking Mu Ji and He Jiyue, "You two are known to be extremely difficult to invite. Why did you agree to appear on Celebrity Romance?" He Jiyue held up the microphone in front of Mu Ji. Mu Ji answered without hesitation, "We know many netizens are very curious about our private interactions, and the timing of this show's recording just happened to be right. So, we're taking this opportunity to let everyone know that our private lives are actually quite similar to many ordinary couples." After speaking, the scene changed, and the two scenes merged. 7 a.m. Mu Ji and He Jiyue set their alarms for the same time, waking up and washing up simultaneously. They then made their breakfasts while talking on the phone, followed by their identical 30-minute morning run. That Saturday, their schedules were identical. Normally, He Jiyue wouldn't make breakfast at home. He buys something on his way to work and need to be there before 8 a.m. The focus of the comments was, "Don't they live together?" Mu Ji and He Jiyue are currently engaged, practically a couple, so the fact that they don't live together is quite surprising. However, netizens quickly shifted their attention to their good looks, calling Mu Ji and He Jiyue natural beauties and gods. Mu Ji had seen He Jiyue after he woke up. She'd been upgraded to a presidential suite by him during a promotional tour, and they shared a suite. Occasionally, when He Jiyue was away on business or worked late and came to see her, he wouldn't want to go home and would stay overnight at her place, sleeping in the second bedroom. Now, looking at He Jiyue on TV, he looked a little chubby on camera, but his features were handsome. With deep contours, he was still incredibly handsome. Without makeup, He Jiyue had messy hair, giving him a unique kind of handsomeness. He also seemed a little unfamiliar. How to put it? The Hijiyue in front of her was always gentle and affectionate, his eyes reflecting her image. The Hijiyue at home, perhaps due to morning grumpiness, seemed sharp and unapproachable, radiating an aura that made him seem unapproachable. She called him, and his morning grumpiness only dissipated after the call connected. Seeing this, Hijiyue pulled Muji into a tight embrace, his chin gently brushing against the top of her head. Muji reached out and placed her hand on the back of Hijiyue's, but Hijiyue turned it around, threading his hand through hers and interlocking it tightly. Neither of them spoke, and they continued watching. During Muji and Hijiyue's work segment, viewers seemed to run out of words, with the screen filled with comments like "so beautiful," "so handsome," "they look so beautiful and handsome working so hard," and "they're both workaholics." When Hijiyue drove to pick Muji up from get off work, the comments shifted to "ah, finally they're together. I want a hug. And I want a kiss. Muji and Hijiyue, eh." The viewers were so enthusiastic. Back at Muji's house, Hijiyue carried the ingredients into the kitchen, skillfully rolling up his sleeves. Clearly, he was going to cook. Muji didn't try to take it from him, but instead tied an apron around his neck. Although Hijiyue didn't seem to have much experience cooking and wasn't very skilled, he knew all the seasonings, bowls, chopsticks, and utensils in Muji's kitchen perfectly. Comment, "I'm shipping them." While deveining shrimp, Hijiyue accidentally pricked his hand on a shrimp's spine. Muji, who was helping him wash vegetables, immediately came over. "Let me see. It's bleeding a little. I do the rest." "No need, there are only a few left, we be done soon." "Don't get your hands dirty. Then I get you a band-aid." As soon as Muji left, Hijiyue, while peeling shrimp, craned his neck to look towards the kitchen doorway, watching Muji's figure in the living room. Seeing Muji return, he quickly turned his head away, pretending nothing had happened. After disinfecting Hijiyue's hands, Muji blew on them, and then put on a band-aid. "Jibao, I want to blow on mine too. Is Muji a bit of a soft in private? I want to kiss her. Muji is so cute, her voice is so gentle. Such a contrast to her strong woman image on screen." Hijiyue couldn't resist tilting his head and kissing Muji's cheek. After the kiss, he remembered there were cameras around, turned to look at the camera next to him, and looked annoyed. "Ah, I kissed her. Not enough, I want to see a kiss on the lips, hee 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 hee. Just a cheek kiss? She doesn't treat us like family. Ha ha ha, it's funny how annoyed brother you looks after the kiss." While the two were eating, Hijiyue, who always called Muji teacher Mu, suddenly blurted out "baby." The comments section was flooded with sweetness and swoon-worthy moments. After dinner, Hijiyue skillfully cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen, while Muji wiped the table. After Hijiyue washed his hands, Muji applied hand cream to them, and, noticing his face was wet, wiped it with a tissue. Then, the two walked hand in hand in the yard, behaving like a young married couple. After their walk, they went upstairs to the study. The camera cut to the large bookshelves in the study, which, besides being piled high with books and scripts of Muji's acting roles, also displayed 2 rows of trophies. Among them, for trophies were from the 3 major film awards, 2 Golden Crane Awards, 1 Golden Horn Award, and 1 Golden Dragon Award. Worship. Sharing in the joy. The 3-time Golden Horse Award winner is amazing. Muji is super strong. She's more than a match for Hijiyue. This pair of 2 strong A-listers is so adorable. In the study, one sat at her desk working on her laptop, while the other sat by the floor-to-ceiling window reading a book. They were both busy, yet very harmonious. A sharp-eyed netizen noticed a cactus on the desk that looked familiar, recognizing it as the profile picture of Hijiyue's alternate account. "Holy crap! No wonder it's called Sea King's Cactus. We're shipping them again." Some netizens previously thought Hijiyue's alternate account was just a persona. After watching Celebrity Romance, it's so consistent with Hijiyue's offline personality. Hijiyue is a total pushover in front of Muji, and of course, Muji is very indulgent towards her fiancé. Netizens explain that their interactions are so natural and comfortable. Especially Hijiyue's eyes were practically glued to Muji. Compared to the previous 3 male guests, Hijiyue was arguably of higher status and position, but he was practically a doting father figure to Muji, showering her with affection and attention, treating her like she was made of glass. Netizens were joking, "Hijiyue, don't love her too much." The guests in the observation room were all beaming with maternal smiles. Zhou Jingju and Yin Xiran exclaimed, "I'm dying of sweetness." Zhou Jingju laughed, "I never been this sweet in a relationship." Under questioning from the host, Zhou Jingju revealed that she had dined with Mu Ji and He Jiyue, and that He Jiyue was indeed incredibly doting on Mu Ji in front of their friends, but privately as well. Unexpectedly, their private moments together were even more affectionate. This doting wasn't deliberate, it was a complete and utter devotion to her. Yin Xiaoran's younger sister hummed, "I think it's only right. If I were a boy, I would also spoil teacher Mu and protect the best Shi Bao in the world." The comments section laughed. Yin Xiaoran's younger sister is a fan of Mu Ji, right? Mu Ji's fans replied, "Indeed, a longtime fan." Thus, the first episode of Celebrity Romance ended. The end credits showed a preview for the next episode. Mu Ji and He Jiyue will go camping. Netizens expressed that they wanted more, saying that the scenes of Mu Ji and He Jiyue together were truly pleasing to the eye, and they could watch 100 episodes. They eagerly awaited next week's episode. On the night the episode aired, not only on short video platforms like Tingle, but also on Weibo and other social media platforms, the topic of Mu Ji and He Jiyue being featured on Celebrity Romance trended. Over the weekend, many video bloggers edited together Mu Ji and He Jiyue's parts for various explanations and to enjoy their sweet moments, and many analytical posts appeared on entertainment gossip forums. There's been a lot of discussion about where Mu Ji lives in her small villa. Was it rented for filming the show? Doesn't she live in the Donghua Mansion complex? Some netizens say she moved out long ago, and that such a small villa is very expensive. There's also discussion about He Jiyue's large apartment. Judging from the decoration and furniture, it seems to have a simple and understated style. It doesn't look very luxurious. His residence is being compared to that of Qiyu and her husband. There's also discussion about Mu Ji and He Jiyue's private interactions. They seem very ordinary and down-to-earth, which is quite surprising. Both of them are very busy with work, but they always make time to chat and video call, and they spend a lot of time together after work. From the first episode, their relationship seems genuinely good. Mu Ji heard from Inman. On the night the show aired, the pleasing to the ICP super topic gained tens of thousands of followers. Dated 2 days after the broadcast of Celebrity Romance. Episode 1, Part 1, had 250 million views, and Episode 1, Part 2, had 360 million views. The most popular variety shows on other platforms typically have over 200 million views, with a single episode breaking 300 million views. That's considered very popular. The director and Ji Binghe reported to Mu Ji that the show's performance exceeded expectations. Many viewers were probably just watching for the spectacle, waiting to see how the next episode's viewership numbers would fare. Having finished watching the first episode, Mu Ji and He Jiyue's perspective as a third party is indeed quite different. The production team meticulously edited the day's recording, adding music and post-production to create a great atmosphere that easily draws viewers into the story. What they considered an ordinary day might be different from what netizens imagine, which is why it's considered interesting by the general public. Even a simple glance between them has netizens swooning. Practically everyone's a sugar rush machine. With the second weekend of recording concluded, next Saturday, Mu Ji and He Jiyue will fly to Luqing to record Celebrity Romance, joining 3 other couples/partners for the recording. Chapter 205 Extra. A week passed quickly. The third weekend of filming for Celebrity Romance began. The production team didn't arrange for the celebrity guests to travel to Luqing for filming. The 4 celebrity couples were to arrange their own itinerary to travel to Luqing and arrive at the accommodations arranged by the production team before 11 a.m. on Saturday. Early Saturday morning, Mu Ji and He Jiyue boarded a plane at Beicheng International Airport, taking a flight to Luqing. They didn't encounter any other guests on this flight. In a certain district of Luqing, by the sea, stood 2 villas. One served as a temporary base for the Celebrity Romance filming crew. The other, a detached villa with a garden, was the accommodation prepared for the 4 celebrity couples. In January, during winter, the production team came to the southern coastal city of Luqing for filming. Here, the climate is warm and pleasant, like spring all year round. The cameramen didn't have to carry cameras and run after the guests in the cold wind like they did in Beicheng. This made filming outside much easier. Right now, the cameraman responsible for filming the 8 guests stood in a row at the villa's gate, waiting for the arrival of the first celebrity couple to film each couple getting out of the car. At 9:30 a.m., the first car arrived. Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng got out of the car. The 2 were the least likely to be late among the 4 couples. They had flown to Luqing the night before and arrived early this morning, fully made up, and at the filming location provided by the production team. After filming their entrance, Qin Lufeng was unloading the suitcases one by one from the car. Xia Xinyan wore her hair in a bun and a long-sleeved white dress, a very pure and innocent look. She walked towards the row of camera crews and asked the director, Wang Yubo, Director Wang, have any guests arrived yet? Wang Yubo replied, you two are the first guests to arrive. Xia Xinyan couldn't tell if she felt disappointed or relieved. She smiled sweetly, thanked him, and took a suitcase from Qin Lufeng, pushing it with her. The two then walked towards the villa's main entrance. 10 minutes later, there was a commotion at the villa entrance. More guests had arrived. Let's go see. Xia Xinyan nodded and followed Qin Lufeng out. The cameramen filming them deliberately stayed behind, filming their backs, not shooting their faces directly. A slight nervousness flickered across Xia Xinyan's face. When she saw Yin Xiaoran and his wife standing at the door, the disappointment in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a smile. She and Qin Lufeng went forward to greet the couple and help with their luggage. Xia Xinyan had harbored a secret crush on He Jiyue for years. Before going abroad to study music, she confessed her feelings to him, but was rejected. Overseas, she could only bury her feelings deep in her heart, silently enduring the bitterness of heartbreak. 2 years ago, while abroad, she saw a trending topic on Chinese social media. He Jiyue and Mu Ji had officially announced their relationship. She impulsively considered buying a plane ticket back to China to ask, why Mu Ji? But lacked the right to do so. A year ago, news broke that He Jiyue and Mu Ji were engaged. Xia Xinyan was utterly heartbroken. To forget He Jiyue, and also out of gratitude and because Qin Lufeng was the best choice among her many suitors, she agreed to be with Qin Lufeng. Qin Lufeng was unaware of her unrequited love. After Xia Xinyan got together with Qin Lufeng, she thought she had moved on. However, last week she watched the first episode of Celebrity Romance and saw He Jiyue. A voice involuntarily rose in her heart. This shouldn't be happening. Xia Xinyan wondered if it was her lingering resentment, coupled with her recent unpleasant interactions with Qin Lufeng. Seeing how well He Jiyue treated Mu Ji, doting on her like a precious gem, filled her with envy and jealousy. While inwardly condemning herself for her actions, she also felt a surge of anticipation for seeing He Jiyue today. 10 a.m. Mu Ji and He Jiyue's car arrived. As the car door opened, a long leg encased in jeans stepped out, followed by a foot clad in a combat boot. He Jiyue's hair was unstyled, with wispy bangs casually falling across his forehead. He wore black sunglasses, a white t-shirt under a denim jacket, and had originally been wearing a coat, but had taken it off when the weather got warmer in Luqing, leaving the black coat draped over his arm. This denim outfit made He Jiyue look stylish and handsome, exuding a carefree and slightly roguish charm. Director Wang Yubo, this is an entrance comparable to a male celebrity. Boss, he really nailed it. If there were any female fans present, it would probably elicit screams. However, there was a hidden reason behind his cool sunglasses look. He Jiyue had informed the production team that he had accidentally bumped his eye, and it was a little red, so he wore sunglasses for his entrance. After getting out of the car, He Jiyue waited by the door, naturally extending a hand. The next second, a slender hand reached out from inside the car and took his palm, using his support to steadily step out of the car. Mu Ji's last sci-fi film, in which she played a commander, featured a short, sharp hairstyle. Her hair hasn't grown long yet, it's still short. Mu Ji sported a short, ear-length bob, wearing black rose tassel earrings. She wore a black t-shirt over a short denim jacket, the collar turned up, paired with high-waisted jeans in the same color as the jacket, and light brown women's leather shoes. She also wore a long navy blue knitted cardigan. This outfit had a retro Hong Kong style, looking both chic and cool. Mu Ji and He Jiyue were wearing matching outfits. If this were a live broadcast, or if this episode aired, netizens would definitely be overwhelmed by the couple's public display of affection. The two flew in from Beicheng, where the temperature today is -2 degrees Celsius. The temperature in Luqing is in the teens. If Mu Ji and He Jiyue felt hot, they could take off their jackets, like He Jiyue, and wouldn't need to change. Their flight was delayed, and there wasn't time to find a hotel to change before coming over, nor was it really necessary. The two of them came directly from the airport by car after landing. The two couples in the villa heard the commotion and came out to greet them. Leading the way were Yin Xiaoran and his wife, followed by Xia Xinyan and Qin Lufeng. Mu Ji and He Jiyue were the second couple to arrive. Qiyu and his wife were still absent. After the three couples exchanged brief greetings at the door, Yin Xiaoran and Qin Lufeng helped He Jiyue with her luggage, while Mu Ji, Yin Xiaoran's wife, and Xia Xinyan went inside first. Xinyan? Hearing Mu Ji call her, Xia Xinyan instantly snapped out of her reverie, asking somewhat flusteredly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go in." Walking through the front gate, on the cobblestone path leading to the villa entrance, Xia Xinyan stopped halfway, seemingly lost in thought. Muji noticed the cameraman filming Xia Xinyan was about to adjust his camera angle to film her as she pondered. So she spoke up to remind the distracted Xia Xinyan. Muji wondered, was it just her imagination? When she greeted He Jiyue at the door earlier, Xia Xinyan's gaze towards him seemed different. As far as she knew, He Jiyue and Xia Xinyan had no relationship beyond boss and artist. Could it be that Xia Xinyan was a little nervous meeting her former boss He Jiyue? Reminded by Muji, Xia Xinyan quickly cleared her mind of these chaotic thoughts, controlled her expression, focused on the filming, and didn't show any inappropriate behavior in front of the camera. But from the time she went abroad to study at the music academy until today, several years have passed. When she saw He Jiyue again, this long-awaited reunion stirred a flutter in her heart. However, during their greeting, He Jiyue only glanced at her politely, not lingering for even a second longer, and there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. He showed her none of the warmth a former boss would show an artist in the company. He probably had long forgotten her existence. Xia Xinyan realized this, and felt a pang of sadness, which was why she had been lost in thought. She didn't know what she wanted. Her years-long unrequited love had ended without a trace years ago, and she now had Qin Lufeng by her side. She wasn't the type to change her affections easily. Why did she want He Jiyue to see her? Muji, Xia Xinyan, and Yin Xiuran's wife entered the villa's living room, having just finished surveying the surroundings. Yin Xiuran, huffing and puffing as he carried a suitcase in, said, "Mr. and Mrs. Qiyu have arrived too." Before they could greet them, a glance towards the door revealed Qiyu already inside. Qiyu was dressed extravagantly, very elegantly and formally. She wore a lady's hat, a diamond necklace, and a Chanel-style suit. One handbag slung over her shoulder, while the other was placed in front of her chest, revealing a jade bracelet on her wrist and a diamond ring on her finger. "Hello," Qiyu greeted the other three female guests. She only glanced briefly at Yin Xiuran's wife and Xia Xinyan before her gaze settled on Muji. The cameras were rolling, so Qiyu naturally wanted to get along well with Muji. But she harbored a competitive spirit with Muji. She couldn't lose out in today's gathering of guests, at least not in a way that would embarrass her, lest she lose face in the elite social circles of Beicheng. Qiyu's gaze swept over Muji, noticing a red string around Muji's neck, guessing it was the safety buckle He Jiyue had posted on his alternate account. She silently compared the prices. Damn it, her diamond necklace had lost. If it weren't for wanting to be low-key, she had originally planned to wear a heavier one. As for the ring, Qiyu's lips curled into a smile. She had one. Muji wore only a simple platinum band ring on her left middle finger, with just a few small diamonds set in the band. However, Qiyu remembered hearing that He Jiyue had given Muji a huge diamond ring, and her smile faded again. On her wrist, Muji's coat sleeve covered it, so it wasn't clear if she was wearing anything. Finally, there was her handbag. Muji wasn't carrying one. Qiyu said she was a little tired and placed her handbag on the coffee table in the living room. This was so everyone could see the new E brand handbag she had just received a few days ago, a limited edition Queen Series bag with only 10 pieces worldwide. The cameraman knowingly gave Qiyu's handbag a close-up. Just then, He Jiyue walked in from outside, carrying a black handbag, and said to Muji, "Teacher Mu, you left your bag in the car." Muji ignored the bag, noticing a light sheen of sweat on He Jiyue's forehead, took out a pack of tissues from her coat pocket, pulled one out, and went to wipe He Jiyue's sweat, carefully avoiding the bruise near He Jiyue's eye. Qiyu glanced at the bag He Jiyue was carrying. It was also from the E brand. Muji's bag was one of only 2 in the world, far more valuable than hers. How infuriating. Qiyu couldn't help but sarcastically remark, "Teacher Mu is so extravagant. I didn't expect to see an E brand bag, one of only 2 in the world, while filming a show in Lucheng." Muji looked down at her own bag. It was a New Year's gift from He Jiyue. "I was in a rush this morning, thinking black would go with everything, so I just grabbed one." Qiyu, damn it, Muji's caught me red-handed. It's even more infuriating. She just grabbed it casually, and then casually left it in the car. She brought the bag specifically to show off her wealth. But not only was she outshone by Muji, but Muji acted like she didn't care. It made her seem even more unsophisticated and uncultured. The other 2 couples, did something happen? Qiyu's husband stepped forward, put his arm around his wife from behind, and pinched her lower back under the cover, reminding her, "Keep it down." Then he smiled and walked towards He Jiyue, reaching out to shake her hands, saying repeatedly, "Mr. He, It's an honor to meet you. Chi Yu's husband persuaded his wife to participate in this variety show, firstly for popularity, and secondly because he heard that Celebrity Romance was planning to invite Hee-ji-yue and Mu-ji, and wanted to use this opportunity to get to know Hee-ji-yue. Business is tough these days, and if he could build a good relationship with Hee-ji-yue on the show, he could use this opportunity to climb the social ladder through the He group. It would be entirely beneficial. After the first episode aired, Hee-ji-yue and Mu-ji's popularity soared. They not only received a lot of love from netizens, but the He group stock price also hit its daily limit. He tried very hard to show his good husband side, but he was still criticized by netizens. For the next group recording, Chi Yu's husband planned to spend more time with Hee-ji-yue and Mu-ji, hoping to boost their popularity, and perhaps even increase their company's stock price. After the four couples carried their suitcases into the living room, they discovered the villa didn't have an elevator, and had to carry them upstairs. The second and third floors had the same layout, each with 2 rooms, a king-size bed, and a double room. Mu-ji and Hee-ji-yue chose the double room on the 3rd floor. After everyone had chosen their rooms, they gathered in the 1st floor living room and checked the refrigerator in the kitchen, finding it empty. It was already past 11 a.m. Some suggested driving out for dinner, others suggested going out to buy groceries for a barbecue party on the beach that evening, so they have ingredients for breakfast the next morning. After all, they would be staying here for 2 days. Finally, by majority vote, they split into 2 groups. One group was responsible for buying lunch and ingredients for tomorrow morning, going early and returning early to cook. The other group was responsible for buying everything needed for the evening barbecue, including ingredients, charcoal, and barbecue seasoning. The groups were drawn by lot. The pleasing to the eye CP and the heart-stealing CP were in one group. The 4 of them set off in one car. Hee-ji-yue bumped her eye, Qin Lufeng had no sense of direction, Mu-ji drove, Hee-ji-yue sat in the passenger seat, and Qin Lufeng and Xia Xinyan sat in the back. They drove to a nearby supermarket, arriving in 20 minutes. At 2:30 p.m., Mu-ji's group of 4 finally bought everything. They hadn't eaten lunch and were very hungry. They received a message from In Xiron's group saying they had just returned to the villa. They didn't want to find a restaurant to eat at, so they drove back. Hee-ji-yue noticed a nearby shop selling a snack called shrimp cakes. Mu-ji loved shrimp, so he bought 4 freshly fried ones from the vendor. He gave 2 to Qin Lufeng. On the drive home, Hee-ji-yue, oblivious to everyone else, fed Mu-ji the shrimp cakes. The shrimp cakes were steaming hot and smelled delicious. Being deep-fried, they were a bit oily. Mu-ji took a bite, but refused to eat any more. "Sweetie, have another bite, or you get hungry." Mu-ji reluctantly took another bite. Hee-ji-yue, unconcerned, finished the rest of the cake in a few bites, wiped his hands clean, and then opened a bottle of mineral water to feed Mu-ji. This scene unfolded in the back seat, witnessed by Xia Xinyan. She pretended to be sleepy, leaning against Qin Lufeng's shoulder and closing her eyes, trying to find peace of mind out of sight, out of mind. But some things, even if you don't look, are still everywhere. When the 4 of them went grocery shopping together, Hee-ji-yue would push the shopping cart around looking for Mu-ji if she couldn't see her for even a second. Back at the supermarket, they were preparing for dinner. In Xiron's wife accidentally knocked over her water glass, and Mu-ji, who was standing nearby, accidentally got her pants wet. She went upstairs to change. Hee-ji-yue, carrying dishes out of the kitchen, immediately asked, "Where's Teacher Mu?" Upon not seeing Mu-ji, learning that Mu-ji had gone upstairs, she put down the dishes and went upstairs as well. Hee-ji-yue was incredibly clingy. She needed to be with Mu-ji every single moment. The evening's barbecue. After a lot of hard work, the 4 celebrity couples finally enjoyed a delicious barbecue by the sea. Chi Yu suggested playing Truth or Dare, a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Each couple set one person to play, and the first one eliminated would be questioned by the final winner. She suggested that the women play, and the winner could choose which male/female guest to answer the question. If a guest doesn't want to answer a question and chooses Truth or Dare, the male guest will be responsible for the dare. Mu-ji, Whether Chi Yu did it on purpose or knew something, Mu-ji's luck in games was always terrible. Hee-ji-yue whispered in Mu-ji's ear, "It's okay." Seeing that the other 2 couples had no objections, Mu-ji agreed as well. After the game started, Mu-ji earned the title of Game Black Hole, not winning a single round. The game of Truth or Dare turned into a live interview with Hee-ji-yue, Chi Yu's husband. "A question for Mr. He. Netizens think you're too clingy to Teacher Mu. What do you think?" Hee-ji-yue, "We're both quite busy with work, so the time we have alone together is especially precious. That's why I want to always be by Teacher Mu's side. Turning to look at Mu Ji, his face full of affection, he said, Teacher Mu is like my oxygen. The first question alone gave everyone goosebumps, and they exclaimed, It's too sweet, I can't take it. What do you like most about Teacher Mu, or what is it about her that attracts you the most? He Jiyue, I like everything about Teacher Mu, everything. What do you call her in private? Teacher Mu Ji Bao, baby, and baby. These answers might seem like overly sweet talk to someone else, but He Jiyue's eyes were so sincere that they only felt heartfelt and overwhelmingly in love. The questions didn't stump He Jiyue, so the other guests started asking different people. Ms. Mu, have you two ever argued? Mu Ji shook her head, no. He Jiyue was always honest with her, and Mu Ji would speak her mind directly, so they had been together for 2 years without ever arguing or having a cold war. We and the netizens have a question we're all curious about. Whenever Ms. Mu wins an award, does Mr. He post a congratulatory message on his WeChat moments? Yes, he posts a message that's only visible to him and me. Seeing that the guests wanted to see it, and that He Jiyue had no objection, Mu Ji generously found the WeChat moments post He Jiyue made a year ago, the night she won the Golden Crane Award for the second time. She took a screenshot, saved it to her album, blurred out the other details, and then showed it to the guests present, considering it a perk for the show, and agreed to let the production team film it. The truth or dare game continued. Chiyu, Teacher Mu, you worked with many male gods in the industry, such as Teacher Yin, Teacher Tai, Teacher Zhou Zilong, and your junior colleagues. Compared to President He, who do you think is the most handsome? Mu Ji felt the intense gazes from beside her before she could answer. Without thinking, she blurted out an answer that would satisfy those around her. He Jiyue. This was the truth. From her personal aesthetic perspective, she genuinely thought He Jiyue's face was the most handsome, and his body proportions were the best. You two, who do you think loves whom more? Mu Ji turned to look at He Jiyue. The answer was obvious. The last question was asked of He Jiyue by Qin Lufeng. President He, what do you think of the netizens' joke about don't love too much? He Jiyue, as long as Teacher Mu doesn't feel my love is too much, then I will always give her my full love, until death do us part. If anyone else said this, it would sound really cheesy. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji smiled and took He Jiyue's hand, their fingers intertwined. Not far behind the guests, a group of production crew members were squatting or sitting on the beach. Director Wang Yuba turned around and saw that his staff all looked on, with obvious admiration. To be honest, he was too. The reason Mu Ji and He Jiyue were so popular was mainly because they possessed many admirable qualities. They were already exceptionally talented and outstanding, yet they remained so ambitious and hardworking in their careers, and so humble. One debuted as an idol, and rose to become a top actress in the industry. The other was raised by her mother, first opening an entertainment company to prove herself, then taking over the vast He Group and managing it successfully. Many viewers tuned in to the show with a sense of morbid curiosity, wondering how luxurious Mu Ji and He Jiyue's life would be. However, the reality was that, as the couple described in interviews, they lived a life similar to ordinary people. Wang Yuba, as the director, knew that Mu Ji and He Jiyue weren't creating a persona. The show presented their genuine and endearing selves. A gentle breeze blew by. Xia Xinyan, her eyes stunned by sand, was fully awakened. Her lingering resentment and unwillingness stemmed from the very beginning of her unrequited love story. Her first glance at He Jiyue abroad. She felt she had seen something in He Jiyue's eyes before, a look different from how he looked at others. Later, after her debut, she saw He Jiyue again, but he was gone. Now, the light at the beach was so dark. Xia Xinyan still saw the sparkling love in He Jiyue's eyes when he looked at Mu Ji, like stars in the sky, so bright and clear. And in Mu Ji's eyes when she looked at He Jiyue, there were also tiny sparkles of starlight. Xia Xinyan suddenly had a firm premonition. Mu Ji and He Jiyue would spend their lives together. She felt envious, disappointed, but also relieved. This time, it was time to let go completely. The next morning, celebrity romance 4 couples went on a cruise to fish, surf, and ride jet skis. They also played a hat-grabbing game organized by the production team. The boys carried the girls on their backs, and the girls wore baseball caps. It was a 1v1 game where the 2 girls tried to grab the hat off each other's heads. Whoever removed the other's hat first won. Mu Ji redeemed herself, dominating the game and winning the championship. At noon and in the afternoon, the beach was too sunny. The 4 pairs of guests took a nap in the villa and started preparing dinner after waking up in the afternoon. Originally, after dinner, the guests were supposed to leave Lucheng after finishing today's filming. However, due to a sudden downpour in the afternoon, they received text messages about flight delays or cancellations, and the guests rebooked their flights back to Beicheng early the next morning. Unfortunately, right after they finished dinner, the power went out. The other guests were anxiously wondering when the power would be restored, and the production crew was also caught off guard by the power outage, resulting in chaos in the living room. Mu Ji heard Hejiyue say, "The rain has stopped. Let's go for a walk in the yard, take a stroll, and digest our food." He then produced 2 flashlights from somewhere. Mu Ji, okay. She didn't want to go upstairs in the dark to pack her luggage anyway, so she decided to take a walk first. If the power didn't come back on later, she could consider driving to the city center to find a hotel. The two greeted the other guests and the production crew and went to the yard. The air after the rain was exceptionally fresh, and the fragrance of flowers from the back garden wafted to the front. Mu Ji and Hejiyue walked hand in hand. She suddenly remembered a question and asked Hejiyue again, "Why did you agree to participate in celebrity romance?" This time, Hejiyue answered, "I wanted to record it." The excellent film and television works that Mu Ji and other actors had collaborated on could be kept and watched repeatedly. He also wanted to create something with Mu Ji. This program could satisfy his personal desire. Hejiyue said, "Actually, I was interested in acting when I was little. My mother is an actress, and my grandfather is an excellent performing artist. But when I grew up, I went to my mother's investment company and felt that she was very busy and tired. I thought that when I grew up, I would learn these things so that I could help her." Later, he learned to do business. "Baby, do you think if I had entered the entertainment industry and become an artist, we would have had a chance to act together?" Mu Ji smiled, "Then you would be very popular with that face, and I think your acting skills would definitely be quite good. After all, you're a third-generation star." Hejiyue's lips curled up. "So whether I'm a businesswoman or an artist, we will definitely meet, right? If I don't recognize you immediately, but you recognize me first, can you walk towards me?" Mu Ji stopped, looked at Hejiyue, and softly replied, "Okay." Chapter 206 Extra. Truly localized rain. A sudden downpour hit that 100-meter stretch of road, but the rain stopped as soon as we drove on. Why did that big truck ahead suddenly slow down? Watch out. The conversations, seemingly both near and far, drifted into her ears. Then, Mu Ji felt herself lose her balance in the car. A dizzying sensation followed, accompanied by a loud bang. The car seemed to fly, and the door she was leaning against somehow opened. She was thrown into the air too. She flew out of the car and landed on the roadside. This scene looked like something out of a poorly made TV drama, a scene criticized by viewers for its exaggerated special effects. The pain from her forehead hitting the ground jolted Mu Ji awake from her dazed state. She opened her eyes and saw a car crashed into the guardrail not far away. The car looked familiar. It resembled the Nani van she used in the real world. She instantly remembered that she had been in a car accident on her way to an award ceremony. Realizing this, Mu Ji's heart skipped a beat. Shouldn't her experiences in the real world feel like something from a past life? Why could she recognize the Nani van in the real world so accurately? That she had been in a car accident on her way to an award ceremony, and in the parallel world of the book, Mu Ji recalled her life. After marrying Hejiyue, everything seemed to have been fast-forwarded, and those memories became incredibly blurry. Her last memory was of not being able to become the 80-year-old woman she had played. She died in Hejiyue's arms at the age of 60, confessing her past to him before she closed her eyes. The handsome older man, Hejiyue, held her tightly and prayed to heaven to let her return home. Then, as if she had a long dream, she woke up. Back in the real world. Through her tear-blurred vision, Mu Ji heard a familiar voice. "Are you all right?" Someone carefully helped her sit up from the ground. She leaned against a familiar embrace, smelling a faint, comforting, fresh fruity scent. "Ouch. Bear with it. Your forehead is scraped and bleeding." Cool fingers gently brushed aside the hair on her forehead and placed something on it. He had accidentally cut his hand while peeling an apple earlier that day, and luckily he had a band-aid in his coat, so he took it out and put it on her. Mu Ji wiped away her tears, her blurred vision clearing. Before she could even make out the person beside her, the warm body she had been leaning against suddenly gave way, and a tall man stood up. He said in a voice she knew all too well, "Your staff are here?" Then he left her with only his back. Mu Ji's throat tightened, unable to utter a sound. Her body felt limp and stiff, as if she had just been reborn and was out of control. She could only watch as the man's back disappeared from her sight. "Sister Mu." The staff member who had been unconscious in the car woke up, clutching a slightly throbbing head, and got out of the car. Seeing that Muji had fallen out of the car, he was startled and stumbled over. He noticed a man hurrying away in the opposite direction from them. Although the staff members were puzzled, Muji was the most important thing right now, and they didn't have time to chase after the man to ask, "Did you take any pictures when you came over?" Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces of her staff, Muji was helped up by her female assistant. She quickly regained control of her body and calmed down. It wasn't just their car that had nearly collided with the large truck in front. There seemed to be other accidents along the road behind. She inquired about the staff's condition. Fortunately, everyone had only minor abrasions. The driver had just hit his forehead on the steering wheel and had a bump, but was otherwise unharmed. Her manager, Brother Chun, looked at Muji with a dazed expression. "You're the most seriously injured. You were thrown from the car, and your forehead is bleeding." He wondered if she had a concussion? Were any of her other organs damaged? He planned to take Muji to the hospital for a checkup. Just as he was about to ask a staff member to get a first aid kit from the trunk to treat Muji's forehead wound, he exclaimed strangely, "Huh? Why is there a band-aid on your forehead?" He stepped forward, about to part Muji's hair to check. Muji stepped back, avoiding her touch. Although her manager wasn't sexually attracted, she still instinctively resisted being touched. Muji said to deal with the immediate matter first. "I need to get to the award ceremony. I go to the hospital for a checkup after I receive the award." Hearing this, her manager, Brother Chen, glanced at his watch. They could still make it to the red carpet. If Muji missed tonight's award ceremony, the Best Actress award, which was practically in her grasp, would truly be gone. "Okay, the makeup artist and assistant will go with you to the event. The rest of us will stay and wait for the traffic police to handle the accident." Muji and her staff walked towards the car behind them, negotiating with the driver if they could get a ride. A couple was sitting in the car behind. The driver's wife had seen Muji's films and recognized her, immediately agreeing to help. Driving to the event Muji had mentioned would only take a few minutes, a simple favor. Since the large truck parked ahead and Muji's car weren't blocking the road, they could proceed. After Muji and the others got in, the driver started the car and drove forward. "Ms. Mu, you had a car accident, but you still have to rush to the event? It's just a few scratches, it won't affect anything. I've been nominated for an award, I hope I can win." The driver's wife wasn't particularly interested in entertainment awards, but hearing that Muji was nominated and had a chance to win, she quickly wished her well. "Thank you." A few minutes later, they arrived at the event venue. As soon as the car door opened, Muji looked at the people who entered, her eyes slightly red, and she froze on the spot. "Shiji, where are you hurt?" Muji's mother helped her daughter out of the car, looking her over anxiously from head to toe, noticing the band-aid on Muji's forehead and the scrapes on her arm. Muji shook her head, choking back tears. "I'm fine." "You worried me to death." Muji's mother hugged her daughter tightly. She was terrified when her daughter's manager called to say she'd been in a car accident. She didn't want her daughter to enter the entertainment industry, and this had caused a rift between them, straining their relationship. Upon hearing about the accident, her first reaction was deep regret. Nothing else mattered, as long as Muji was happy. Muji's mother wiped her eyes and asked Muji again, "Are you alright anywhere?" Seeing her daughter shake her head, Muji's mother immediately had a staff member take Muji to the backstage dressing room to redo her makeup, clean her arms, and check on her slightly soiled dress. Luckily, they had brought an extra dress for the backstage area. Tonight, she had to wear the same dress for both the red carpet and the event. "Muji, but we're running out of time. There wasn't enough time to change backstage. There's still time. I've spoken to the organizers, and we switched the order of our red carpet appearances." Muji nodded. That was the only option. She, along with her makeup artist and assistant, followed a few staff members arranged by her mother to the backstage area. After the award ceremony, everyone was shaken by the car accident on the way, and tonight's celebration was temporarily cancelled. Muji was taken to the hospital by her mother for a full checkup. Aside from the injury to her forehead and abrasions on her arms, the results showed that Muji was otherwise unharmed. The results of some tests wouldn't be available for another day or two. The doctor recommended staying in the hospital for observation overnight. Muji didn't want to stay in the hospital and asked to go home. Muji's mother, now always giving in to her daughter's requests, agreed. Back home. The image of home in her mind changed from a black and white photograph back to color. Seeing her father and sister, Muji felt joy and happiness, but also a lingering sense of unfamiliarity and unreality. She couldn't immediately adapt to her family's closeness and warmth. Knowing Muji had been in a car accident that day, Her family understood her unusual reaction and didn't keep her talking to them for long, letting her go upstairs to her room to rest. Back in her room, Muji sat on her bed, somewhat lost. She felt as if she had been split into two people. One was the Muji from her dream world, who had experienced so much, and the other was the original Muji. She didn't know which one was real, or if they were both her. Her phone vibrated incessantly in her pocket. Muji took it out, ignoring the missed calls and the flood of messages, and habitually logged onto social media first. The top trending topic was her winning Best Actress award tonight. Clicking in, everyone noticed the bandage on her forehead. I heard Muji was in a car accident on her way to the award ceremony, but she still insisted on attending? So dedicated. No wonder she's a Best Actress. Her expression management is amazing. Her performance on the red carpet and on stage to accept the award was perfect. You couldn't tell she'd been in a terrifying car accident at all. Congratulations to Muji on winning Best Actress. She's made so many people look bad tonight, ha ha ha. With the Best Actress trophy in hand, she's outshone all her fellow actresses. Exiting the top trending topic, I noticed a potential trending topic at the bottom, Muji car accident. News of her car accident on her way to the award ceremony quickly spread online. After the award ceremony, her agent, Chen Ge, said they would try to suppress the news of the accident, at least tonight, to prevent netizens from getting distracted. It also stole the spotlight from tonight's award ceremony. Muji received a message from her agent saying that the studio would release a statement later regarding the car accident she experienced on her way to the award ceremony. She replied with an okay. Suddenly, she remembered that when she fell to the ground, someone seemed to have helped her up, not a staff member. In a daze, she felt that person was Hijiyue. Although it seemed absurd, perhaps it wasn't her imagination? Muji clicked on the trending topic about her car accident, wanting to see if anyone had captured anything. She scrolled down to see what was going on. Just saw someone on the forum reveal that Muji was in a car accident and was thrown out of the car. That's outrageous. She continued reading, then suddenly her finger paused. A Weibo post with her full name, posted half an hour ago, was attached. It included a picture, a very blurry one, showing a man helping her up from the ground. Only his back was visible in the picture. Even though it was blurry, she still recognized him. It was Hijiyue. Muji's heart pounded wildly, feeling like it would jump out of her chest. Perhaps it was a lingering effect of the car accident, but her temples throbbed with pain. Ignoring the headache, she directly typed Hijiyue into the social media search bar and clicked search. 1 second later, the page appeared. Hijiyue's account on the social media platform appeared. Her fingers trembled slightly as she clicked on the account's profile. Hijiyue, artist, signed artist under launching media. No Weibo posts had been published. Muji chuckled. A memory surfaced in her mind, though she couldn't recall which city it was in, only that it was a variety show being filmed at a villa by the sea. That night, the power went out. Hijiyue, holding a flashlight, led her on a walk, mentioning his childhood interest in acting. He wondered if he had become an actor, they might have had a chance to work together. She didn't want to delve into why the invisible male protagonist from a novel would appear in the real world, nor cared whether the life she experienced in a parallel world was real or a dream. Her muddled mind held only one thought. She wanted to see Hijiyue. The next morning, her manager, Li Mingchen, made himself a cup of coffee in the break room. Returning to his office, he saw Muji sitting on the sofa, and was so surprised that he choked on his coffee, coughing for a long time. My goodness, didn't I give you 2 days off to rest at home? He was in a car accident last night, and came to the company first thing this morning. Wait till the 3-time Golden Horse Award winner accuses him of abusing his daughter, and comes to settle the score. Muji pointed to the script on the coffee table. Didn't you give me a script for a modern idol drama a few days ago, wanting me to take it? Li Mingchen gave Muji a strange look. You mean the drama A Perfect Match? Didn't you turn it down? Muji had already prepared her answer before coming. I changed my mind. I want to look into it further. Didn't you say that as a popular young actress, filming only 2 dramas a year is too few projects, and you wanted me to take on more roles? I've been cast as the female lead in a sci-fi movie, and filming doesn't start for another 5 months. I remember that filming for A Perfect Match only took 3.5 months. If it's suitable, I take it. It won't interfere with my next project. Li Mingchen clapped his hands excitedly. That's right. That makes sense. It would have been so much better if you had thought of that sooner. Wouldn't it be better to earn more money? It has the same filming period as a movie, but you get paid more. You're just a rich heiress who doesn't lack money, insisting on taking a 3 or 4 month break after filming one drama. You're so stubborn. Let me tell you, a well-made idol drama can become a classic. Muji wasn't complaining about the genre. The script for A Perfect Match was indeed excellent. The director was a pioneer who had directed many classic idol dramas, returning to the screen after 6 years with a new project. The screenwriter was a well-known best-selling romance novelist, and the production team was top-notch. It's a great opportunity. I turned it down before because the drama mainly focuses on the romance between the male and female leads. The performance requires a lot of emotional depth to empathize with the character, and since she's never been in a relationship, the amount of romance would be too much for her to handle. Now, she wants to revisit this drama because... Muji asked, "Have the female and male leads been cast yet?" Lee Mingchen: "The female lead hasn't been cast yet. Director Liu contacted me a couple of days ago, strongly advocating for you to star in it, saying you're the perfect choice. As for the male lead, I heard they're auditioning these days. Shouldn't it be decided soon?" Muji asked casually. "Can I see the list of candidates for the male lead? Director Liu sent it to me a few days ago. Wait a moment, let me look." 2 minutes later, Muji took the iPad from her agent. She opened the male actors' profiles. There were well-known actors, popular idols, and finally, a newcomer. Muji clicked on Hee-ji-yue's photo. He looked exactly like the person in her mind. When he wasn't smiling, he was aloof and cold, but his temperament and aura hadn't fully matured yet. There was a hint of youthful naivete and unrestrained arrogance in his eyes. Pointing to Hee-ji-yue's photo, she said, "This guy's pretty handsome. Is he a newcomer?" Lee Mingchen muttered to himself. When did Muji ever care about looks? Wasn't it acting skills? But thinking about it, it makes sense. It's an idol drama. The male lead's appearance is very important, especially since he has to act opposite Muji. He has to be a good match for her looks. He's definitely a rare top-tier face in the entertainment industry. Well, the first time I saw this newcomer's photo, I had the idea of signing him. But after checking, it turns out he's an artist under a new company, Launching Media, and this company only signed him as their artist. Lee Mingchen explained. Director Liu said he wanted to find the most suitable and perfect male and female leads, not focusing on popularity or status, so this newcomer became one of the candidates for the male lead. Muji, I want to know the audition results for the male lead in this drama. I read the script for A Perfect Match, and the male lead's image is indeed very similar to this newcomer's. If possible, I'd like to see the audition video of this Hee-ji-yue. Lee Mingchen sensed that Muji was quite interested in this newcomer. He didn't have time to ask further. If Muji could get the role, it would be a huge success. He would naturally do his best to facilitate it. Okay, I call and ask now. Muji was listening to her agent's phone call, and when she heard the words passed, her heart sank. After ending the call, Lee Mingchen relayed the information he had obtained from the assistant director to Muji. They said the audition was scheduled for last night, but this newcomer was late. Director Liu was very angry, feeling that the newcomer had no sense of time, and canceled the audition on the spot. Muji was silent. No wonder he left in such a hurry. Was he rushing to the audition? Muji said to her agent, "Give me Director Liu's phone number." Lee Mingchen, ? That evening, Lee Mingchen followed Muji to Director Liu's personal studio. Muji specifically called Director Liu to explain why the newcomer named Hee-ji-yue was late. Unexpectedly, Hee-ji-yue was also at the scene of Muji's car accident last night. He even saved Muji? The reason for being late was a car accident and traffic jam. Muji asked Director Liu to give this newcomer another chance and asked if she could observe the audition from the sidelines. It was utterly absurd. Lee Mingchen thought with a pang of sadness. Is Muji experiencing her first crush? Muji walked into the audition room. Inside sat the director, producer, assistant director, and a well-known screenwriter. Muji greeted them all, and then sat down in the seat assigned to her. Director Liu asked, "Ms. Mu, would you mind acting alongside one of the auditioning actors later?" "Sure." Hearing Muji's quick agreement, Lee Mingchen felt even more uneasy, his suspicions growing that she had taken the role to pick up a guy. 5 minutes later, the audition room door was pushed open from the outside, and a tall man walked in. The male lead of A Perfect Match was a CO. Hee-ji-yue came to the audition today wearing a white shirt, the hem tucked into a narrow waistband, her long legs encased in tailor-made, impeccably pressed, high-end trousers. He perfectly matched the image in Muji's mind. Director Liu, hello. A woman wearing a black baseball cap looked up from beside Director Liu, and Hee-ji-yue's eyes met hers, causing him to freeze. Hee-ji-yue? The assistant director called out, reminding him. Realizing his lapse, Hee Ji-yue quickly regained his composure. Sorry. Mu Ji spoke up. I'm Mu Ji, hello. Ms. Mu, hello. Hee Ji-yue felt encouragement and reassurance in Mu Ji's gaze. He quickly calmed himself, composed himself, and greeted the rest of the group. Hee Ji-yue, you're a newcomer, you never acted before. Can you tell me why you want to become an actor? For the past year, Hee Ji-yue had been having the same recurring dream. In the dream, there was a woman with whom he met, fell in love, stayed together, and spent his life. He could never quite make out the other person's face. Until one day, he saw a huge advertisement on the street, and the female celebrity in the ad overlapped with the person in his mind. He had always been interested in acting, but because of her, he developed a strong desire to become an artist and resolutely chose to enter the entertainment industry. Hee Ji-yue naturally wouldn't voice his true feelings, only saying, I love acting. Acting is my grandfather's, my mother's, and my dream. Although I entered this industry a little late, I think it's never too late to dream. As for choosing to star in A Perfect Match, he learned that Mu Ji was in talks for the role and was interested in playing it, and as a newcomer, this was currently the only role he was qualified for, so he was trying his luck. He didn't know that Mu Ji had previously declined the role. After director Liu finished asking his questions, the audition preparations began. All the auditioning actors received the same question, given the day before the audition. Peel an apple. The first scene involved the male lead, and the female lead sitting on a sofa watching TV. The female lead nestled against the male lead, and he peeled an apple for her. The second scene involved the female lead breaking up with the male lead, and he cut his hand while peeling the apple. When Hee Ji-yue heard from the director that Mu Ji would be acting opposite him, he froze. Mu Ji took off her hat and placed it on the table, walked towards Hee Ji-yue, and smiled, saying, as a professional actor, no matter who your co-star is, you must calm down and quickly prepare your emotions to get into character immediately. Hee Ji-yue's expression hardened, and he nodded. There was a sofa readily available in the audition room. Actually, the scene of him peeling an apple for her had appeared in his mind many times. When Mu Ji sat down and approached him, Hee Ji-yue's tense body immediately relaxed. During the audition, Mu Ji didn't act entirely according to the script. She discovered an interesting little secret. In her dream, Hee Ji-yue had a thin line on the outer corner of his right eyebrow, a line not seen in his profile photo. But now she saw it, he had drawn it on to hide the tiny line. Mu Ji reached out and touched her eyebrow, a gesture of intimacy that made Hee Ji-yue involuntarily think of some inappropriate scenes from her dream, causing her ears to flush red. Hearing the director yell cut, Hee Ji-yue breathed a sigh of relief. The audition ended. After Hee Ji-yue left the audition room, Mu Ji stayed to finalize the collaboration with director Liu. 10 minutes later, when Mu Ji and her agent emerged from director Liu's studio, she looked at Hee Ji-yue waiting at the door with surprise, and beside him stood a man in a suit, presumably his agent, and a woman wearing a mask, revealing only her beautiful, large eyes, exuding a noble and gentle aura. Hee Ji-yue introduced, "This is my mother. Miss Mu is so beautiful." Even Hee Ji-yue's mother's voice was gentle. Mu Ji greeted, "Hello, auntie." Actually, even before Hee Ji-yue introduced her, Mu Ji recognized Hee Shu-hui. She had only seen Hee Shu-hui's photo in her dreams, yet she miraculously recognized her as Hee Ji-yue's mother. In this world, her family was all around her. Hee Ji-yue's mother was alive and well. That was wonderful. "Teacher Mu, thank you for helping with the scene. If it weren't for you, I might not have passed the audition and wouldn't have been able to get the role. Don't underestimate yourself. Director Liu was very satisfied with your audition performance, praising your talent for acting and how relaxed and natural you were." And after Hee Ji-yue left, the director jokingly remarked, "The love in this newcomer's eyes is quite obvious." Mu Ji looked at Hee Ji-yue. "Oh, by the way, thank you for the band-aid." Hee Ji-yue was surprised. She hadn't expected Mu Ji to recognize her. Last night, he saw her lying injured on the ground, and his heart ached. Because Mu Ji's staff had arrived, he worried that staying would lead to photos being taken and rumors about him affecting her, so he had to leave hastily. Back in his car, he watched her leave with her staff. Only then did he rush to his audition. During the audition and right now, when Mu Ji and Hee Ji-yue looked at each other, she felt the affection in his eyes, though not as intense as in her dreams, but there was still a long road ahead. She smiled and extended her hand to Hee Ji-yue. "I wish us a pleasant collaboration." Hee Ji-yue looked at Mu Ji with tender eyes, took her fingertips, and whispered, "Yes, a pleasant collaboration."